It's midnight. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team. I'm going to be with you here through the overnight hours as we're tracking a line of strong storms moving through Alabama now, and they're going to be pushing through the metro Atlanta area later on tonight while you are trying to sleep. And this is all part of our 11 Alive Weather Impact Alert that we issued last week, preparing you for these storms that we're going to be moving through. And as we told you when we issued this, this is really a weather impact alert for two reasons here. Number one, the storms coming in overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning. Those could turn severe. Then the second half of this alert, or the second part of this alert, is going to be the really cold air that's going to come in after these storms move through. So Monday morning is the storm risk, overnight tonight and Monday morning. Then the cold air starts rushing in. Temperatures are going to be falling through the through the day here on Monday. They're going to be really cold Tuesday morning, starting off in the upper 20s. We'll be around 30, 31 degrees on Wednesday, and then we slowly start warming up. So you'll need your umbrella first here for in the morning hours for the storms, and then a coat as we go through the rest of the afternoon hours. So here is a look at what we're watching on radar. So far in Atlanta, North Georgia, we're all good. No rain here yet. We just have a few clouds that are building in. This is a live look. You can see the radar scanning here. A few false echoes there down to the south, not too far from the radar site. I'll put this into motion. And again, nothing really moving into our area yet. But this is a look at what is coming our way. And this is looking back toward northwest Alabama. Look at these storms that are rolling through. As you look up here north and west of Huntsville here over the Alabama-Tennessee line, that's where there is a tornado warning. We had a tornado warning earlier around Muscle Shoals. Now a really large severe thunderstorm warning up to Huntsville. Other severe thunderstorm warnings here along that line down toward Columbus, Mississippi. And this line's going to keep moving through Alabama and then eventually push into northwest Georgia, and then eventually into the metro Atlanta area. Now, I know a lot of times we talk about how sometimes when storms come through in the overnight hours, they lose some of the heating of the day, and a lot of the storms would weaken. We don't expect to see much weakening with this system. This is a pretty dynamic system that has a lot of the ingredients needed, and it's not just the warm weather this is going to be feeding off of. And our temperatures will stay mild. It's not like, it's going to be in the 70s though, but we're going to see mainly 60s and some lower 70s holding together as these storms move through. I want to take you in a little bit closer here to this tornado warning that is, again, right there. So this is Alabama here. There's Rogersville, Athens, Alabama. Here's Huntsville, all right? So this is northwest Alabama over here. And then you get over the line to Tennessee. This is 5 points. This is where we're seeing some rotation there near 5 points, moving up to near Pulaski. There's a tornado warning there. And this line has a history of producing some tornado warnings and rotation there along that line. Here is the bigger picture. We can see these tornado watches extending down almost to the Gulf Coast. It's through Louisiana, Mississippi, coming through Alabama. And of course, I'll show you these counties in northwest Georgia that are included in this tornado watch that's in effect until 4 o'clock in the morning. Additional severe thunderstorm warnings with that tornado watch back into Alabama. Other tornado warnings there too. Move up into areas of Kentucky where getting closer to Louisville now. We have a tornado warning here just west of Louisville up towards Cincinnati, and then severe thunderstorm watches going up to Michigan. So this line of storms stretches through Michigan in the Great Lakes all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico, and along that line we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings and a few tornado warnings with that, a lot of tornado watches with it too. And then look what happens on the backside. This is a cold front sweeping in. Behind that, we have snow that's even wrapping around that. Snow moving into Chicago right now, back into parts of Iowa, into Missouri, some snow flurries coming down. And we could even see some blowing flurries during the late morning hours to around lunchtime tomorrow before the system is all said and done. And that's just going to be the cold air racing in and overlapping with some of that moisture before it exits. We don't expect any problems here at all. The ground is warm. Actually, the surface temperatures are also going to be above freezing, but it's in the upper levels well, we'll see some of those conditions that would be conducive to some snow flurries that could move into our area. Back down to the storm threat that comes first, and you can again see that line, pretty impressive there. Now, the thing I want you to notice is it is a thin line. We're not going to have storms all night long. This is going to be a squall line that pushes through, and when it does come through the area, it's going to come in and out pretty quickly. So I'm going to give you some timelines here in just a few minutes of the window of opportunity for that line to move through your area, and you're going to see timelines like between 3 and 6 o'clock. That doesn't mean it's going to be storming over your house for 3 hours. That's just the timeline when it's going to be pushing from west to east through that area that I'm going to be pointing out for you in just a second. So heavy rain, thunderstorms here, northern Alabama. They're approaching Huntsville, and then northwest Georgia would be next here. And that is, again, where we have a tornado watch in effect for a few of the counties in northwest Georgia, including Dade County, Walker County, Catoosa County, and Whitfield County there, including Dalton. So you see 75 north going up to Chattanooga. Those are the counties included. Floyd County is not included in this. Chattooga is not. But through the overnight hours, we expect that additional counties, there may be a new watch that would include more counties here into the metro area for those overnight hours here for tonight. So that's what we're having to watch. Here's a look at that potential time of arrival for those storms that are going to be rolling through. Now again, we're saying midnight to 4 a.m., trying to move into northwest Georgia. It's already after midnight now. It's not quite here yet. It's really going to be more like 2 to 4 a.m. I'll update that for the next time that we show this to you. 3 to 7 through the metro area. Again, not storming from 3 to 7. That's just, again, the window of opportunity that is going to be sliding from west to east through here. And then 5 to 9 from this area to the east, pushing over more to the east of us. So that's a rough timeline of when we're going to see these storms that are going to be pushing through our area tonight. And again, they're going to be pretty strong. Now, here's a look at the tornado environment. This is called the significant tornado parameter. And this doesn't necessarily show you where tornadoes are going to happen, but this shows you where the atmosphere and the environment is more conducive to have storms that would have some rotation. This is a linear system or a line that's going to be moving in, and often when we see these coming through, you can see some notches along that line where we would see some rotation. Also, shear is going to be possible with these storms where you get different wind directions and speeds within height as you're moving up into the atmosphere. That could cause some rotation too. So by 2 a.m., areas of West Georgia, again, this doesn't mean tornadoes are going to be happening there. This is just where the environment is going to be more favorable for when that line moves through, that we could see some rotation developing there. So that would be, 2 in the morning. Did you see how some of that turned orange here in northwest Georgia? Let me see if I can take this backwards so you can see that a little bit better here. Let me go backwards here. So there was even a little orange color there. You see that? That's around 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. There in parts of northwest Georgia, the yellow color, which is a lower, environment there. But that's what we'll have to watch, where that environment may ramp up a little bit with the, again, conditions a little more conducive for some rotation to develop. 5 o'clock in the morning, some of that's still over the metro area. 7 o'clock in the morning, that's more over to the east of us toward Eatonton, Putnam County, Lake Oconee, where we could see that environment a little higher for the potential for rotation as the system moves through. And then after that, the severe weather threat is over. As all of that main line, that main squall line, thunderstorm system, severe weather area is going to be moving to the east pretty quickly. So that is the time frame when things are more likely to happen. Here's a look at your severe weather threat. This is showing a large level 3 risk from Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, on up into parts of Illinois, and that's where we're seeing those storms happening out there right now. But if we get in closer to Georgia, there in North Georgia here, you see West Georgia is included in that level 3 risk. Now I know you're seeing the day showing Monday. This is really for Monday morning, all right, the overnight hours into the early morning hours here. The level 2 risk is to the east of us, and then the level 1 over to the Carolinas for early tomorrow. Then this is actually for Monday afternoon. These days are kind of messed up now that we're at midnight, but that's just showing that severe weather threat that is going to be pushing over to the east and moving away from our area, and conditions will be improving. Here is a look at our main threats that we're going to be watching. The heavy rain risk as the line moves through is going to be high. The wind risk is also going to be high. You know, in order to get a severe thunderstorm warning, you have winds that are going to be at 58 miles an hour or greater, let's just say roughly 60 mile an hour or greater. It's not out of the question that some of these storms could have 70 mile per hour winds with them along that line. The tornado risk is also moderate, let's say low to moderate. I'm not saying that everybody is going to get hit by a tornado, but we do think that we're going to have some rotation within some of these storms overnight. That tornado risk is a little higher than any of the systems that we've had recently push through. The hail risk is on the lower end. We just don't see all of what is necessary for large hail to develop with this. So that's on the low end of the spectrum as far as the threats that we're going to have here during the nighttime hours. Here's a look at our temperatures that we have around North Georgia right now. 68 degrees is still mild. Now, here's what's interesting. Our high temperatures for today, for Monday, all right, so it's Monday now since we're after midnight. These are going to be the high temperatures of the day, upper 60s. We have some mid 60s in Peachtree City, lower 60s to the north, lower 60s in Athens, 63 there, 63 also over in Eatonton. This isn't, you know, crazy warm or anything, but this is also kind of mild for this time of year to have during the overnight hours. And those storms are going to be pushing in from the west. We'll have some leftover heating to work with as they move our way. But heating is not the only thing we need for storms. We also have the other ingredients we watch, like shear, that upper level support, the instability in association with some of these storms too. So that's why we think a lot of these are going to be holding together. So the main timeline for this is going to be 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, 5, 6, 7 in the morning. We could see more of those storms, let's say 6 to 5 to 7 here through the metro area. And then a couple lingering showers left behind in the morning hours. And that could even shake out a few flurries as the system pushes away as those temperatures fall. But as you see, temperatures at the surface are going to be above freezing. So in the upper levels, we may have enough of enough of the colder air. I'm sorry, I'm kind of fixing this microphone in my pocket here. We're seeing enough within the cold air there, cold enough in the upper levels to sustain a little bit of snow flurry activity coming down, but it would melt as it comes down to the surface. So we're not expecting any problem with any type of snow. And then look at these temperatures. We are going, okay, this is actually now going into Tuesday morning. It is going to be really cold here on Tuesday with temperatures starting off at 29 degrees, below freezing, and then slow to warm during the day, getting up to 46. Our temperatures tomorrow are going to be starting mild, or actually during the morning hours here on Monday, I should say, are going to be mild starting in the 60s and then falling into the 30s later in the day. So we already have our highs now, but those temperatures are going to be falling during the day. All right, so here's that line. You can see the storms approaching Huntsville right now, and they're going to move through the overnight hours. 2 o'clock in the morning, the line pushing into parts of northwest Georgia, stronger back into areas of Birmingham. And then this is at 3:30 in the morning, storms in North Georgia, northwest Georgia, getting a little stronger there over around Rome. And then moving through Atlanta, let's say 3 to 7. This is 7 in the morning. The storms will pretty much be to the east of us at 7, but still, you know, stretching from around, as we mentioned, the Putnam County area over here, out I-20 toward Lake Oconee, stretching down toward Macon. Some of these storms still parts of Walton County, over into Newton County, Jasper County, continuing to move to the east and then out of here. And this is where it gets interesting for around lunchtime and after. The cold air is going to be sweeping in, squeezing out any leftover moisture in the atmosphere, and that could bring us a few snow flurries. We don't expect anything major. Just don't be surprised if you see some blowing flurries there into the afternoon hours as that cold air moves through, and then it gets out of here. And then the focus is going to be the really cold air pushing into our area, bringing those temperatures, as I mentioned, down into the 20s here Tuesday morning, highs only in the 40s Tuesday, back to below freezing, we think around 30, 31 degrees here on your Wednesday morning, and then temperatures start moving back up into the 50s once we head into the afternoon hours on Wednesday, then 60s on Thursday, 70s on Friday, and into the weekend with that warmer air pushing through. A few clouds in here on Wednesday as well. Here's a look at that colder air. You can see it diving in from Canada. That's going to spread our way, and it will be chilly here through the day Monday with those falling temperatures, staying cold Tuesday, early Wednesday, and then starting to moderate. And it'll be a process for these colder temperatures to get out of here and the warmer air to start to move in. So on Tuesday, you know, our temperature's falling through the day. It's really high, just really hard to show a high because the high actually is occurring right now for the day. So actually this is taking us to Tuesday. 47, 56, and then 79 here by Saturday. And our low temperatures Tuesday in the 20s. And then the lows start moderating a little bit too as we get toward the end of the week. So here's the 7-day forecast, which also shows you what we're watching here going through the day as temperatures on, actually, so these days on here are kind of messed up because we just got to midnight. So ignore those days. Just know the weather impact alert ends early on Wednesday, and then we'll see the warmer air pushing into our area heading into the rest of the 7-day period. So a lot to watch. We have another impact alert update here on streaming coming up at 12:30, and then another one at 1 o'clock. And then we'll be breaking in, going wall to wall when these storms push into the metro area. Thanks for watching. We'll have much more for you throughout the overnight hours. It is now 12:30 early on Monday morning, and for many of you it must still be Sunday night here, but it is the late night hours. We're past midnight. 12:30 a.m. is where we are right now, and we are tracking storms pushing through Alabama that will be approaching our area, passing through during the overnight hours, and those could be strong. We expect severe storms to be happening overnight. And we have an 11 Alive weather impact alert in effect, and we issued this days ago to warn you of really the twofold part of this weather impact alert. The first is that line of storms that's moving through that will and could be severe, with the main threats being damaging wind, heavy rain, tornadoes are possible, rotation could develop along that line as it moves through. And that's going to be impacting us really through the overnight hours tonight into early Monday morning. And then after that, the really cold air is going to be moving in. We are already experiencing our high temperatures of the day here for your Monday here in the overnight hours, where we are in the 60s. Then during the day tomorrow, those temperatures are going to fall into the 40s around lunchtime and afternoon, into the 30s here during the evening hours on Monday. Then we'll be in the 20s here by Tuesday morning. So we're going to start the day with an umbrella, ending the day with a coat, or really during the day you're going to be needing a coat as those temperatures are going to be falling. So let's focus on the storm part of this 11 Alive weather impact alert first, as we don't have any rain here yet. It is going to be coming in a little bit later. No rain here in Atlanta, no rain over North Georgia quite yet. You can see here as we put this into motion, a few false echoes down to the south. But if you go over into Alabama, this is where we see those storms as they are moving in right now. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings along that line in West Alabama into parts of Northwest Alabama. Approaching Huntsville is this main line. Within this line, we have seen a few tornado warnings issued. We've had some over there in Northwest Alabama. We had some right up here, just north of the Alabama line into parts of Tennessee, where along that line we've been seeing notches of strong storms that have some rotation with them, enough to trigger a tornado warning for some spots. As of right now, within this range, we don't see any tornado warnings, but it's interesting. I'm seeing some of these notches that I know the National Weather Service is keeping an eye on, just to see if any rotation can be developing there within that. But plenty of rain, plenty of lightning. That rain is heavy. The line is moving pretty quickly, and it eventually will be approaching Northwest Georgia. It still has to travel, though, past Huntsville and eventually into Northwest Georgia in the middle of the night, and then into Metro Atlanta for the early morning hours here tomorrow. Notice how, we'll put the clouds on top of here now. Notice how this line extends back into really closer to the Gulf here, through Louisiana, Mississippi, there it is in Alabama, up into Tennessee, and then as we move a little bit more to the north here, additional storms through Kentucky, Illinois, moving into Indiana, also up toward Michigan there and the Great Lakes, where we see some severe thunderstorm warnings that are there as well. Now, I know you probably are noticing here these tornado watches, and this red tornado, this box right here, the red tornado watch, does extend into Northwest Georgia. It does not include Floyd County. It does not include Chattooga County here. That's just how the box kind of overlaps. It does include Dade, Walker, Catoosa County, and also Whitfield County. Those are the areas that are included in that watch. So we're going to watch that line as it keeps moving our way. Here again is another look. You see how they cut it off right here at the line? Doesn't include Floyd or Chattooga, but it does include Dade, Walker, Catoosa, and also over to Whitfield County over near Dalton. Now, we expect through these overnight hours that we will see this watch most likely move over into Georgia, most likely as a tornado watch. Now, this one expires at 4 a.m., so I would think that if we get one into our area, it would expire maybe 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning as that line continues to move on out and away from our area. So here's the timeline of what we're watching with this storm system, and as that line continues to push closer to us, where you can see Northwest Georgia really between now and 4 a.m. for most of the action to come through. These storms are still back here closer to Huntsville, so it still has a little bit of time before it makes it here into our area. For Metro Atlanta, the light blue color, which includes Northeast Georgia, Atlanta, down to the south, we're talking 3 to 7 o'clock in the morning for the line to move through. Now, that doesn't mean it is going to be raining or storming on you for that 4-hour period. We're just talking about the window of opportunity for that line to move from west to the east through this area. Then 5 to 9 in the morning, moving to the east and away from us and pushing over toward Augusta. So for Metro Atlanta, that time frame 3 to 7, 3 to 6-ish, when I think that we're going to be most impacted by the storms that'll be moving through. Here's a look at our tornado environment. This is the significant tornado parameter, or STP, is what we often call it. And what this is showing us with these colors here, you see yellows and oranges, all right, on the lower end of the scale. And this doesn't mean that everybody where you see yellow and orange is going to have a tornado, all right? That's not what it means. This is showing us, though, where the environment is going to be conducive for rotation to develop along the line of storms that'll be moving in. So it's just showing where you could see some rotation developing within that. So notice, going closer to 5 a.m., we're still seeing some yellows and oranges here as the line pushes through our area. And then the threat at 7 o'clock is more over to the east, over toward Lake Oconee, where we have yellow and orange here with that, and then it moves away. So that's just the timeline for when storms will be strongest and for when there would be the potential for some rotation to develop here along that line. So the main threats we're going to be watching, the heavy rain threat is on the high end. Now again, we don't expect this line to stick around for a long time and just rain over and over again. It's going to be a pretty fast moving system. So you'll have heavy rain for a brief period, but that is on the high end that you'll see some of that heavier rain, of course with the thunder and lightning. Also on the high end, that as the line moves through, we're going to have some strong winds. Some of these severe thunderstorm warnings are saying winds of 70 miles an hour. In order to have a severe thunderstorm warning, that would be winds at 58 miles an hour or greater, or roughly around 60 miles an hour. The tornado risk is a little bit more on the moderate side rather than very low and low. Based on what I was just showing you with a significant tornado parameter, conditions are a little more likely from the environment to see some rotation developing there. Hail is not a big concern. It's on the very low end for that potential for some hail. So temperatures are important, but that's not the only thing we look at when we're dissecting the atmosphere for tornadoes or for severe weather to happen. Now, 68 degrees at the midnight and 1 o'clock hour here is still very warm. So the air still has some heating to work with, but it's also not 70 and 80 degrees either, which would be really firing up these storms. But the whole thing is we don't expect them to just dissipate and go away. A lot of times when you see overnight storms and we're watching the squall line move in, we'll say, okay, we've lost the heating of the day and these storms are going to fade out. Well, we don't think they're going to dissipate. They could weaken a little bit coming in, but I really think that a lot of them are going to hold on to some strength as they move our way. So watch these temperatures as we go through the overnight hours. We're in the 60s now. The high temperatures for your Monday are occurring right now, all right, in the upper 60s. And then look what happens. And the storms moving in, where they're going to be more active here for the early morning hours, we're still going to be in the 60s. And then at 7 o'clock, we expect to be at 60 degrees. Well, let's say 5 o'clock, 64, then 60 degrees at 7, and then 9 o'clock, just 2 hours later, from 7, where it's going to be 60, it's going to be 49 at 9, 44 at 11, 41 at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Really cold air is going to start coming in here. Now, the thing we have to watch is when we see this moisture and those temperatures falling. Now, these are temperatures at the surface that will be in the lower 40s, but in the upper levels, it is colder, and it could be cold enough with that colder air moving in and the moisture moving out that we could see some snow flurries wrapping around into some of this. But when it comes down, the ground is warm. Surface temperatures are also above freezing, so we don't expect any accumulations or some problems there. So on Monday, again, through the day, just watch how those temperatures fall. By 4 o'clock, we'll be at 39 degrees. 39 degrees at 6 o'clock with really windy conditions here behind that front. So yeah, pretty active day with storms first and then really cold air coming in through the day. Here's a look at that line as it's coming in closer to Huntsville. That's going to keep moving toward Metro Atlanta or toward northwest Georgia. 2 o'clock time frame is where I think it's going to be more likely to be over parts of northwest Georgia, hanging out there for a bit. 4 o'clock, still just west of Atlanta, but Rome may be getting hit hard by some of those storms. And then moving through Atlanta, that 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock to 7 o'clock time frame, all right? East of us by 7 o'clock, but moving from Athens down toward and approaching Lake Oconee, Jasper County, Newton County, Walton County, seeing some of that heavy rain and storms down toward Macon too, but then pushing out. And again, any leftover moisture here would cause a few flurries to shake out of the clouds, but again, no concerns about any severe weather there. And then the focus goes to the really cold air. Tuesday morning, we're going to be down to 29 degrees, really cold. And in the afternoon, sunshine, breezy, but only getting into the 40s. That sun is going to try to warm us up, but it's going to take a while. And then on Wednesday, we're talking about the low temperatures that are going to be right around the freezing mark, or just under freezing at about 30, 31 degrees. And then we do start warming up a little bit Wednesday afternoon, getting back up into the 50s. And then that warmer air continues pushing in through the rest of the period here. So the really cold air after the storms here on Monday. Then we'll see cold air still on Tuesday, highs only near 47, 30 Wednesday morning. Then we start coming up a little bit to 56 Wednesday. That's still chilly, still below average, but better than 40s, right? Then 67 Thursday, 74 Friday, upper 70s on Saturday and Sunday, mainly dry, but just a 20% chance for a shower coming in on Sunday. So that is what we're watching. I'm going to do another update for you coming up at 1 o'clock. And as we go through the rest of the overnight hours, we're going to be doing extended weather updates here on streaming at the top and bottom of the hour. But at some point overnight, we're going to start wall to wall, not only here on 11 Alive Plus, but also on air on 11 Alive television. As we're going to see most likely a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, but we could see some tornado warnings within that too. And we'll be on air with you to kind of track those storms as they move through the area. So thanks for watching. I'm Chief Meteorologist. We'll have another Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb. We'll have another update for you coming up at about 1 o'clock tonight. We'll see you then. It is 1 o'clock on a Monday morning, and we are doing extended weather updates here on 11 Alive Plus for you, and as well as on Facebook, YouTube, streaming, everywhere. We're doing these updates for you as we are tracking these storms that are in Alabama right now, and they'll be approaching northwest Georgia soon, and then pushing into the metro Atlanta area during the middle of the night and the early morning hours tomorrow, actually Monday morning here. I'm still working as if it's Sunday night, but we're really now into Monday morning right now. But later on, we're going to see these storms that are going to be passing through, and they're still holding on to some intensity, and the potential is that some of these could remain strong here during the overnight hours. And the potential that we could see here, not only strong thunderstorms with some heavy rain and gusty winds, but also the potential for some rotation. This storm line has a history of developing rotation within that, and numerous tornado warnings there along that line. So what we're watching, this is a 11 Alive weather impact alert that we issued days ago, and it's a really twofold weather impact alert. The first part of this is for the storms that we're going to see overnight tonight, early on Monday morning here, around sunrise over parts of metro Atlanta, when we're going to see those storms being a little more active there. And then the second part of this alert is preparing you for the really cold air that's going to be moving in. We're talking about temperatures dropping like a rock during the day here on Monday. Right now, we're having our warmest temperatures of the day in the upper 60s. We're going to watch them falling through the 40s tomorrow, late morning into the afternoon, and then 30s in the evening hours on Monday. And then Tuesday morning, we're talking about waking up in the upper 20s. So it's going to be really cold here. So we're going to go from needing an umbrella in the early morning hours here on your Monday to a coat for the rest of the day. So don't wake up Monday morning and say, hey, it's kind of mild out here, I'm not going to need a coat, because you will need it later. The warmer part of the day is actually going to be in those morning hours. This is a look at live radar. You can see the scan here, not picking up any rain here over North Georgia or in the metro area. And it's still going to be a while before we see any of that rain moving into our area. Here is that line of storms, though, pushing through Alabama. Pretty intense line here, going up into Tennessee. What you're seeing right now along this is numerous severe thunderstorm warnings here. Now, I'm going to check this one up around Huntsville, and I want to see what their wording is about this severe thunderstorm warning there around Huntsville. Again, that's for those areas that we're seeing here. Let's see, winds of 60 miles an hour and penny-sized hail in association with that. We have been seeing some of these storms back to the west where winds have been around 60 miles an hour. I'm going to do just a couple of other queries here. All of these saying 60 mile an hour winds here along that for all of those. Yeah, all of those are saying that. So just keeping an eye on those storms, because it is possible that we could see some additional storms that have winds that are a little bit higher there with those severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, I want to show you how this stretches down almost to the Gulf Coast. The red boxes that you see there, those are tornado watches. And along that line, just look how these yellow polygons are all lined up here. Through Mississippi, through Alabama, into Tennessee, also stretching up into Kentucky. We had a couple of tornado warnings into Kentucky. We had some tornado warnings in North Alabama and into parts of Tennessee earlier. But right now, we're seeing mainly severe thunderstorm warnings with strong winds, the main threats with those. And then if you'll see here, these storms go all the way up into Michigan around the Great Lakes. It changes over from tornado watches to severe thunderstorm watches there as the line continues to move on over to the east. So pretty impressive line that's moving our way. A lot of heavy rain, thunder, lightning, strong wind. Along that line, we've been watching some notches there with possible rotation. So we've just kind of been keeping an eye on that as these storms get closer to us to see if we could potentially have any rotation by the time it gets here. That would be strong enough to potentially trigger any tornado warnings here in our area. See how that line is? And you just see it's a little bit jagged. And within any of those little notches, it's possible that we could see any type of rotation developing at any time there along that. There is a tornado watch in effect. You saw on the map there the red box, which overlap northwest Georgia. Now, right now it includes Dade County, Walker County, Catoosa County, and also Whitfield County. They're up near Dalton, and of course all those areas back into Alabama where there's a tornado watch. I just messaged, let me see if they have responded here to my message, the National Weather Service. I'm on chat with them right now where we can get some information from the National Weather Service to ask their thinkings. I asked them a little while ago if they're collaborating right now with the Storm Prediction Center on this watch potentially be moving over more toward the east. They haven't answered me yet, which leads me to believe that they may be busy collaborating with the Storm Prediction Center. So we should know pretty soon whether or not that watch is going to expand into more of West Georgia or potentially even into the metro Atlanta area. This watch expires at 4 o'clock in the morning. So if they do move this over toward us, I would think our watch would most likely expire, let's say 8 o'clock possibly. We really think that the timeline for this impacting metro Atlanta is going to be closer to 3 to 7 o'clock in the morning as it moves from west to east through our area. So here is a look at what we're watching. I'm going to put this on full screen. I'll go over to the key and kind of point this out to you. We really think it'd be 2 to 4 in the morning for that area of northwest Georgia, for that line to be impacting them, starting maybe closer to 2 o'clock there, once this still has to move through Huntsville. Like it's 1 o'clock in the morning right now, 1:06. Still has to move through Huntsville and then approach here northwest Georgia, most likely getting closer to 2 o'clock in the morning and then continuing to move on through. I really think that, let's say 3 to 7 for the metro area, and that 3 o'clock would be more over on the west side of the metro area, and then let's say 5, 6, 7 coming through metro Atlanta. Now, this doesn't mean it's going to be storming, severe weather for an entire 4 hours. That's just the window of opportunity for that line to pass through that time frame. But it's not going to be raining heavily and storming heavily for the entire 4 hours over your house. And actually, with that thin line that we have, it's actually going to move through pretty quickly. So it'll be pretty intense there with the heavy rain, thunder and lightning and winds for a little bit, and then it'll move out and then push away. 5 to 9 in the morning for this area over to the east of us. I really think this would be out of metro Atlanta by 7 and then over to our eastern counties. So this is our significant tornado parameter, STP. And this shows us where the environment is a little more conducive for tornadoes to occur. And you'll notice the yellow and orange colors that you're seeing here. So it's on the lower end. And this doesn't mean that there's going to be a tornado everywhere where you see the yellow and orange. This is, again, just showing us where our environment is going to be a little more conducive for any rotation to develop along the line. So that's what we're going to kind of be watching. Notice how it kind of ramped up in northwest Georgia a little bit. The colors got a little bit darker there. But then at 5 o'clock, still some yellow and orange here, meaning there's the potential along that line that there could be some rotation developing. And then over to the east of us, you see here by 7 o'clock in the morning, from Newton County over toward Putnam County, where we see those areas there where it could be a little more active there at 7 o'clock before everything moves away and the severe weather threat would be going away early tomorrow. Then we focus our attention on the really cold air that's going to be coming in. So the Storm Prediction Center still keeps us in this level 3 risk area for the overnight hours here tonight. Then a level 2 over to the east, from Atlanta to the east. Again, this is overnight and into tomorrow morning around 8 o'clock in the morning. And then this is really for the rest of the day on Monday. I know that says Tuesday, but it's really the rest of the day on Monday for that threat that's going to push over to the east of us. And again, becoming a level 4 risk up into the Carolinas, where it's going to be much more active there. The main threats we're watching with the line, high risk for heavy rain, but it'll be brief heavy rain. It won't be raining, again, all night long. It's going to be brief heavy rain coming through. Strong wind, high risk for that. Tornado risk is more of the low to moderate as we see the line move in. The hail risk is on the low end. We don't think there's going to be a lot of hail or very large hail with this system as it's coming in. Right now, temperature's still holding. We actually went up a degree. It was 67 last hour. It's now 68. So these are going to be our high temperatures of the day for your Monday, upper 60s. So it's warmer now, but it's going to be colder through the day tomorrow as those temperatures are going to be falling. 67 in Peachtree City. Look at LaGrange at 70. Lower 60s up in Canton and also into Gainesville. So let's walk you through the next 12 hours. Most active here with the thunderstorms, 4 to 6 to 7, pushing away, moving to the east. Notice the temperatures. It's warmest now. I know this looks kind of odd that in the middle of the night you have the warmest temperatures of the day. Then we get to 57 at 8 o'clock in the morning. At 10 o'clock it drops to 46, and then at 2 o'clock it drops to 41. We're going to have to watch with any lingering rain here with this system that we could see a few snow flurries developing. We don't think it would accumulate. The surface temperatures are going to be in the 40s above freezing, and the ground temperatures are pretty warm too. But again, not a lot, but just a few snow flurries that are going to be breaking through. And then you'll notice here drying out later in the day, clouds breaking up, really windy, and 30s. At the time of day when we normally have our high temperatures, 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it's going to be in the 30s, where the highs had been occurring through the overnight hours. So here's the timeline. We're watching that moving through Huntsville right now, approaching, getting closer to northwest Georgia. We're thinking that would be there 2 o'clock in the morning, and then continuing to push through here. This is at 4 o'clock in the morning, approaching the west metro counties, over Rome, getting closer to Paulding and Cobb County, sweeping through there. This is at 6 o'clock in the morning. That time frame, 4 to 7, where it's going to be most active, again from west to east, moving through here. Pockets of heavy rain, thunder and lightning, potential rotation there. 7 o'clock, Athens, Clark County, down through Walton County, Jasper County, Newton County, Putnam County after that, and then exiting. And then here's any leftover moisture. The cold air is going to be rushing in, and it may overlap some of that moisture before it dries out, and we may shake out a few flurries. That's going to be closer to late morning into the early afternoon. But again, temperatures at the surface will be above freezing, so we don't expect any issues there. Just don't be surprised if you see some blowing flurries around. And then the really cold air, Tuesday morning, 20s, upper 20s for lows. Then afternoon, only in the 40s on Tuesday. Wednesday morning, we're back down to below freezing, right around 30, 31 degrees to start the day Wednesday. There'll be a few clouds that are going to start building in, but highs start moving back up into the 50s here on Wednesday afternoon. And then that warming trend will continue as we see the temperatures coming back up going into the end of the week here. So that's the warmer air talking about getting back into not only the 70s, but maybe even near 80 degrees here by Saturday. So big time temperature swings. We have that 11 Alive weather impact alert in effect through the day Monday. The first part of this is for Monday morning because of the storms. Then the second part of the alert is for the really cold air through the day Monday with temperatures falling, really cold on Tuesday. Wednesday, cold in the morning, below freezing, but then we're back to 56. Now that's still below freezing, but not necessarily alert worthy for the afternoon hours on Wednesday. And then there you see 67 Thursday, 74 Friday, upper 70s on Saturday and Sunday. Mainly dry through the period after those storms move out tomorrow. We do go back to a 20% chance for a shower here for your Sunday. So we have a lot to watch here through the nighttime hours. Let me take you back to radar one more time before I leave you just briefly. We'll do another update coming up at 1:30. What we're going to do is keep an eye on these storms. Normally we break into programming when there is a tornado warning. We may break in on television for some of these severe thunderstorm warnings as they're passing through, just so we can keep an eye on some of those notches and any of those severe thunderstorms that could have any rotation developing with them at any time. We would be streaming that here live on 11 Alive Plus as well. So we're just kind of in standby mode right now, doing these updates on 11 Alive Plus, extended updates at the top and bottom of each hour. But then as the line moves into northwest Georgia, we may break into programming on 11 Alive and do live updates here as well, just depending on how the storm system kind of sets up here. I know during the nighttime hours people are hungry for information and it's hard to sleep, and we want them to be able to tune in and just kind of see what's happening. So that's what we have right now. We'll have another update at the bottom of the hour at 1:30. Stay with us. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team. It is 1:30 on Monday morning, and we continue to do these extended weather updates at the top and bottom of the hour here on 11 Alive Plus, and Weather Impact 24/7. As I came back and told you just a few moments ago, the tornado watch has been extended to include, or expanded really, to include more counties, and then also the expiration time has been extended. Instead of now 4 o'clock, the expiration time is at 6 o'clock in the morning. And as the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center extended this watch, they also said, as of right now, they're looking ahead to see whether or not this watch is going to be expanded even more, or if a brand new watch will be issued that could include more of West Georgia or possibly even the metro Atlanta area, as we're tracking storms to the west that are going to be moving our way. So if you were with us earlier, we were talking about the only counties earlier in this watch were Dade, Walker, Catoosa County, and also Whitfield County. And the National Weather Service expanded that now to include Murray County, Gilmer and Fannin, down to Pickens County, Gordon County, Bartow County, Floyd County, as well as Chattooga County. Those counties now included in the tornado watch there in northwest Georgia, and this is going to be in effect now until 6 o'clock instead of 4 o'clock in the morning. And again, we're waiting to see, depending on how these storms hold together there to the west of us, whether or not they will hold together enough to issue another tornado watch to include more counties there to the west of us and also potentially into metro Atlanta. Now, we also have an 11 Alive weather impact alert that we issued days ago in advance of these storms coming in, and it's a twofold weather impact alert. First, because of the storms coming in overnight and early in the morning, as well as the really cold air that we're going to be dealing with as those temperatures are going to be dropping. So here's a look at radar. Right now, no rain in Atlanta. We've got a couple little spotty showers up ahead of this main line, but look at this main line going through Huntsville right now with heavy rain, thunder and lightning there. We have severe thunderstorm warnings along that line, so it still has a little bit of time before it moves into parts of northwest Georgia. We're at 1:32 right now. I think between the excuse me, the 2 and 3 o'clock hour is when we're going to see these stronger storms, the main line pushing into northwest Georgia, and that's when we may have a few severe thunderstorm warnings with that. And we'll be watching for any notches along that line that could have some rotation with them that could trigger some tornado warnings as well. As of right now, we don't have any tornado warnings with those storms back into Alabama. We did earlier have a few tornado warnings there in Alabama, in parts of Tennessee, the southern parts of Tennessee along the Alabama and Tennessee line. And this is still a pretty intense area of rain that's coming through. A lot of lightning in association with it. You know what, I'm going to pause this and just do a quick lightning count just on this frame that we have right now, put us back into live mode. And let me see if I can query this without all of the warnings popping up. I just want to get the lightning here, if it's going to let me do that. 318 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes in this red box, including this in parts of Tennessee and through Alabama. So active lightning coming in with this, and strong storms with it too. Let's get rid of the lightning count, and we'll zoom in a little bit tighter here because this is the part that's going to be pushing into northwest Georgia very soon. So very intense storms there from Huntsville down to Hartselle over to Coleman, all right? Moving closer to Scottsboro, there's that leading edge. And what we have to watch here along that line is any notches that we see there where we could see some rotation developing at any time with that. We'll go to velocity. I went to that a few moments ago when I went off the air just to see. And again, I don't see anything looking crazy, suspicious. Let me also pop on our storm tracks just to see. Now, the storm tracks are trying to indicate some potential new areas of rotation just that we have to keep an eye on, but nothing tight enough, no couplets that are tight enough to really give us any indications of strong rotation that would be strong enough to trigger any tornado warnings back in Alabama. But that's why we have to watch this coming into northwest Georgia. for that potential that we could get some rotation at any time. Now, the main threat with these storms are winds of 60 miles an hour, maybe even greater. Let me look at this. I'm going to just look really quickly at the text here on that severe thunderstorm warning that's near Huntsville. They're saying 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. But, you know, I've been looking at the hail products here and haven't really been seeing a lot with it. It'll take just a second for that to populate here, but not really seeing much hail with that, as I'm kind of going backwards on this just to see, but nothing really, you know, alarming with that, with any hail with it. So that tornado, look at the tornado watches extending down to almost New Orleans, up through Mississippi, Alabama, then North Alabama, Tennessee. Okay, there are a couple of tornado warnings there in Kentucky, southern Kentucky, that have rotation with them, and then these watches go up almost to the Great Lakes there and almost to Michigan. So very large area coming through, and just look at that. All of those yellow polygons here, those are severe thunderstorm warnings that go from central Kentucky through Tennessee, through Alabama, back into parts of Mississippi. So that's what we're expecting moving through our area during these overnight hours. We're not really seeing a lot of weakening. A lot of times when we see storms coming in overnight, we often say, you know, we're losing some heating of the day. We expect these storms to weaken, but not with this particular situation. This is a little bit more of a dynamic system that there's a lot more, you know, with this, not just the heating of it. We have some shear, we have some helicity, we have some unstable air, some lift with that. So some of that is still holding together, and we expect that to keep holding together moving through the metro area. So multiple severe thunderstorm warnings I'm expecting will be issued overnight, and at any time we could have a tornado warning issued out of these storms. So that's what we're going to be watching here as this line now inches closer and closer to northwest Georgia. This part of it's not even into Birmingham yet, even though we have those severe thunderstorm warnings. So as you can see, for that, it's going to have to go all the way out I-20 to get into West Georgia. This stuff, though, is getting closer here to northwest Georgia, where we have that potential for the strong storms to push in there first, and then additional warnings will be moving through the metro area later on. So this is still going to be a long process to get this through our area. I'm going to put this on full screen, and I'll show you here what we're watching with the time of arrival. In northwest Georgia, they're generally in that yellow shaded area, generally between 2 and 4 o'clock in the morning, and then 3 to 7, from really 3 to 4 here, possibly in the West Metro area, 4 to 7 moving through Atlanta, and then we think that at 7 o'clock, a lot of this is going to be out moving over to the east through 9 o'clock over on the east side. So when you saw that thin band going through, and then you see this, you know, 4-hour window, it doesn't mean it's going to be storming on you for 4 hours. This is just the indicator of the window of opportunity as that line moves through this area. It would be generally, you know, roughly between 3 and 7 o'clock in the morning. But over your house, the particular strong winds and rain and threat for tornadoes would only be for a short period. So that's what is going to keep, you know, moving through very quickly here. Now, this is our STP, or significant tornado parameter. And where you see the orange and yellows, it's still relatively low risk for tornadoes here. And this doesn't show us, you know, everybody that's going to get a tornado. We just don't know along that line. We just have to watch the line to see where those notches come up with potential rotation. What this is showing us is where the atmosphere or the environment is more conducive for rotation to develop along that line. Due to all the ingredients needed for that. So that's going to be with us in northwest Georgia for a bit. 5 o'clock in the morning, that tornado risk area or environment where it's a little more conducive for any rotation would be kind of breaking up a little bit through the metro area at that time. But then still over on the east side holding together at 7 o'clock, maybe a little bit higher over near Eatonton and parts of Morgan County, moving into areas of Greene County. At the 7 o'clock hour, and then all of that moves away. So we just have to get through these overnight hours. I know it's disconcerting to have storms when you're trying to sleep, but you know, we still have a little time before they move in, but then I really want you to be weather aware for the rest of the nighttime hours. Now, The Storm Prediction Center graphic for Monday has now jumped to Monday rather than showing the rest of the overnight hours. We still have that level 3 risk between now and 8 on the west side, but then after that, from 8 on, that severe weather threat goes on over to the east of us, where parts of East Georgia are in the level 3 risk, and even look over toward Columbia and on up into the Carolinas, there's a level 4 risk for severe storms there. So it's going to be more active over to the east of us during the day tomorrow, but our conditions here are going to start improving. But it's for these overnight hours and early in the morning here while folks are getting ready for work, trying to decide if they're sending their kids to school on time. A lot of schools are delaying their opening on Monday morning due to that threat that they don't want kids out at the bus stop, you know, let's say, you know, between, I know some of the buses come really early, between 6 and 7 o'clock when those storms are going to be more active. And there's a higher risk for heavy rain, high risk for some strong winds, moderate risk for some tornadoes to occur, and then a very low risk for the hail to push through the area. Right now, it's mild, 68 degrees. The high temperatures for the day on Monday are occurring right now during the overnight hours. And then temperatures will fall at the time tomorrow when we normally see our high temperatures at 4, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's going to be around 39 degrees at the in the heating of the day around 4 or 5. So right now is the warmest part of the day, and then we're going to see it being colder in the 30s, we're thinking, by 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So here's a look at those temperatures staying mild in the 60s here. Thunderstorms possible here between 4 and 7 in the morning. Rain chances highest 6 a.m., going down to 30% at 8 a.m., staying on the lower end here through the rest of the morning hours. Not a lot of rain there, but just some scattered showers here. And as those temperatures fall, the potential for some flurries to kind of mix in, although we don't think there'd be any problems there with that. And then drying out late afternoon. This is what I'm talking about. 4 in the afternoon, 39, 6 in the afternoon, 39 degrees. And it's going to be windy too. So here just on that line of storms as it's moving into northwest Georgia, 2 o'clock here, firing up, let's say 3 to 4 there in West Georgia, getting closer to Rome. West metro counties beginning to see some of that. 4 to 6 here as these storms are moving through Atlanta. Reds, oranges there. Pockets of heavy rain, strong wind, potential for tornadoes still existing. Then everything moves over to the east. By 7 o'clock, a lot of that over from Athens down toward areas approaching Putnam County, Jasper County, Morgan County, Newton County, seeing some of that heavier rain, and then it gets out of here. Still some moisture left behind with some spotty showers, but look at the white and blue showing up there. Winter time shows that is snow potential. Nothing major, just a few snow flurries shaking out of those clouds as the system continues to move away. Then it gets really cold. We're talking about Tuesday morning, those temperatures down to 29 degrees. Only 40s for highs Tuesday afternoon. Then Wednesday morning, we're going to be down to below freezing. And then into the afternoon hours on Wednesday, we do start going back up into the 50s. So here's that extended outlook where we have on Monday the storms first, and then the really cold air, then really cold air on Tuesday. Cold to start Wednesday before we start warming up a little bit more to 56, 67 Thursday, mid-70s Friday, upper 70s here for Saturday and Sunday. Hopefully that weekend forecast is going to hold for us, and we'll see just a low rain chance coming in Sunday at about 20%. So we're going to continue doing these updates for you streaming here on 11 Alive Plus and on Weather Impact 24/7. We will break into programming on 11 Alive when it warrants. We may not wait for a tornado warning. If we see multiple severe thunderstorm warnings and those severe thunderstorms continue to have 60+ mile-an-hour winds, then we may break in to TV during the overnight hours to show you that. The latest is a new severe thunderstorm warning that stops right at the Georgia line, does not include Dade and Walker County, but I do think they would be included in a severe thunderstorm warning pretty soon after that. And then again, watching for any type of rotation within these cells that would trigger any tornado warning. So we'll have more on that for you a little bit later. Stay with us here on 11 Alive Plus and Weather Impact 24/7 for more updates here throughout the night. It is 2 o'clock on Monday morning. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team as we have been doing these extended weather updates at the top and bottom of the hour here on 11 Alive Plus and Weather Impact 24/7. Letting you know about these storms that are going to be moving our way during the overnight hours. So far, we've been doing these extended updates on streaming. We may hop over on air in a bit. We may not wait for a tornado warning for us to do that. We might come on the air even with just some severe thunderstorm warnings there on the television side as well. But so far tonight, we've been mainly doing these updates on streaming here on 11 Alive Plus and Weather Impact 24/7 because we know you're hungry for weather information. It's not exciting to have storms roll through during the overnight hours while you're trying to sleep there. But we want to be here for you as you're wanting information about these storms. And the latest development that we had here just a little bit more than 30 minutes ago, and we broke in to tell you this here on 11 Alive Plus, that the National Weather Service expanded the tornado watch to include more counties in northwest Georgia. And they also extended the expiration time to be at 6 o'clock instead of 4 o'clock in the morning. So where earlier we had Dade, Walker, Catoosa County, and Whitfield County in the watch, well, they have added now Murray County, Gilmer, Fannin, Pickens County, Gordon County, Bartow County, Floyd, and also Chattooga County in this tornado watch. And it's going to be in effect until 6 o'clock this morning for those storms that are going to be moving in during that time frame. And that's all part of the 11 Alive Weather Impact Alert that we issued days ago to let you know about really the twofold weather impact alert. Number one, we have this in effect because of the storms coming through soon in northwest Georgia through the metro Atlanta area early in the morning hours, about the time when a lot of people are getting up, getting ready for school, getting ready to head out. We have numerous schools that have delayed their start times in the morning because they just don't want the kids out during the time where there could be some storms around. So the main part of this is Monday morning when we're tracking storms. And the second part of this alert is because of the really cold air that's going to be moving in. And that's going to start when those storms move out. We're going to see temperatures falling from the 60s, where we are right now, into the 40s quickly through the morning hours, and then even 30s in the afternoon hours tomorrow, around 4 or 5 o'clock, when we normally see our highest temperature of the day. It's going to be around 39 degrees. And in the nighttime hours when we're sleeping, where it's really cooler, this is where we're having our high temperatures of the day. So things are kind of backwards with our temperatures. So just know you'll need your umbrella in the early morning hours tomorrow, and then your coat for the rest of the day, and hold on to that coat for the next few days as well. Here's a look at radar where we don't have any real rain coming through the Atlanta area right now. Here's the main line back into Alabama that just moved through Huntsville. These have been prompting severe thunderstorm warnings. We've even had a few tornado warnings in parts of North Alabama and southern parts of Tennessee, where we are watching some not only heavy rain, thunder, and lightning and 60-plus mile-an-hour winds, but we also had some rotation with that a little bit earlier. We haven't had any tornado warnings in a while, but when this moves into Georgia, maybe we could see some notches along that line that would trigger the potential for some tornado warnings. Now, I want to put this into motion, and notice this here. So the main line is still out to the west, but we're getting a few showers and even a couple of thunderstorms developing ahead of that main line where we have some thunder and lightning. So you folks up in parts of Lumpkin County moving into White County, also the southern parts of Fannin County into Gilmer County, northern parts of Dawson County, you may be like, wait a minute, we have rain and thunder and lightning. We didn't think the storms would be here yet. Well, these are storms that are developing ahead of that main line. They're not severe, but some pockets of heavy rain and also some thunder and lightning with those in parts of northeast Georgia. Then we go up to this area here of Alabama. This is the main line moving through Alabama. It's pretty much through Huntsville right now, but that line now getting closer here to northwest Georgia. You can see that severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. That includes High Top, Alabama, and into Scottsboro, and then moves down closer to Albertville. This is Gunnersville Lake right here. Those storms getting closer to Albertville right now. But we have a large severe thunderstorm warning there. The next place for this to go would be Dade County, Walker County, maybe into parts of Chattooga County, possibly Catoosa County, depending on how these are holding together. And when the National Weather Service issued this warning there for North Alabama, they're also saying tornado possible. Doesn't mean that there is a tornado within that, but within that line at any time, there could be a tornado that develops. So we watch for that kind of in these notches that kind of develop there within those storms as the system moves into and closer to parts of northwest Georgia. So that's the next place that we're going to be watching as this system inches closer and closer here, running out of, through parts of northeast Alabama and then eventually into parts of northwestern Georgia, where I do expect at any moment we would see some severe thunderstorm warnings extended over into that area. And then also watching these back in Albertville, that would still take a little while before they get into Rome. And then as we go out just a little bit more, you can see how, and this is a wide look, so you can see how this tornado watch goes all the way down to Louisiana near New Orleans, through Mississippi, Alabama. This tornado watch is for North Alabama and into Tennessee. And then as we go up farther to the north, there's a tornado warning, a little polygon right there in the southern, right there on the Kentucky and Tennessee line. Additional tornado watches through Illinois and then into Ohio and the eastern parts of Kentucky. We have a severe thunderstorm watch that's in effect. So impressive line of storms that is moving through. With along that line, we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings and even some tornado warnings there along that too. So this is getting closer and closer to northwest Georgia. Now, the stuff that would be impacting us later on, this part of the line right here, is just now moving into Birmingham. So this is still going to take a while for all of this to move over closer to the metro Atlanta area, pretty much moving right along I-20 there for that part of the line to move on through. So here's a look at the time of arrival graphic, where you can see that now between 2 and 4 in the morning, those showers and storms excuse me, move into northwest Georgia. And the time frame for us here in metro Atlanta is generally between the time of 3 and 7. Now this is just the window of opportunity for that line to move in from west to the east. This doesn't mean that it's going to be storming in your area for 4 hours for the whole time. We're just talking about 3 o'clock in the morning, maybe for areas, 3 to 4 in the morning for maybe areas to the west of Atlanta, 4 to 5 to 6 through metro Atlanta, 7 to the east of us, and then after that moving over to the east, including Eatonton, Putnam County. You might be more like 7, 8, 9 for the storms to impact you. That's just a rough timeline of what we're seeing. As you saw on radar, it's a pretty thin band that moves through. So really, it's only going to be strong in your area for a short period of time before it moves out. So a brief period there with strong wind, heavy rain, the potential for some rotation. And speaking of potential for rotation, this is our storm, STP, which is significant tornado parameter, which indicates where the environment is a little more conducive for rotation or for any tornadoes that could occur. And so it's showing West Georgia here, really this hour, for the next couple of hours here. It's a low environment, but still any types of tornadoes could develop there as this moves through. And then at 5 in the morning, that's when the metro area, between 4 and 6, when the metro area needs to be watching for that environment that could have the potential to have rotation develop there along the line. This isn't showing the areas that are definitely going to get tornadoes. It's just the environment where conditions are a little more likely for rotation to develop. Then by 7 in the morning, this shifts more from Newton County to Putnam County. Jasper County is where that STP there is still present. And then it goes away. As the storms exit and move out of our area, things will start improving here. Now through the day, this is for the daytime hours tomorrow, not the overnight hours now, the daytime hours tomorrow. You can see that our severe weather conditions are going down. The severe weather conditions a little higher to the east of us. Over in Augusta, it's a level 3. And then look at Columbia northward. The potential there for a level 4 risk, where the conditions are going to be higher, more favorable for those strong storms to move on through. But we'll see conditions improving here in metro Atlanta tomorrow. But we just have to get through these overnight hours and early morning hours tomorrow for the higher likelihood of heavy rain, high likelihood of strong winds, moderate likelihood of some spin or rotation within some of these storms to have some tornado warnings, and then the hail risk is very low. We're still very mild, 68 degrees. This is what our high temperature of the day is going to be, but it's happening overnight. And then during the day tomorrow, our temperatures are going to be falling, and then in the afternoon tomorrow, where we normally have the warmest temperatures of the day, that's when we're going to be down into the 30s with temperatures falling. So warm air out there now, and that's just kind of feeding some of those storms as they move on through. So you can see here through the overnight hours, the time frame where the better chance for storms is going to be 4 to 5 a.m., 7 a.m. cloudy, and then after that, the potential for a couple of lingering showers around with those temperatures falling. And here you see in the middle of the afternoon, 3 o'clock, 39 degrees compared to the 68-degree temperature that we have now. And we'll have to watch any moisture where that cold air overlaps it. We have the potential for any of those storms to turn strong. And then on Tuesday, all right, this is for Tuesday here, 29 for a low, and then highs only in the 40s. Even with a lot of sunshine out there, it is going to be slow to warm during the day. So here's a look at that forecast track. There's that line coming into northwest Georgia. And then once we get into the 3 o'clock hour, those storms could still be strong there in northwest Georgia over around Rome, but still not much going on here in the Atlanta area. And there you see between 4 and 5 to 6, that's when this line of storms is moving through here. Again, some of those could be heavy at times with the strong winds, the potential for some tornadoes to occur. The main area moves out, and then through the afternoon, enough moisture and enough cold air, we might have a couple snowflakes kind of shaken out of some of the clouds. We don't expect any issues with that, but just don't be surprised if you see some of those with that cold air and wind. And then Tuesday morning, that's when we're going to see those temperatures dipping down into the upper 20s with that really cold air that's going to be in place, with highs on Tuesday only going up into the 40s here. And then Wednesday morning, again, down at or maybe a little bit below freezing. And then warming Wednesday. Now I say warming, it's not going to be warm, but we're just talking about those temperatures getting back up into the 50s here on Wednesday afternoon. So here's the 7-day outlook. Weather impact alert still in effect here, and we've got that warmer air that's going to be pushing in once we get into the weekend here. So feeling pretty good there with those temperatures back up into the 70s to even near 80 degrees. Let's take another look at radar though before I let you go. I just want to make sure they haven't issued a new warning there. Now, Dade, Walker County, Catoosa County, Whitfield County, those counties belong to the Chattanooga viewing area. So you wouldn't really see a crawl running for any warnings there. But if we have any warnings that go over into parts of Murray County or down into areas of Chattooga County, then you'll see the crawl rolling across your screen. So we're just going to keep watching this as it is approaching northwest Georgia, and we will see the potential for those storms that could be on the strong side moving through, some of those turning severe, and we'll watch for the potential for any rotation with them too. Stay with us. We're going to do more extended weather updates, potentially breaking into programming as well on 11 Alive. If and when we do that, we'll also carry that coverage here on 11 Alive Plus. So stay with us for more updates here throughout the night from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team. And good morning to you again. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team. It is 2:30 in the morning here on Monday morning as we are tracking storms that are now moving into parts of northwest Georgia. And as we've been telling you here over our last few of these extended weather updates, we have the tornado watch that was in effect for only about 4 or 5 counties in northwest Georgia. It has now been expanded to include more counties, and the expiration time has been extended. Instead of now 4 o'clock in the morning, it is 6 o'clock in the morning, and this is mainly for these counties here in northwest Georgia. Metro Atlanta is not included in any type of tornado watch as of right now, but when the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center extended this watch in parts of northwest Georgia, they said that they are monitoring the line of storms as it's moving closer to us, and they'll determine in a bit whether or not they will have to extend that watch to include parts of West Georgia or the Metro Atlanta area, or issue a new watch altogether. So that's kind of what we're waiting for as we watch these storms that are moving in from the west. But right now, those counties included are Dade, Walker, Catoosa, and Whitfield counties. Those were the counties earlier, the only ones that were included in the original watch here in North Georgia. Now that has been expanded to include Murray, Fannin, Gilmer, also Pickens County, over into areas of Gordon County, Bartow County, Floyd County, and into Chattooga County. Those are the counties now included in this tornado watch until 6 o'clock. And again, we'll keep watching that to see if the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center decide to add any additional counties into it. Now, this is all part of the 11 Alive Weather Impact Alert that we issued at the end of last week, and we wanted to give you days to prepare for this twofold weather impact alert. The first part that's more imminent for us now is the storm threat, as we're seeing these storms arriving now in northwest Georgia, pushing through the metro area in a few more hours here, more like between 3 and 7 in the morning, or even narrow that down a little bit more for the specific metro area, let's say 4 to 6 o'clock in the morning, for those stronger storms to be pushing through our area. And then after the storms, it is going to get cold. We're talking about temperatures falling through the day on Monday. We're going to be in the 20s to start the day Tuesday, with highs only in the 40s, down below freezing again on Wednesday before we start warming up a little bit later in the day. There are a couple of areas that we're watching right now. Number one, the main storm system through Alabama is now knocking on the door of Dade and Walker counties. Now, the National Weather Service issued a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for those counties. I'll kind of zoom into that a little bit tighter, but I wanted to show you the two areas, this in North Georgia and then this in Northeast Georgia. These are some storms that have developed ahead of that main line that are producing some good rain in parts of Lumpkin County, White County, into Union County, Towns County, Rabun County. You're going to be getting in on some of that. Also in parts of Banks County here, some pockets of heavy rain and thunder and lightning moving through there, not even anywhere close to this main line. So these storms have just been developing ahead of that main system, and we may see more of that developing here over the next little while. Also out to the east of us, Rockdale County, into parts of Newton County, also into areas of Walton County, moving closer to Oconee County. We have some thunder and lightning that has been developing there as well. So here is a look at that main line that's moving through North Alabama, pushing now well to the east of Huntsville. This went through Huntsville in a bit ago, and when this did move through parts of northwest Alabama and southern Tennessee, it did cause a couple of tornado warnings. We have not seen any tornado warnings in a while, but we do have these severe thunderstorm warnings. These in Alabama say "tor possible," meaning at any time a tornado could develop out of that. Our National Weather Service office here, when they issued this one for these areas of Dade County, Walker County, Catoosa County, and Chattooga County, they did not tag it as "tor possible." So that may be a little bit of a good sign there, where it was showing some indications back into Alabama of possible rotation, but our weather service not feeling as confident about any potential rotation developing with that. So they have issued severe thunderstorm warnings, again with 60-mile-an-hour winds being the main threats here with that. So here's a look at the counties that are included in this severe thunderstorm warning. Let me move this over here just a little bit more. I'll move this down so we can see the actual counties here. Now, as you know, or many of you may not know, our TV signal doesn't always just stop at state lines. We have Cleburne and Randolph County, Alabama, as part of our viewing area. Clay County, North Carolina, up there is part of our viewing area. But parts of Northwest Georgia are not in our viewing area. These counties, Dade, Walker, Chattooga County, and Whitfield County, actually Catoosa and Whitfield, are in the Chattanooga viewing area. So the only county, Chattooga County here, that is in this severe thunderstorm warning is just that little sliver there of Chattooga County. And that's going to be in effect until 3 o'clock in the morning as these storms move on in. And, you know, they're kind of taking their time, but you can see that leading edge now is in parts of Dade County in far northwest Georgia, as that's the beginning of this storm system that's beginning to push into our state. So that warning, as you see, Dade, Walker, Catoosa, and a little bit of Chattooga right here, just north of Summerville, is where we have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect. And we will, of course, keep watching it to see if the warning extends over into Whitfield, maybe Murray, or over into Gordon County in a bit, the rest of Chattooga, the rest of Walker County. So that is in effect until 3 o'clock in the morning with that severe thunderstorm warning, and just waiting to see if any possible rotation there could be involved with that. Let me go over just a little bit. I'm going to put this into velocity mode, and we can look a little closer along that line. I'm not seeing anything that looks too overly concerning with rotation with that, but we have to keep an eye on that at any time because our environment is conducive for the potential for any tornadoes that could develop with that, or any rotation that could develop with it. But that's just something we're going to be watching very closely here. Now, I want to widen out so you can see the entire system. Pretty impressive how many states this is impacting. This goes down toward Louisiana, severe thunderstorm warning near New Orleans, another severe thunderstorm warning here along the Mississippi-Alabama line there in western Alabama. There's a large tornado watch here that goes up to north of Birmingham, and then another tornado watch for North Alabama into areas of Tennessee, and that's the one that overlaps into northwest Georgia. And then additional tornado watches up to the north, and then we even have a tornado warning there near London, Kentucky, the red polygon you see here. So in this line, this does have a history of producing rotation, so that's why we just have to keep a really close eye on that. We have not seen any tornado warnings really in a while in Alabama or in southern parts of Tennessee, but that doesn't mean that we won't see any rotation develop. You always have to watch with these linear systems or systems with a good line there, that at any time you can see in any of these notches here any rotation that could start developing out of that. So that's what we're keeping our eye on as this now is beginning to move into parts of northwest Georgia along that line there coming from Alabama. We've got a good amount of lightning with this. I'm going to put this into live mode, and I just kind of want to get an idea out of this entire area here. I'll include that in northeast Georgia too. We've got some lightning there. About 340 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. So good amounts of lightning with this line as it continues pushing over toward the east. Now, what I want you to notice though is that's a pretty thin line that's moving through. So as I show you these time of arrival areas, and you're seeing 2 and 3 hour windows of storms that'll move through, that doesn't mean that it's going to be heavy rain and storming at your house for 3 hours. This is just the window of opportunity that we have here, let's say between 3 and 7, pushing through the metro area, meaning the West Metro first, 3, 4 o'clock, through the metro area, or through Atlanta, 5 to 6 o'clock, and then 7 o'clock, everything would be over to the east of us. So it doesn't mean it's going to be storming on your house for 3 or 4 hours. It's actually a thin line, and it would be a kind of a brief period of heavy rain and wind and lightning and that potential for any rotation there to develop there with it. So 2 to 4, really now through 4 in the morning, more of that in northwest Georgia. 3 to 7 passing through the metro area, 5 to 9 over to the east of us. And again, those time frames kind of overlap a little bit there too. Our STP shows, let me see if I can get that to stop again on the first frame really quick. If I can go back to that, there we go. Well, I'm going to go back over here and kind of make that go backwards so that we can see the areas over to the west of us first, included in this green, orange color. I'm sorry, yellow and orange color. And this is the significant tornado parameter, which just measures how favorable our environment is for any rotation to develop there. You see some oranges and yellow. That's kind of on the lower end of any rotation to develop, but it's there. And so this doesn't mean that everybody in that yellow and orange color is going to see a tornado. It just means that this is where the atmosphere is a little more favorable, that when this line comes through, that it's possible that you can see some rotation developing in that. So watch as we move through from 2:30 then to 5 o'clock in the morning. Still kind of a broken area of that yellow and orange, but at any time within that, rotation could develop within any of those storms. And then over toward Eatonton still at 7 o'clock in the morning as that goes away from us. So once this line gets through, our severe weather threat is going to be going down very quickly. We just have to wait for all of this to move through and push out of our area before things improve during the day. And then it becomes not a severe weather event, but then it becomes the cold air that's going to be rushing in. So through the daytime hours on Monday, this does not include between now and 8 in the morning. This is after 8 o'clock in the morning. You see that severe weather threat shifting over to the east where there's those that green over us, the low level risk for after 8 in the morning, level 2 to the east, level 3 over toward Augusta, and even a level 4 risk from Columbia moving up into parts of North Carolina. Now the thing we're watching for the next few hours, higher risk for some pockets of heavy rain, higher risk for some strong winds, moderate risk for any tornadoes, and that might be going more down to low to moderate now as this line moves in, and we haven't seen any tornado warnings in a while, and then a very low risk for any hail. So temperatures at this hour, 68. This is the warmest part of the day that we're going to have here while you're sleeping during the overnight hours or trying to sleep. And then we'll see those temperatures falling through the day. So we have that storm risk 4, 5, 6 o'clock, and then a couple of lingering showers around. And look how as those temperatures fall, it is possible through the morning and into the afternoon, we can see some snow flurries mixing in with temperatures falling down to 39 degrees at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So a lot to watch here with this system. And then on Tuesday, really cold air, 29 to start on Tuesday morning with highs only in the 40s here for your Tuesday afternoon. So here's a look at the timeline of the forecast track. There's that rain, storminess moving into northwest Georgia. More of that around 4 in the morning there from Rome, moving into areas down toward Carroll County, Haralson County, Polk County, moving into Paulding, into Cobb. So West Metro, as we mentioned, let's say on the 3 to 4 o'clock time frame, and then through Atlanta, 4 to 6, and then at 7, this all starts moving over to the east of us and pushing out. Things improve. We'll still have some lingering raindrops, mist, drizzle, light rain, and that potential for a few flurries coming down for the middle of the afternoon hours with those temperatures falling into the 30s. Now we think it'd be above freezing and our ground is warm. So if any of those flurries actually happen out there, we don't think they would stick or cause any issues here on the roads. So cold air coming in. Those temperatures are going to be dropping quickly here during the day tomorrow. In fact, we'll see temperatures holding. This is already advanced today, so these days are not correct here. So let me go back to radar so I can show you. But we're going to have those temperatures on Tuesday in the 40s. Wednesday will be in the 50s, and then continuing to watch the temperatures warming up into the 60s on Thursday, 70s on Friday, and then more 70s to even near 80 degrees heading into the weekend. So just keeping an eye on radar, watching these storms moving in. We expect additional, at least severe thunderstorm warnings will be issued. Still have the potential that some tornado warnings could be issued here with some of these storms. As you see that line area, see that, how you get these little bulges kind of coming out, little notches that could develop where rotation could develop at any time. And that's what we're going to be watching as these storms push into the metro area. So stay with us throughout the night. More extended weather updates coming up. We will break into programming on 11 Alive when and if that is necessary for any threatening weather that's going to be passing through our area during the overnight hours. Thanks for watching. We'll have more coming up. apologize for the audio issue that we had in our last stream just a little while ago. Thanks for your patience with us. I just wanted to come back on and kind of fill you in on everything that I was saying just a few minutes ago. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for areas of northwest Georgia, for Dade County, Walker County, also into Catoosa County, in this little part of Chattooga County right here. Originally, that was supposed to expire at 3 o'clock, but they've reissued it, and it's going to be in effect until 3:45 this morning, as that line is hanging out there over Dade and Walker County, about to move into parts of Catoosa, and then this little part here of Chattooga County. And it's all part of this system here that's pretty much riding along Interstate 59 in Alabama, where we have strong storms with that. The interesting part of this, though, with these warnings in North Alabama, the Birmingham National Weather Service office was saying severe thunderstorm warnings with a tornado possible, meaning they were seeing some rotation with that, but it wasn't tight enough or strong enough for them to issue a tornado warning. Of course, that got our attention as this line is moving into northwest Georgia now, but our National Weather Service office has issued this as a severe thunderstorm warning, but they did not use the tag "TOR possible," meaning they were not overly concerned with any of the notches that the Birmingham office was seeing. But still, we have to keep an eye on this. So as of right now, the main threat with that coming into northwest Georgia, 60-mile-an-hour winds, pockets of heavy rain, and also some thunder and lightning. The other thing I want you to be aware of is we have some showers and a few thunderstorms that are developing ahead of that main line. And you folks up in northeast Georgia have been experiencing some of that went through Lumpkin County, White County. We're seeing some of that now over Habersham County and Rabun County, with some heavy rain and thunder and lightning with that. Nothing severe. Additional cells over here near Athens in parts of Barrow County and Oconee County and parts of Clark County. We have a bit of rain there that has some thunder and lightning in association with that as well. Nothing severe with those storms as they continue to move up toward the north and east. Here in Atlanta, we're actually looking okay. We don't really have any strong storms here yet, but we expect those will be coming in a little bit later. The time frame for the metro area to see some of these stronger storms is generally going to be between 4 and 6 o'clock in the morning, maybe over to 7 o'clock in the morning, depending on how fast they move through. I want to show you another development that's really interesting here. Still back into Alabama, you'll notice here, this is part of that main line that just went through Birmingham, all right? And you see these individual cells. That's why we have to watch these very closely, because with that ragged part of that line, that's where any rotation can develop. But we don't even have any severe thunderstorm warnings with this. But I want you to look south and west of Montgomery, down closer to Monroeville. And in fact, I'm going to put this into motion here because I want you to see how these storms just started firing up ahead of that main line. And we're seeing these actually starting to grow a little bit. And this one around Monroeville has caused a tornado warning there with some rotation that was evident within that storm. Now remember, this is ahead of this main line. This is the main part that's going to be causing severe weather. Now we're watching this ahead of this main line, and this is a little more interesting for us here in Metro Atlanta, because as we're seeing these cells developing north of Birmingham, these getting closer to Cleburne and Randolph County, this is all part that's developing, as I mentioned, ahead of that line where we are seeing some rotation, and this would be the part, the trajectory of that would take this up 85 and closer to our area. So we're not only watching that main line, but also these storms that are developing up ahead of that. And again, this one near Monroeville, that has prompted a tornado warning there. I'll move this over so y'all can see that kind of behind me a little bit as I'm zooming in a little bit tighter. I'm going to take the lightning off so you can get a good look. See, it's right there near Beatrice, Alabama. Right here, that you can see behind me here. Beatrice moving over to Pineapple. This would cross over 65 at Chapman and Greenville. If you're used to driving down 65, going down to the Florida Panhandle, you might be familiar with Greenville there. So this is some rotation within that, moving up toward the north and east, again, south and west of the Birmingham area. So that is something that we need to keep an eye on with these storms, just because, again, developing ahead of that main line. And that's the main line is not the only place that has the energy there. We've got that energy there with these storms ahead of it. So we're going to see how these hold together, and also see how these west of Montgomery, north of Montgomery, these that are about to move into Randolph County, how they develop and if they get any stronger, and if those could potentially cause any additional severe thunderstorms or any tornado warnings to be issued. So those are the main spots that we're watching. That main line right here up Interstate 59 where we have those stronger storms moving through, and that's what's been prompting these severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, the only one we have in the state of Georgia is that one up in northwest Georgia right now. And really, Chattooga County, that little sliver right there of Chattooga, is in our viewing area. So of course we're watching that, but what you see here in Dade, Walker, and also Catoosa County, that's actually in the Chattanooga viewing area. That's why when you see the crawl rolling at the bottom of the screen, if you're watching on television, where you would only have Chattooga County here showing up on the screen if you were watching there and then flipped over to see us here on streaming. So that's what we're watching moving in. Nothing really looking crazy with this coming out of Alabama. In fact, this one's still holding together as a severe thunderstorm warning, but at least they're not saying tour possible with that anymore. But that one south of Montgomery, though, we have to watch that red polygon you see right down here to see if that holds together or if any of these additional storms that are firing up ahead of that main line are going to get stronger and push into our area from the south and also to the west. So, of course, we're here with you through these overnight hours watching these storms very closely. Here is an update on that tornado watch. As we mentioned a little bit earlier, that watch was expanded to include more counties in areas of northwest Georgia. It does include now Floyd County, Bartow County, Chattooga County, Gordon County, Pickens County, Gilmer, Fannin, and Murray County. The original watch included just Whitfield County, Catoosa, Walker, and Dade counties, and it was in effect until 4 a.m. Then when they expanded that to include more counties, they also extended the expiration time until 6 o'clock in the morning. So as of right now, these are the areas that we're watching very closely for that potential for any additional storms to develop. And then we're also watching the metro area to see if a tornado watch would potentially be issued here for our area. So I'm going to show you the time of arrival here, the forecast track, so you guys can get a good look at this area that we're watching that is now pushing into northwest Georgia. I've got to go over here and get my clicker real quick. But you can see those storms are moving into northwest Georgia now. And as we continue through the morning hours, this is going to take us here to 4 o'clock, where we see storms over into Rome. Some of these on the west side may be looking a little stronger, coming out of Haralson County into Paulding County, but still just west of Atlanta. And then I will kind of manually do this here because I want to stop this right here at 5 o'clock, 5:30. These individual cells pushing through Atlanta. So we're thinking 4 to 6 a.m. for Atlanta proper and much of the metro area. And then as we get towards 7 o'clock in the morning, okay, this is at 6, still seeing those showers there on the east side. By 7, a lot of that is going to be over to the east from Athens down toward Lake Oconee, exiting, and then we'll not only dry out, but those temperatures are going to fall. We're going to see more of those storms that will be, or more of those temperatures that will be dropping. We're right now at 68 degrees here in the metro area, and that's the warmest part of the day here from midnight till the 3 o'clock hour. We have those temperatures that are in the 60s, but then we're going to see us falling into the 30s in the afternoon. It'll be 39 degrees at probably 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and we're also watching the potential for some snow flurries to shake out of some of those clouds at times, but the ground temperatures are warm. Surface temperatures will be above freezing, so we're not expecting any issues there. So stay with us. I'll have another update coming up really in just a few minutes at the bottom of the hour, an extended update as we look still more at these showers and storms as they continue moving through the area. And our web team is going to switch us over to maps here for the next few minutes, and then I'll be back with you at 3:30 for another update here on 11 Alive Plus and Weather Impact 24/7. Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb. We are tracking these showers and storms that are moving through the area now into parts of northwest Georgia, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for the northwest part of the state here in parts of Dade County, Walker County, areas of Catoosa County, and a little bit of Chattooga County. This is where we have the strong storms that are moving through right now. The main threats with this first bit coming into northwest Georgia, 60-mile-an-hour winds and some heavy rain and also some thunder and lightning. This particular system has a history, though, of producing rotation when it was back into parts of Alabama. And when the National Weather Service in Birmingham issued warnings for that, they were saying tour possible over Alabama, but they're not mentioning that anymore as this is over into areas now of northwest Georgia and into Georgia. I'm looking here to make sure I don't have a new advisory coming in or anything, but so this is what we're watching now. It's going to be interesting to see if the National Weather Service, now this warning is supposed to expire at 3:45, so it'll be interesting to see if our National Weather Service issues another warning, potentially over into parts of Whitfield County or into Murray County, into areas of Gordon County or even Floyd County as this keeps moving over toward the east. So that's the next thing we're going to be watching here. These storms have been really intense along 59 and especially west of 59. But as of right now, there are no new warnings here along Interstate 59, which is a good sign. So that might, be a good thing as these storms move into Floyd County in a bit, Polk County, Haralson County in just a little bit. So that's what we have to keep watching as these storms move in. Still a lot of lightning with them and heavy rain, but we haven't had any tornado warnings in a while. We just have this one severe thunderstorm warning kind of left over here with that northern part of it. And here is another look at what we're watching as those storms get closer to us. Still a lot of lightning along 59. Back into Birmingham, we don't have any warnings. All of this still has to come across I-20, moving into Cleburne County and Randolph County. And then it's going to close in more on West Georgia. We'll watch to see if any new severe thunderstorm warnings are going to be issued there along with that. But something, again, that we have to watch very closely. Okay, they did just now cancel the severe thunderstorm warning for Dade. Let me go back here and come back in. They believe here we just have a new update here that we're watching. So they just took Dade County out of the warning. Notice that the yellow polygon is not there. It's just part of Walker County, also into Catoosa County, and still including that really small part of Chattooga County. So that's the latest update that they have, is that they just took Dade County out of the warning. The rest of the counties are in the warning for about another, let's say, 12 minutes or so. This is going to expire at 3:45. But you can see all that heavy rain and the thunder and lightning with it. I'm going to just take you down here. We'll kind of watch this down 59 from Fort Payne to Cedar Bluff, down to Gadsden, down to Riverside. This is about to move into Anniston and Talladega. If y'all are used to driving between Atlanta and Birmingham, you're familiar with that part of I-20 there. Now, I want to show you another part that's really interesting down here. This goes into, now I want to kind of widen out to give you a better view of what we're watching here. Here's Montgomery. This is south of Montgomery down 65 between Greenville and Georgiana, where near Beatrice there is some circulation rotation that we're seeing there, which is still south and west of Montgomery. But what's interesting about this is this, I'm going to widen out a little bit more and put this into motion here, and let me go really wide. And I'll put this into motion because we've been concentrating on this main line that has been coming through. And yes, it's strong, has heavy rain, thunder, lightning, a history of some severe storms, and also a history of some of the storms that were producing some rotation. But we don't have anything really, warnings along with that right now. But what's interesting is we're seeing this developing ahead of that main line. And these storms sometimes that develop ahead of the main line can be a little tricky here, like this one that started some rotation there south and west of Montgomery, and that has prompted a tornado warning that's going to be moving right along 65, as I mentioned, between Greenville and Georgiana there south of Montgomery. There's also this that we're keeping an eye on that's moving into Randolph County. This has, again, ahead of that main line, a developing area of rain with thunder and lightning. So that would potentially move into Carroll County and also into Heard County in just a little bit. So it's not just that main line we're watching. We could see rotation developing in any of these other storms that are developing ahead of that main line. And these are moving up toward the north and also to the east. So this trajectory of these storms down near Montgomery would be the ones that would come in from the south and west and potentially impact us here in Atlanta. And then, of course, this part that's moving through Birmingham and to the east of Birmingham, about to move through Anniston and Talladega, we would have to watch that getting closer to Metro Atlanta a little bit later on too. So I know it's 3:36 right now. We haven't had any storms here in our area yet. We've been thinking all along that really between 3 and 6 o'clock, 3 to 7 in the morning is when we would have the better chances for these storms to move through. And we'll watch these in Randolph, moving into Carroll and Heard County. That could potentially get into South Fulton ahead of this main line. So that's the part that we're going to be watching for the next little while as we see these storms getting closer to the metro area. Still just have that little bit of that severe thunderstorm warning left for those counties up in northwest Georgia. And again, we also have these showers and storms that developed in northeast Georgia still ahead of that main line too. None of those turned severe or had any rotation with them. But again, this coming into Randolph County, we'll keep a close eye on with that. Okay, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This just issued here, and I want to make sure that they are not saying TOR possible. I'll move this kind of more behind me so that while I'm seeing that, y'all can see what we're talking about right here. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Floyd County, the rest of Chattooga County here into Gordon County, also over toward Murray County, Whitfield County. Those are the areas included in this new severe thunderstorm warning. I want to just make sure that this does not say TOR possible. No, it is saying max winds of about 60 miles an hour, and this is moving to the east at 45 miles an hour. So this is what you see, this new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Floyd, Gordon County, Murray County, Whitfield County, for those areas also of Walker County that little bit, and the rest of Chattooga County is where we have this new severe thunderstorm warning. The main threats with this, those pockets of heavy rain and also the thunder and the lightning. So this stretches, let's put this into live mode. This stretches now in these areas. I'm going to look at velocity here in just a second, but you can see that this is really heavy rain there in Somerville. That leading edge goes up, it's over Lafayette, but that leading edge gets into Whitfield County. That's about to move into Dalton and cross over 75 there at Dalton. It is over 75 going through Catoosa County up toward Chattooga, up toward Chattanooga there. So this is really heavy rain. Now, what we watch with these lines is anytime you get those notches that you see here, you see how it's just a little bit kind of curvy along that line. It's not a straight line moving in. We have to keep an eye on whether or not we have any rotation here within that. Let me turn off lightning just so we can kind of get a closer look. I don't really see anything too concerning. There's a little bit of red and green that we'll watch there near Somerville, but these couplets are not really tight. Nothing really that makes us concerned about that. But that would be any type of indication of any potential rotation that could develop. Let me put the storm tracks on top of here. Now these storm tracks are just kind of indicators. They're not really, they're just showing some little spots there where some rotation, but nothing's showing up with that up into areas of northwest Georgia. So nothing really too concerning with that right now. But that is the latest. Okay, we just have let's go ahead. Can we go on air? We have a new tornado warning that just came in. Now, this is just outside of our viewing area, but I think we want to go ahead and go on air with this. So can we just go ahead and go on TV? They're calling the hub right now. So y'all hang with us here for just a second on streaming as we are going to get ready to go on air. And again, this warning is just outside of our viewing area, but we've been saying that we may go on TV before. This is for Whitfield County. Go on TV before some of these actually get into our viewing area. Radar indicated rotation. Yes, so radar indicated. So this isn't a confirmation or anything. So I'm waiting for indications from our folks in the control room, and we will be going on air here in just a moment here. So stay with us with streaming, as we are going to be on air in just a moment here on streaming as well as on 11 Alive. Okay, so stand by. Hey, good morning to you. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team. It's 3:40 here in the morning on this Monday morning. We have been streaming all through the evening hours and overnight hours, tracking these showers and storms that have been moving through. And we want to tell you about a large area of northwest Georgia under a severe thunderstorm warning that impacts some of our counties in northwest Georgia, but also a new development that we want to tell you about. And again, Whitfield County up around Dalton is actually in the Chattanooga viewing area. We normally wouldn't break into programming for this, but we are with this one because it's part of a larger area in northwest Georgia where we have numerous counties involved in a severe thunderstorm warning, and many of those counties are in our viewing area. But up near Dalton right now, this is where we have some rotation that is showing up there west of Dalton and west of 75, and that has prompted a tornado warning. I'm going to show you that here on screen so you can get a look at that. This is mainly for those areas of Whitfield County. Again, this is in the Chattanooga viewing area, but we want to come on right now to let you know about this because this is just the beginning of this line indicating some rotation. Now, we had rotation back into Alabama a little bit earlier tonight, but then we didn't have any tornado warnings for a while. But now that this is moving into northwest Georgia, we are getting this tornado warning. It's going to be in effect until 4 o'clock in the morning there, approaching near the Dalton area. Let me get in just a little bit tighter. If you have friends up in Dalton, now again, people in Dalton usually have to watch the Chattanooga stations, but let them know that they can stream us on 11 Alive Plus, and we can kind of show you they'll be able to see our coverage there, as this area of potential rotation is just to the west of 75. It's getting closer to the Dalton area here, and that would be moving over to the east at about 45 miles an hour. So if I put a time of arrival on here, actually 40 miles an hour. If I put a time of arrival on here with that little part right there, going at 40 miles an hour, that would take that to Dalton at 3:50. Right now it's 3:43. So for our viewers up in northwest Georgia who might be watching us on streaming right now, I want you to go ahead and get into your tornado safe positions there in parts of Whitfield County, especially if you're in Dalton. Here is 75 right here. That part of the storm is going to be crossing over into your area at 3:50 in the next few minutes. Keith's Mill at 3:57, Spring Place at 4:02. Now we don't know if when it gets to Chatsworth or Hassler's Mill coming up at 4:06 and 4:13, if that rotation will still be there. But this is what we'll keep an eye on in northwest Georgia, and along this line as it's in northwest Georgia. I was just explaining to folks on streaming as I was doing a live cut in on 11 Alive Plus that we often have to watch this leading edge here where we can see little notches within a linear type of storm system that could have rotation with it. And just pretty much as I was saying that, then we got this new tornado warning that came in for those areas in northwest Georgia in parts of Whitfield County. Now, I also want to show you here, we'll widen out just a little bit and get rid of that polygon there. The rest of the area of northwest Georgia in this severe thunderstorm warning, and that includes these areas of Chattooga County from Somerville, Floyd County there in Rome, all right, the northern part really from Rome northward, also Gordon County near Calhoun, up toward Murray County, and of course Whitfield County is included in that severe thunderstorm warning, as well as that part of Whitfield where this storm is moving into the Dalton area with some rotation. I want to go back to velocity here and we'll see if we can kind of pinpoint there that specific area of rotation. So it could be this part right here now that is about to cross over 75. Now there's the city of Dalton. This would be the part right here that looks like, now this is far away from the radar site. That's why we don't see the typical red and green coming together that would indicate rotation, because this is so far away from the radar site. But we're seeing this couplet here that we're watching that's about to cross over 75 just to the south of Hassler Mill. All right, so this is about to cross over 75 there near the Dalton area. Rachel, I see you over there. I don't know if you could look up into northwest Georgia on 75 at Dalton, south of Rocky Face, along 75 just west of Dalton. I know the cameras are probably dark there. Rachel Cox-Rosen is here. She's going to check out our cameras to see if anything looks out of the ordinary there with a bit of rotation that we're watching in northwest Georgia. Again, just west of Dalton, between Dalton and Rocky Face there on 75. And it'll be interesting to see if we could see any potential rotation there or the heavy rain that's coming down in that area. But that's what we're watching. And that does line up now with the update that just came in from the National Weather Service, where we see this polygon that kind of is a little bit smaller now. But let me tell you what they're saying here from the Weather Service, where it is saying severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Rocky Face or near Dalton, moving east at about 40 miles an hour. So that is the part of the couplet that we're watching right now that's about to cross over 75 and continue moving over 75, getting closer to Dalton, and that is moving moving east at about 40 miles an hour. So this is closing in on 75, about to cross there. For that tornado warning. That's the couplet that we're watching. Again, it's far away from the radar site, not the typical green and red that we see here, but that is the part that we're watching right there. And this again is radar indicated. This is not a confirmed tornado up in Whitfield County. Now, as I said earlier, when we broke in, Whitfield County is in the Chattanooga viewing area, but we know that a lot of folks in Northwest Georgia watch us, if not on TV, streaming us or watching us online as well. So that's why we're spending a little bit of time on here. And many of you are familiar with this area of Dalton here and along 75. So here's Rocky Face. There's the couplet that we're watching right now, really about to cross over or is crossing over 75 right now and pushing in closer to Dalton. Rachel Cox-Rosen is checking out our DOT cameras there in northwest Georgia just to see if we see anything out of the ordinary right there, and she'll alert us if she does see anything, and we'll be able to show those to you here in just a little bit. So that is part of the severe thunderstorm warning that does include numerous counties. Do you see anything there?
You can see the wind whipping, cameras moving.
So what source would that be for our director to take? 55. Can y'all take 55 there, our directors, just so we can look at this tower cam really quick? That's up 75, or source 55, remote 55, I believe it is, up around the Dalton area. And again, we don't really see, you know, it's dark. It would be hard to see any type of funnel there, but the winds are really whipping around, and the rain is coming down too. So I'm not sure if y'all are hearing us in the control room, if y'all could take, working on getting remote, they've got to code that to get that in there. So, but as we're talking about that, and y'all pop it up whenever you get it, but this is all part of this larger severe thunderstorm warning that does include many of our counties that we're responsible for here for Atlanta for our television market, including this area of Floyd County, also Chattooga County here, moving into Gordon County. Okay, let's go ahead and pop that up really quick. So what we're looking at here, all right, this is that area that we were talking about just west of Dalton and near, really between Rocky Face and Dalton, where we have the tornado warning in effect, and we were watching on radar. Okay, you see those cars there that are moving slowly. The rain is coming down. The wind is blowing. You see the cars going on the opposite side there, not the headlights coming to us, but you see the red lights going the other way. Some folks have on their hazards. That's not recommended, but that just kind of goes to show you that folks are moving a lot slower here on this. But I just wanted to give you an example of that really heavy rain that's coming down with this in that area there along 75, where we have a tornado warning that is in effect. Now again, we normally wouldn't break in to TV for tornado warning in Dalton because it's in the Chattanooga viewing area. But we're doing this now because it's all part of an encompassing area that does include numerous counties in northwest Georgia. And at any time on that leading edge where we see some notches, in fact, I'm kind of keeping an eye on this closer to Armurchie. This is not a good signal of a tight rotation near Armurchie. But if this does tighten up, that could trigger a tornado warning there too. So really along this line, we're keeping an eye on that. But again, I'm not saying there's going to be a tornado near Armurchie. We're just seeing some signals there of any potential rotation that would be moving through. Let me put the storm tracks on and see if they're picking up that as well. Okay, nothing coming in with our storm tracks yet along that area of that line that we're watching. Back to radar mode, we'll look at reflectivity. And so, well, yeah, that is kind of interesting with reflectivity here too. That kind of lined up with that area that we were watching. So that's actually north of Armurchie within that right here. Let me go back to velocity and see how that lines up. So that would be kind of north of that here. So anyway, what we have to watch when we're looking and forecasting along a squall line or a linear part of a system that's moving through, we have to watch very closely for these little notches here along that, where at any time we can see rotation developing. So that's what we're going to keep an eye on really for the rest of the overnight hours. Chesley is here with me. We're both here. He'll be joining us in just a little bit as we track these storms moving in. He's also getting ready for stuff for the morning show tomorrow. But this warning that we have up near Dalton in northwest Georgia is radar indicated. We don't have any confirmation, but as you can see these little notches here along that line. That's what we have to watch, where at any time we can see rotation developing. And it has been a while as we've been watching these storms in Alabama where we have not had any tornado warnings, but it's interesting to see that as this moved into Georgia, that notch did get tight enough for our National Weather Service here in Peachtree City to issue this warning. And this is going to be in effect until, I believe it was till 4 o'clock in the morning. So we'll see here. Let me just make sure they're not saying anything new about this cell. What I was just pointing out over in Catoosa was something that the Weather Service was also watching, but they're saying that it's just not, let's see here, might be side-lobed, so it might not be tight enough for an actual warning to be issued. But we do have in Catoosa County a tree down over power lines around 198 Westwood near Ringgold. So we are seeing some damage in parts of northwest Georgia right now as these storms continue to move through. So a lot to watch here with this. Yep.
Another good camera.
Okay, we have another camera in the control room if y'all want to pop that up. I'm assuming that's on the same source. Additional camera that we're watching there in northwest Georgia. This is up still in Whitfield County near Cleveland Highway. Look at those street lights just swaying there in that wind. Also look at the rain, just sheets of rain there on the road blowing in those strong winds there. This is at Cleveland Highway and Glenwood Avenue in Whitfield. That is near the Dalton area. So very strong winds. We do not see from these cameras evidence of an actual funnel. Oh, look at that lightning there too. No evidence necessarily of a funnel, but we have strong winds up in areas of northwest Georgia where we are seeing that severe thunderstorm warning in effect. And then within the severe thunderstorm warning, we still have this tornado warning moving across and near Dalton right now. I'm going to get in a little bit tighter so we can see that. I also want to show you our shear tracks. What we're looking for here, okay, we're just seeing some blue up there. So the rotation tracks indicating right over here on the west side some of those areas where we have seen some rotation, and this kind of is what came together right here west of Dalton, triggering that tornado warning that we have up near the Dalton area crossing over 75. And let me show you the velocity here too, where we can kind of see what is left of that. This part right here is still kind of interesting. We do have green and red kind of coming together as this has now This was over near Hassler Mill and was pretty much just north of Dalton, getting closer to Dawnville right now. Dawnville, you're right outside of the polygon. But based on what I'm seeing here, I want you guys in Dawnville to get in your, well, now that couplet kind of shrunk up a little bit, but be in your safe position there in Dawnville, north and east of Dalton, because we were seeing a couplet there, which was indicating the potential for some rotation there, still in parts of Whitfield County, but that's north and east of Dalton now, north of Keith's Mill, continuing to move over to the west. And that would be pushing in not too far off from getting closer to Murray County here in just a little bit. There's the county line here. There's Murray, Crandall, Chatsworth there. So we'll keep an eye on that to see if that potentially holds together and if they would issue potentially another tornado warning over to the east there. So just a really complex system with this line of storms rolling through parts of northwest Georgia right now. And again, numerous areas there in northwest Georgia, numerous counties in this severe thunderstorm warning. Now, back here, I want to widen out. I know we've been really tight on that. I want to show you how this relates to us here in Atlanta. We are here, nothing going on here right now, but this is what we're watching. We're keeping an eye on that line of storms to the north and west of us, also over to the west of us too. We have reports of some trees down on Varnell Street and Tunnel Hill, and a tree down on at mile marker 332, where the warm storm, tree down on 75 at mile marker 332. Rachel, I don't know if you're still over there, if she heard that or not. I don't think so. So, but a tree down apparently on I-75 near mile marker 332. We'll see if we can find a camera there that could show that tree down. We don't have cameras on every part of 75, but we'll watch that too to see. And that would line up with those areas where we were seeing that rotation. But you'll notice here, these little things look really interesting, you know, where we have to watch these notches as these move over to the east, and our atmosphere, the environment is favorable for rotation to develop here within those storms there in parts of northeast Georgia. So this is what we're concentrating on right here, coming from north of Rome, about to move into Gordon County, this coming out of Walker County, moving into Whitfield and eventually into Murray. We've also had some suspect areas here in parts of Chattooga County and up toward Catoosa County, continuing to watch any potential rotation that could develop there with those storms. And then that's not all we're watching. We have these storms, okay, with the main line, all right, look at all this. Thunder and lightning moving into Anniston and Talladega, about to push down towards Selma. And then if you'll look down south of Montgomery, ahead of this main line, we have these storms that are firing up that has prompted a tornado warning near Greenville. We have to watch that south of Montgomery because these are storms developing ahead of that main line, and that could push up toward LaGrange, maybe into Coweta County, maybe into areas of Heard County and Troup County in a bit. So a lot to watch here with not just that main line, but these individual cells that are developing up ahead of that. I want to take a closer look at these. Again, part of one of those, I know that doesn't look that impressive there, but even these kind of individual cells ahead of that main line now moving into Carroll County and also into these areas of Randolph County. You know, we'll have to watch those because those could be getting stronger too. I want to see if we have anything on velocity. Nothing looking too crazy with those either, but that entire line now is still looking impressive. It is still moving closer into Cleburne County. All these little notches we're watching here. The rest of Floyd County, that would push into Haralson County too, and also into areas of Haralson County and Polk County. Here is the Rome Tower Cam. This is a look at the wind that is blowing right now in Rome. The rain is starting to come down there a little bit harder. You can see some of the raindrops on the lens kind of diffusing that light a little bit. Here looking down on the street, you can see some of this rain coming down, but look at the winds that are whipping up even more now as that rain is starting in Floyd County. Floyd County, the northern part of the county from Rome northward, is included in that severe thunderstorm warning, and we're seeing evidence of those strong winds coming in, and what has prompted this warning are those winds of 60 miles an hour or greater. Now, I'm not saying that that wind right now in downtown Rome is actually 60 miles an hour, but some areas there within that severe thunderstorm warning, we do have those strong winds there in association with it. Chesley, do they have you mic'd up yet? Do you know if they can hear you yet?
Can you hear me?
I think I got you now.
Yeah, we got you.
I don't know. You were looking like you were studying something really close there. I didn't know if you saw anything new there.
No, they've allowed the tornado warning to expire.
Okay, I just saw that disappear. All right.
Yep. So we just have those thunderstorms again producing up to 60 miles per hour in some of those parts there, but could get up to 70 miles per hour as they continue to push through.
And those storms do have a history of 70-mile-an-hour winds back into parts of Mississippi and Alabama and up into Tennessee a little bit earlier. So that's still part of our scenario that we're watching here. So the good news is, as Chesley just mentioned, you saw that red polygon that was up around Dalton that has disappeared now. So the tornado warning is no longer in effect. And I believe that expired rather than being canceled, I think, right? Yeah, 4 o'clock was the expiration time. So they have allowed that to expire. And they haven't issued a new one, which is a good thing. So it's mainly severe thunderstorm warnings here. And again, at any time, we could see, rotation developing in it. And that's just kind of what happened. That may have been a brief spin up there near Dalton. We do have reports of some damage, some trees down that we mentioned over 75, and some sporadic areas there that lined up with where that tornado warning was issued. So now we're watching this toward Gordon County, also into Floyd County. Now I'm going to take you back to Rome on our tower cam in just a few minutes, so we're probably going to see this heavy rain moving in there in just a little bit. But keep an eye for you folks in Gordon County along 75 near Calhoun. This is coming in. It's going to have some really heavy rain and thunder and lightning with it. And some strong winds moving into Calhoun in just a bit. And just like what happened in Dalton a little while ago, at any time we can see some rotation here developing along that line as that moves into Rome. Right now, no warnings for this part of the line coming out of Alabama that crossed over 59. We have the heavy rain coming into Anniston, also over into parts of Talladega here. But we'll keep an eye on that as it moves into southern Floyd, into Polk County, also into areas of Haralson County here, and then watching these coming out of Carrollton as to whether or not we can potentially see any type of mischief going on with that as well. We have some trees across power lines at Mount Pisgah and Windermere. So we are seeing some history there of some damage along with those, especially up into parts of northwest Georgia. Now again, keeping an eye on this broader part here, there's Atlanta. We still have time before these storms move into our area, and we have seen some weakening at times. We don't see as many severe thunderstorm warnings along this line as we did earlier. They were lined up. Severe thunderstorm warnings were lined up from Louisiana up through Tennessee up to Chicago along that line. So we're not seeing as many severe thunderstorm warnings now, but at any time we could see those popping up. And it's just these notches that we watch along that line. Whenever you've got a linear pattern here coming through, we have to watch those notches to see if any rotation would develop out of that. And there was a history of that coming through areas of North Alabama. We still have that tornado warning down south and west of Montgomery, which is over near Greenville, Alabama, between Greenville and Georgiana, where we have a couple of tornado warnings there. Let me take the lightning off so we can get a better look at that. And what we're watching with this is the fact that this is ahead of the main line. So we can often see discrete cells developing, even not in the squall line, developing ahead of that. And that's what's producing this rotation here between Greenville and Braggs over into Alabama. So the reason we're watching that, I want to widen out here. I just wanted to zoom in quickly so you can see that. Again, that's still far away, south and west of Montgomery. But it'll be interesting to see if other storms develop along that line and push into West Georgia near LaGrange or in Heard County or in Carroll County. Troup County is over there near LaGrange. So a lot to watch as this moves up 65 and then potentially merges there with 85 and moves up toward the north. And then that main line is the main event that we've been talking about for days that would be impacting us here through these overnight hours and into the early morning hours of your Monday, which is we're in Monday right now. Now, to me, it still feels like Sunday night. Chesley, it feels like Monday morning to him as we're watching these storms travel through during these overnight hours here and into tomorrow morning. Now, It's part of a tornado watch that's out to the west of us. We also have a tornado watch, and I'm going to show you the counties specifically that are in that watch right now for those areas of northwest Georgia. And that's where we did see that one tornado warning in parts of Whitfield County near Dalton. So Atlanta is not in a watch right now. Our National Weather Service has been collaborating. They collaborated on this watch. The first one that was issued to include Dade, Walker, and also Catoosa County and Whitfield County. But then they expanded it to include more counties over into Murray County, Gilmer, Fannin, also this area of Gordon County here, actually Pickens County, Gordon's here, Bartow, Floyd, and also Chattooga County. So they expanded it to include more counties, and they extended the expiration time. This was supposed to expire at 4 o'clock, but they extended the expiration time to 6 o'clock in the morning based on the movement of those storms as they were pushing in from Alabama. And when they issued this, they said that they would be watching to the south and to the west to see if any additional counties would be included, if they would have to expand any more, or if the Storm Prediction Center would be issuing another watch to potentially include the rest of West Georgia or maybe even the metro Atlanta area. So that's going to be the next thing we're going to be watching for if they do issue another tornado watch, or if it would be a severe thunderstorm watch, and then also watching this line of showers and storms that are moving through northwest Georgia right now, prompting that severe thunderstorm warning from Rome up toward Dalton and over toward Chatsworth, those counties there, and then this part of the storm system from Rome down toward Anniston and Talladega over into Alabama. Just look at all that lightning there with that. If any additional warnings are going to be issued there along that, and then again, south and west of Montgomery, those discrete cells developing ahead of the line, that's prompted that tornado warning there. I know Montgomery's far away, so why do we care about that? That's just all part of what Chesley and I watch as we're analyzing the entire line, is the reality that additional storms can develop ahead of that main line. We're seeing those developing here in Randolph County and Cleveland County, and that moving into Carroll County. They're not producing any rotation right now, but it's just individual cells that are firing up ahead of this main line where we have to watch for more lightning, thunder and lightning, and also some strong winds. I want to do a query here of the lightning because there's a lot of lightning here with this. It's going to go back to the Mississippi line through Alabama, and I'll even include that just moved out of northeast Georgia into the upstate of South Carolina. 841 lightning strikes in a 15-minute period. Now, I know this is a large area. It's pretty much 3/4 of the state of Alabama and, you know, a big part of Georgia as well. But 841 lightning strikes for a nighttime system, that's a good bit. And so we're going to see a lot of lightning as that's coming into West Georgia. Chesley, you have some new?
Tornado watch is about to be expanded.
Okay, Chesley just got new information in from the National Weather Service that tornado watch is now about to be expanded. So I'll go back to the watch, excuse me, to the watch here. What I just kind of showed you with that watch. Let's see, and it's going to go through 10 a.m. they're saying. So I'm going to go ahead and change on our map the expiration time. This will go through 10 a.m. and these counties, the new counties, are going to show up here shortly, is what they're saying. So what you see there in northwest Georgia, that watch is supposed to expire at 6, but now they're going to expand that. So I can't tell, Chesley, if it's a new watch or they're just expanding the current watch.
It just says it's being expanded. South and west, yeah, to include north and central Georgia, even down as far as Macon. So
okay, so that's going to be, we're going to see a lot of counties show up here in just a minute of an expanded tornado watch that'll be in effect until 10 o'clock in the morning. And the reason they're doing that is based on what we're seeing with that line of showers and storms back into Alabama now, pushing into northwest Georgia. We just saw evidence up around Dalton where at any time we could see rotation developing with that. It was a quick tornado warning in Whitfield County around Dalton, but we did have a report of a tree across the roadway along 75 there. So they're about to expand that watch to include more counties. We'll see the counties populate on here in just a few minutes when they issue that. But it's all part of that line moving in, and the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center are issuing the watch because at any time rotation could develop, and they want us all to be aware of that as these storms come through. Even though right now we don't have any warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings there on the west side, but that's what we'll be watching for. Let's go back to radar while we're waiting for that watch, those counties to kind of populate here in our system. This is that line. So of everything that we've been telling you about over the past few days when we issued our 11 Alive weather impact alert, we were talking about how this is a twofold alert, where it's going to start off with the overnight hours Sunday into early Monday morning with a line of storms moving through that could turn severe. We already have that happening right now in northwest Georgia with severe storms. We had talked about the potential that within this line we could see some rotation develop that might trigger some tornado warnings. We've already seen that happen up in Dalton and Whitfield County. Now we're watching the line. Here's Atlanta. We don't have any rain yet. Clouds are increasing though. We're seeing storms ahead of the line developing in Cleburne and Randolph County, moving into Carroll, moving into Haralson. That's just north of Hurd. And then here's that main line kind of catching up with those individual cells. Really intense rain about to move into Cleburne and Randolph over in Alabama, extending down, as we just showed you, to Talladega and into Anniston, Alabama along I-20, moving down closer to Birmingham and south of Birmingham and near Montgomery. And then south of Montgomery, we have another tornado warning there that we have to watch, because the trajectory of that, if it came up 85, would move into some of our southern counties here south and west of the city. So really, as we've been telling you about this for days, now is the time when the first part of that twofold weather impact alert, meaning storms first and then really cold air, now we're going to be experiencing the part of the storms that are moving in. Now, it's still going to take a while for this to make it to Atlanta. We've been thinking all along that this would be in Atlanta between 4 and 6. We could narrow that down a little bit more to maybe closer to 5 o'clock. Where this rain and storms would be closer into the metro area, maybe going from 5 to 7 potentially, depending on the speed of these storms as they roll through. And that's going to be the time frame when a lot of folks are trying to get out to go to work or get their kids ready for school. We do have numerous schools that have delayed openings today because of the timing of these storms, just not wanting any kids to be out at bus stops in these strong winds and with all the lightning and with that potential for any rotation to develop. So keep an eye on radar here throughout the morning hours as we're watching this move into whatever county that you may live in here. Chesley, we still don't have the counties yet.
It's up.
Did it come up? Okay.
Yeah, it should be up.
Let me show you here the new counties that we have. Yes. Oh, wow. That did expand. So this is going to be in effect until 10 o'clock. Really, numerous areas. As Chesley mentioned, it does go down to Macon. Really, all of our viewing area is now included in this tornado watch until 10 o'clock. As that line moves in at any time, we still are in an atmosphere that is favorable for any storms to develop, to have any rotation with them. So brand new tornado watch, actually an extension of the other tornado watch. This is going to be in effect until 10 o'clock. Now, all of our counties are included in this. And so Chesley and I are going to stay on the air with you and walk you through here. I don't know, Chesley, if you and I are just going to keep going at 4:30, if they've given you any indication there, how we're going to keep going. So our newscast normally starts at 4:30, but I know that Chesley and I need to really keep an eye on this and keep you posted here as these storms move through. We may have a new severe thunderstorm warning, potentially, that has just come in. So yes, this is for the northern part of that area there in North Georgia. Let me put this kind of so you can see that a little bit better. I don't want to block it. But there's what came out of Dalton. And severe thunderstorm warning. The newest one right now is for Gilmer County, Murray County, eastern Whitfield, and northern Fannin County. This is a severe thunderstorm that is moving east at 35 miles an hour. The main impacts are 60-mile-an-hour winds here with that storm. And it's radar indicated, not anything, we don't have any tornado with that, but I'm looking to see, well, they're not saying tour possible with this, but they are watching this as what we saw a little while ago with that potential, damage that we had in near Dalton with some rotation that was evident on radar that triggered a tornado warning there. So here's the newest severe thunderstorm warning for that area from Whitfield County, now over into Gilmer County and Fannin County. Severe thunderstorm warning there. At any time we could see some rotation, as the National Weather Service did now include all of our counties in a tornado watch until 10 o'clock in the morning. So this is moving into Rome. So they just canceled that last tornado severe thunderstorm warning. That was at 4:15. This expired for northern Floyd and into Gordon, but they do have this new one here for that little part of Whitfield County, the eastern part of Whitfield, Murray County, and then of course our counties that we need to watch here, Fannin County and also Gilmer County. Strong storms moving through those areas of North Georgia, where we do have 60-mile-an-hour winds, and at any time we could see some rotation developing. And then I'm going to show you the Rome tower cam here in just a second, but you can see here moving into Rome, very heavy rain. And look at these notches right here. Again, we don't have any warning now in Floyd County. That just expired, but we have to keep watching these notches here to see if any rotation would develop. And since I'm showing you Rome now, I want to show you the tower cam as well for Rome. Where we're going to see those flags blowing still hard. Okay, we just saw some lightning strikes there in the distance where the sky lighting up. We had good rain coming into Rome a few minutes ago. There's more lightning there from the distance. Maybe a break in the heavier rain in Rome now, but that is about to change, as any moment now we're going to see some really heavy rain. That line of storms is going to come in, and we're going to go from no rain to a lot of rain in a short period of time here. So we'll go back and check on, okay, more of that lightning coming in right now in Floyd County over near the Rome area. Wow, that is kind of increasing the lightning count there. So I'm going to come back and check on Rome here in just a moment. And here again is that radar. This is, again, over Atlanta. Nothing major moving in, but let me take you over to West Georgia, and you can see that heavy rain that's about to just move into the downtown area. It's going to be really heavy there any moment. These are those cells that have been developing ahead of the main line that are in Cleburne County and Randolph County moving into Carroll. But now here is that main line moving into Cleburne and Randolph still from Anniston down to Talladega. That's about to move into West Georgia here. Right now we're at 417. It'll be interesting to see if our National Weather Service is going to issue any other warnings here along that line as they move into northwest Georgia, as we have seen that expansion of the tornado watch here over the rest of our area. And that extends, of course, down closer to Montgomery and south of Montgomery as well. So interesting line, Chesley. You know, we've been keeping an eye on this for days, waiting for this to happen. Now it is happening. Also interesting to note that, and Chesley will kind of give us some information in a second before I get to him, that this is a thin line. When we were showing you the time of arrival map that was saying, you know, between 3 and 7 in the morning, it doesn't mean that it's going to be raining hard for 4 hours. That's just the window of opportunity as it moves into Atlanta a little bit later on, where this band is going to be pushing through with some of that very heavy rain and also the thunder and lightning. So I don't know if our director will be able to pop Chesley up, but Chesley, what new do you have over there?
Well, we'll just continue to watch the line, basically, as it continues to push further into the area. We're watching a lot of the lightning strikes, a lot of energy associated with this particular system as it continues to push further in. And so we'll see if anything happens to pop up. Right now, we're not seeing the severe thunderstorm warning being issued a little bit further down to the south over the Rome area, as Chris mentioned and showed you that live picture there, where we're just starting to see some of that heavy rain begin to move into that area. Of course, numerous lightning strikes associated with it, but we haven't seen at least the winds get up to about 60 miles per hour where a severe thunderstorm would be issued. But that doesn't mean that a tornado can't spin up. So that's something that we're watching for as well. And this line extends a little bit further back off to the west, as you can see, down into parts of Alabama. No warnings associated with that line at all. I like that. All right, I do like that, but it doesn't mean that we're out of the woods as far as severe thunderstorms being issued. And you can see just south of Montgomery where we have that tornado, that's ahead of the line itself, where some discrete cells are starting to pop up there and have been, and that continues to slide a little bit further over toward the east. We do want to show you that for us as well. You can see out ahead of the line heading into our state right now, headed toward Carroll County right now, a couple of cells that are pushing further off to the north. Doesn't look like anything severe at all, just a couple of thunderstorms out ahead of that, but that doesn't mean they can't begin to fire up as well. And so we're going to watch this line as it continues to roll in. We're going to be with you all morning long just to let you know exactly what's taking place. I know a lot of you are going to be awakened by a lot of these thunderstorms that you see, or at least you hear, the lightning that you see, and you're probably going to be a little bit worried about it, and you should be, all right? You got to be cautious. Because we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning attached to parts of this line does not mean that those winds will not be gusty. They could cause damage as well. We've been seeing or hearing reports of some trees being down, especially up there to the far northwest where we had a couple of these thunderstorms begin to push through. It is a pretty decent mover, a quick mover.
A new one just popped up there, severe thunderstorm warning there, including Rome, Floyd County, over into Bartow County, and over into Gordon County.
All of, just about all of Floyd County, included in that warning area right there. All right. So you want to give us the latest information?
Yeah, I just zoomed into that, so let me show that to you here really quick. This is the new warning that we just had. So we were talking about this one earlier, Dalton over into Gilmer and Fannin County. Now this new warning just came in. I was just showing you the tower cannon, Rome. I'm going to come back to it because I think the rain there is going to be a lot heavier now that that main line is pushed through the downtown area. But it's this part here of Floyd County into Bartow County, the northern part there from Cartersville northward, Gordon County, just into parts of Pickens County. This is the latest warning that we have here for those areas. And Chesley, I do believe here that this is saying TOR possible. Yes, they're saying TOR possible with this, with radar indicated heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, and also seeing a little bit of rotation with that. Again, not tight enough for this to be a tornado warning, but they're saying TOR possible within this severe thunderstorm warning to let you know that rotation could develop at any time, and they may have to upgrade this to a tornado warning at any time, just with any type of rotation that we could see developing with that. So again, this is radar indicated. No tornado warning with this now. It's a severe thunderstorm warning with those winds up to 60 miles an hour. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to look at velocity mode. We were seeing some interesting, so we're seeing some spots with red and green kind of coming together, but nothing where the couplets are tight enough for them to issue an actual tornado warning. But this is the part I think we would need to watch down here near Cave Spring potentially. Again, if this was an actual rotation that was tight enough to be tornado, these couplets would just look a lot more intense, but just areas that we're going to keep an eye on. And that's why the National Weather Service issued severe thunderstorm warning, but just have the tag in there saying TOR possible, just letting you know that we're watching a couple of areas of suspicious or potential rotation where we could see maybe a spin up that would be developing there. So in Floyd County, I want you to be aware, keep with us, and we'll let you know if this is elevated and would become an actual tornado warning. But it is a severe thunderstorm warning with a TOR possible tag. You see almost some pinkish color here north of Cave Spring with really heavy rain. And then also watching these little notches like that just went through Rome as to whether or not, any rotation could be developing out of that. Since we are zoomed into Rome right now, I want to show you the tower cam from the Rome area. Just a second here. I just lost it. There we go. And oh yeah, so just a minute ago, it was not raining. We had rain and then it stopped, and we just said that any moment now we're going to see heavy rain coming through, and that's what we have. You can see the raindrops hitting the lens, heavy rain that's coming down on the streets there. Look at the wind in Rome right now. We're also continuing to see the lightning in the sky. That'll be lighting up here every once in a while. There we go. There was one right there of the lightning that's coming through the Rome area. Just look at these flags, man. And even the flag pole is shaking. Not just the flag blowing, but the flag pole is also whipping with that. I'm going to stay with this just for a minute here. More lightning coming in with that up in Rome. Very heavy rain. That was the leading edge that just went through the Rome area. And this is the area that we were watching before the severe thunderstorm warning was issued. Now it is issued. We see that line moving through, and this is the evidence what we have. Just look at these raindrops here, just moving quickly here through the sky. If you'll look there at the street light, you can also see the heavy rain that's coming down too, and all that water that's kind of ponding on the roads there on the downtown streets of Rome. Just very heavy rain, a lot of wind there in Rome with this severe thunderstorm warning that is now in place. And again, that warning in Floyd County for those areas to the north here. Bartow, Floyd, Gordon, and Pickens. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, but tornado possible. Again, not an indicator on radar right now of any rotation there, but at any time we could see rotating cells within that developing, and that's why the National Weather Service is using the tag TOR possible, meaning a tornado could develop at any time. So here in Atlanta, we do not see the rain coming down yet. That's about to move into West Georgia. We already have it in Northwest Georgia there along that line and individual notches that we're watching. This warning that was just issued that includes Rome. I'm going to pop this up so you can see the expiration time. That is going to be expiring at 5 a.m. All right, so that again is for these areas of Bartow, Floyd, Gordon, and Pickens. This polygon that you see here, and then this polygon that is coming out of Murray County, about to move into Gilmer and Fannin County. I'll do this here and we'll show you that other warning that we have right now for that part of Northwest Georgia. That is for Fannin, Gilmer, Murray, and Whitfield. That expiration is also at 5 o'clock. So both of these are going to expire at the same time. But what we need to watch, though, is going downstream. We'll keep an eye on these other counties that we're going to keep watching here as those storms continue to move on in with very heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. Strong winds. A lot of these winds have been at about 60 miles an hour in those individual severe cells there. So we're going to keep an eye on those as the system continues to move in closer to our area. And this will be closing in to over Atlanta and through Atlanta as our newscast moves along here between 4:30 and 7 o'clock. And Chesley and I are going to be teaming with you on this as we're tracking these storms moving through, as we'll see most likely additional warnings that are going to be popping up here for our area. So Atlanta, we're in the clear now, but we won't be for long. This line is going to keep moving in, and as we've been saying, a lot of these storms are going to be moving through areas at the time when some kids would be going out to the bus stop, and that's why a lot of the school districts in the area, many of those have delayed openings, and we'll be getting into that coming up in just a little bit as well. But for now, the main event, this line that's moving through Northwest Georgia, stretching back into Alabama, we still have a ways to go for this to be moving into our area with those pockets of very heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, strong winds with that too. Severe thunderstorm warnings there to the north and west of us with the heavy rain, thunder, lightning, 60-mile-an-hour winds with that. And this warning that we see right here for Floyd County, Bartow County, into areas of Gordon County, a little bit of Pickens County there. That is where we have this severe thunderstorm warning with the tag TOR possible. We're watching at any time for any rotation to be developing there. Chesley, are you seeing anything new over there?
No, just looking at the velocity just to make sure, and haven't seen anything. In fact, that line is starting to break up a little bit. If you look down toward Calhoun, just a little bit there, starting to break up just a little bit as far as the rainfall goes. I think a lot of that energy is shifting a little bit further down to the south between Calhoun and over towards Cedartown.
You are right there, kind of seeing that break up there. What Chesley's talking about is really in between these two warnings that we see right here. We have this cluster. This line was actually looking, holding together pretty well. There's just a little break there going into Calhoun, breaking up just a little bit in between Calhoun and up toward Chatsworth. But then it gets heavy again from Calhoun down toward Rome, moving into this area of Polk County. And then that's going to be moving into Haralson County in just a little bit. So from as far as Atlanta is concerned, we have a little bit longer before we're going to see this whole line that will be moving in. Again, we've been saying maybe closer to 5 o'clock, 5 to 6, between 5 and 7 maybe is when this line's going to move through, when the action is going to be a lot more going on here for the metro area. And what you see is what you get. That very heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and strong winds that'll be pushing into our area here in just a little bit. Y'all let me know in my ear, are we going to kind of do a reset at 4:30? Let us know what's going to happen. All right, so it's 4:29 right now. So I'll kind of wrap us up here in just a minute, and then we'll reset and continue our coverage here as we begin our newscast. But of course, part of that newscast is going to be very heavy with rain coverage from Chesley and me as we go through the rest of the morning hours here, because this is the time now when all that we've been talking about for days with this weather impact alert, now is the time when this is pushing into our area. We have it in northwest Georgia now with these warnings in effect, pushing into West Georgia here very soon. We're already seeing thunder and lightning over in Polk County and Carroll County, and then that's going to push into the metro area. So stay with us. Chesley and I are going to be back with you. Jonathan's joining us as well as we are covering the storms that are pushing through North Georgia, West Georgia, and eventually into Atlanta. Stay with us for 11 Alive News at 4:30 right now.
And we do want to wish you a good morning, everyone. I'm Jonathan Martin. Thank you so much for joining us. And many of you have been with us all night as we have a weather impact alert right now. We've been streaming all night, as I mentioned, as severe storms are moving into metro Atlanta. We have team coverage for you this morning with our meteorologists and reporters as well. But let's start over with meteorologist Chesley McNeil. He's here with Chris as well. Good morning to you both.
Good morning, Jonathan. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it, folks. We're going to walk you through these storms. Chris has been here all night long tracking these storms as they move a little bit closer to our forecast area. And so we've been tracking them, and they're continuing to push further in. Now starting to see some of those severe thunderstorm warnings that are popping up in our forecast area. We got a new one that's down for Polk County that's moving over toward the Cedartown area. Let's go over to the meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, and get the very latest on these storms.
Yeah, Chesley, I was just looking at that warning that just came up here that is now on the south side. So if you've been watching us this morning, we've been covering these storms that are really stretching now from Gilmer and Fannin County and Murray County. That's a severe thunderstorm warning there. This one that we were watching through Floyd County over into parts of Gordon County and also into this area, Bartow County, is a severe thunderstorm warning, but with the tag TOR possible, meaning at any time we could see rotation developing with this. We now have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning with this part of it south of Rome, including Polk County, the northern parts of Haralson County, as this area of rain is moving in. We watch for little notches here with that, but with this severe thunderstorm warning there, the National Weather Service is also saying here TOR possible with this one as well, where we can see from radar some indications of potential rotation that is moving through. So both of these warnings, the one in Floyd moving into Bartow County and up toward Gordon County, is a severe thunderstorm warning with the tag TOR possible, meaning a tornado could develop at any time, as well as this from Cedartown down to the south here, moving into the northern parts of Haralson County. At any time, we can see some rotation there. I'm going to take a look here at velocity. We don't see anything, Chesley, I know Chesley was looking at this a few minutes ago, nothing that really stands out as far as any tight couplets there, which would indicate a cell that was strong enough to produce an actual tornado warning. But what we're going to be watching will be some of these, like this one in northern Haralson County, a little bit of this in Polk County where the green and red is coming together. We don't see anything really too tight here in Floyd County right now, but at any time, that's the history that we have been watching here with these cells developing through those overnight hours. Is back into Alabama, at times there would be no warning, and then all of a sudden a tornado warning would develop because we would see that rotation that could develop here. And our environment would, with our significant tornado parameter, was showing us that in West Georgia and Northwest Georgia, our environment is a little more favorable for storms to develop that could begin to rotate here. And some of that with these showers will move into metro Atlanta in a little bit too. So Northwest and West Georgia in the brunt of the action out there right now, but back over the line into Alabama, into Cleburne County, down into Randolph County. All of this rain is about to move into West Georgia, into the rest of Haralson County, and also into Carroll County, where we have heavy rain coming in there, and that stretches down toward the Montgomery area. So this is the part that we still have to watch moving into West Georgia. So not only do we have the storms already in the state there in Northwest Georgia, from Floyd County and Rome, all the way up toward parts of Gilmer County and Fannin County, but we have these additional storms in Alabama between Anniston and Lineville, again moving into Cleburne and Randolph. That still has to move into Carroll County, Heard County, Troup County. We could see some warnings issued there for severe thunderstorms, or maybe if any rotation develops, any tornado warnings that could happen there. And then all this is going to be moving toward Atlanta. So we still have a little while before that moves in, but let's say between 5 and 7 o'clock is the most likely time. 5 o'clock here on the western metro counties, and then closer to 6 o'clock, between 6 and 7 potentially, moving through the Atlanta area where we see this rain and the storms that will keep moving on through. So I'll widen out just a little bit more, and y'all can see this behind me here, what we're talking about. These severe thunderstorm warnings. This one says TOR possible for Haralson County and Polk County. Also this one in Floyd County, in DeBartow County, and also Gordon County. Severe thunderstorm warning also with the tag that says TOR possible. Rotation at any time could develop. And then this one coming out of areas of Murray County, moving into Gilmer and Fannin County, winds of 60 miles an hour, heavy rain and thunder and lightning with those storms that are moving through. Let's put this into motion. This is a 2-hour loop. And what you see here, individual cells here within that line moving up toward the north and east, but the entire line is moving toward the east. So Chesley, we just have to wait a little bit longer here for this. That would make it into the Atlanta area. But these storms, as we've been tracking these all night long, streaming on 11 Alive Plus and Weather Impact 24/7 all night long, indicating at any time we could see changes with this. And we've been talking about this for days, and now is the time that these storms are closing in, getting closer to the city of Atlanta. Anything new over there, Chesley?
No, I was paying attention to the storms that were out ahead of the line, Chris.
Yeah.
We are seeing that those storms are moving very rapidly up to the north at about 75 miles per hour, and that's just ahead of the line there. And so you may get a quick rush of that. Even here in the city, I've been watching that a little bit further down to the south, where we had a couple of tornado warnings. In fact, back into Montgomery, Alabama, now have become severe thunderstorm warnings now. But you see these thunderstorms out ahead of that rushing up along the line, and so those have been producing severe weather as well. Some of those could get here in Atlanta before that line catches up. And so we've been watching that as well. And I think that's what's having an impact there in parts of Polk County as well, as it continues to push further off to the north. Numerous lightning strikes with this system. So has a lot of energy associated with it as it continues to push through. And so it's going to be intense for us. Even if we don't have any tornado warnings at a particular time or severe warnings in a particular area, these thunderstorms that are moving through are producing winds up to about 50 miles per hour. Where they happen to turn severe is where they get up to about 58 or 60 miles per hour as they continue to push a little bit further over toward our area. I do see your Rome camera there looking a little bit better now that that main line has passed through Rome, but it was coming down in sheets, really sideways as the winds were blowing that around. The other story with this particular system, Chris, is that once it moves through, colder air is going to start to move into our forecast area. Any lingering precipitation could become snow with this particular system. We haven't even talked about that yet.
Yeah, it's crazy. And that's part of that twofold weather impact alert that we issued days ago, talking about the storms coming in first and then the cold air coming in. And we're talking cold air. Tuesday morning, we're going to be down into the 20s. Oh, look at this lightning that's still coming through here in Rome. Chesley was talking about how the rain rate in Rome has slacked up a little bit, but still, we've got some good raindrops coming down in the Rome area right now, but it's not as heavy as it was just a little while ago as this rain continues to push on through. The other big story that we've had here is that tornado watch that was in effect for just northwest Georgia. It has been expanded to include the rest of our area. Chesley, it looks like they took out those counties in northwest Georgia because that main line has already moved through there. Yeah. So Dade, Walker, Catoosa County, Whitfield County, and also Chattooga County, you're no longer in the tornado watch, but we have the expansion of counties here and the extension of the expiration time. You can see the expiration time right here is at 10 o'clock. Earlier, the watch that included more counties in northwest Georgia was going to expire at 6 a.m. Now they've included more counties. That does include Atlanta right now, with a tornado watch in effect until 10 o'clock in the morning. Now, I really think that by 8, 9 o'clock, most of those storms are going to be well to the east of us. So what they're going to do is, like they have done already in northwest Georgia, the National Weather Service will take away some counties as that line of storms continues to move on over to the east, and they'll start canceling some of the warnings here from the west to the east. So I'm not saying that Atlanta is going to be included in this watch through 10, because I think that by the time these storms move through 6, 7, 8 o'clock, that then they'll shift it more over to the east of us, and they'll take a lot of these counties on the west side out. So that is the other big story that we're watching, is a tornado watch in effect until 10 o'clock as we continue to watch storms that are going to be moving through our area. I want to show you a quick time of arrival map because we're already seeing those storms here right now that have been moving in through northwest Georgia. And now the next step is for Metro Atlanta between now and let's say 7 o'clock. That doesn't mean it's going to be raining all for that entire 4 hours or storming for that entire 4 hours. That's just the window of opportunity to move from the west metro side to the east metro side, really between now actually and 7 o'clock. And then between 5, 6 to 9 o'clock is when this is going to push over well to the east of us. So another look at radar here, where we have those storms and severe thunderstorms that are up in parts of northwest Georgia. Not in Atlanta yet, but they will be here soon. Severe thunderstorm warning here for Haralson County, Polk County. That warning is also saying TOR possible. Then we have Floyd County, Bartow County, also into areas of Gordon County, a little bit of Pickens. Also, that severe thunderstorm warning had a tag that said TOR possible, meaning we're watching at any time there for any of these notches that you see here where we can see some rotation developing, and then going up into Gilmer and Fannin County, another severe thunderstorm warning there with temperatures that are generally going up into the, actually the wind speeds there that are about 60 miles an hour. I see Chesley checking in on velocity. Chesley, let's see how things are looking up there. I think we got a few more seconds before we go to Jonathan.
Yeah, we had a little bit of rotation up there. That latest scan now has come through and it has broadened it out dramatically, where you see a lot of that red that's moving away from the radar. The green is moving toward the radar. And what we're looking for is where they're opposite. And we saw some a little bit earlier. Now, if you look up here toward Antioch Road, for example, we'd be looking for something like this. And this is very broad. I'm not saying that this is, it may be some little rotation in the upper atmosphere, but not where it's tight enough that we would issue, or the National Weather Service would issue a tornado warning. We had one a little bit earlier, but again, the latest scan has moved through and now has broadened this out. And so this is like some winds that are blowing around the area pretty strongly, up to maybe about 50, maybe 55 miles per hour, just looking at it here. But that's what we look at while Chris is talking about the radar. I'm just looking at see if there's any rotation or anything that happens to begin to develop. We're going to continue to follow these storms as we head through the morning. Chris and I will be here all morning long to let you know exactly what's taking place in your neighborhood, folks. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
All right, we are looking at some severe thunderstorms in our forecast area, folks. These storms have a history of producing winds up to about 60 miles per hour, maybe even up to 70 miles per hour in some. We had one tornado warning in our far northwestern counties. We're watching for the possibility of tornadoes. In fact, let's take a look at it now. I want to walk you through this real quickly here, what's taking place. And you can see that line of showers and thunderstorms that is moving through our forecast area. This line of thunderstorms is right ahead of this line that we've been looking at the strong severe thunderstorms. You can see the numerous the severe thunderstorm warnings that are associated with it here. We do have that line up here to the northwestern portions of Fanning and Gilmer County is where we're seeing that, all the way extended down here into Polk County as well. This will continue to slide over toward the east and bring in more of those thunderstorms. Right now in Atlanta, we don't see anything at all. We have the clouds in place, winds starting to pick up a little bit, but where we have these thunderstorms, those winds are really going to start to take flight there, and we'll start to see numerous lightning strikes. You probably can hear some of the thunder where you don't have the rain, for example, in parts of Cherokee County, parts of Cobb County, and also up into Cherokee County as well. So you may be seeing some flashes in the sky, but that rain is on the way. We have reporters out and about surveying any damage that takes place. In fact, we're going to go up to Stephen Haynock, who is in Marietta right now, looking at what's taking place up there. Good morning to you, Steph.
Good morning, Chesley. Yeah, we've been listening to you all morning long, and Chris as well from the news vehicle here. We're parked inside of a parking garage in downtown Marietta at the moment, not too far from the Marietta Square here in downtown, and we are awaiting that heavy precipitation we know is on the way. But right now, I don't know if you can tell, but we are starting to experience a little bit of the heavier wind gusts here in this area, and so we're going to keep watch, Chesley and Chris and everyone at home. Give you guys a live look at how things are looking in Marietta. But right now, things are calm, but we know a lot of that weather action is on the way. Live here in Marietta, I'm Stephanie Chanock. Back to you.
All right, Steph, I'd give you probably about a good 30 to 40 minutes, and that rain is going to be coming down on you, so stay safe out there. All right, we're going to go to Doug Turnbull, who is in our weather truck. He is down in the Noonan area. Doug, how's it looking down there?
Been tracking basically a sector right now, Chesley. While it's dry out along I-85 southwest of town, we're actually out driving. Once the weather gets more severe, of course, we're going to park. But we're on I-85 here, and basically we left Noonan and went up to Peachtree City and are coming back south. And so we're 85 south, approaching the Coweta County line at Palmetto. And I want to show you the conditions here as you look out of our weather and traffic impact tracker. You can see it's completely dry out here right now. Things have not kicked up, but we came out this way because this is where kind of the storms are going to kind of diagonally hit I-85, and then we'll trail behind it after it moves through and survey damage, of which there is none right now. But we know things are going to get dicey later on. We recommend people stay off the roads. So reporting here on the southwest side of town, Doug Turnbull, 11 Alive News, and we'll kick it back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Doug. Really appreciate that. We know a lot of schools are giving it a delay this morning, about a 2-hour delay, just as Doug said, but we want folks to stay off the roads. And so when this storm system passed through, it is a pretty quick mover, and it is moving pretty rapidly over toward the east, and so we'll continue to watch that. So far, Dan, we've been seeing a lot of these thunderstorms up in the far northwestern counties. I know you're tracking some power outages. What do you have for us?
Hey, good morning, Chesley, and that's exactly where we're seeing some of these outages right now. The northeastern parts of the state, kind of bordering Tennessee. You know, we had that earlier tornado warning around Dalton in Whitfield County, and this is where you're looking right now in North Georgia EMC's website, where they're reporting about 3,000 people in the dark right now. Look, that's only about 2% of their customers. So really not talking about a lot of people impacted by that storm that came through, already moving through with that tornado warning in parts of North Georgia. This is a look at Georgia Power, not tracking anything on there right now, just about 100 customers affected, negligible amount. Over here, Georgia EMC, again, it's mostly in the north that we were seeing things. Also tracking Cobb County EMC as that storm is going to be headed there, hitting where you saw Stephanie Haynock in about half an hour or so. Let's put all this in perspective for you and show you what's coming our way. This is poweroutage.us. You see that storm already moving through a lot of these southeastern states off to our west, where Mississippi, for example, they're looking at 42,000 people in the dark. Tennessee, Alabama, very similar numbers. As that comes our way, we could see similar numbers here, but right now, not so much a big story. I can tell you're also tracking airline delays and cancellations. Chesley and Chris looking at already more than 150 cancellations, so definitely want to check your flight status if you're flying out today.
All right, Dan, really appreciate that information. Yeah, and just as you were speaking there, we got 2 new severe thunderstorm warnings. The ones that were already in place set to expire in about 10 minutes. We have these extended now to about 5:15. Let's get the very latest now from Chris Holcomb.
Yeah, Chesley, if you are watching those reports from our reporters there, you may have seen the crawl at the bottom of your screen update with these new warnings. Let me get to this one here on the south and west of the city, really west of us, but south of that warning that we had a little bit earlier. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for areas of Carroll County, Haralson County, Polk County, and Paulding County, a little bit of Douglas County here. This is another one of those severe thunderstorm warnings where the National Weather Service is tagging it with TOR possible. Again, we don't see anything right now that is outstanding showing any rotation or anything there, but what we're watching within this cell, I'm looking really close here so we can see a little bit tighter here. What we watch here is along that line, nothing really standing out, a little bit of maybe weak rotation here. And we watch these little notches here along that main line for any rotation that could develop. And now I'll match that up here with the reflectivity kind of going back, and that's what Chesley and I do as we're analyzing these storms, and we see these little kind of notches that show up here where we can see rotation or potential rotation develop, but nothing is tight enough for the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning. So that's why they issue these severe thunderstorm warnings with the tag TOR possible, meaning that a tornado could happen at any time. So this heavy rain is about to just slam Bremen. We have this part of it that's moving in closer to Villa Rica. Here we have that leading edge that has already moved through Cedartown. It is in the eastern part of Polk County, now about to cross the line into Paulding County. I want you guys in Dallas to get ready. The heavy rain is about to move into your area just in the matter of minutes here. So that's one of the new severe thunderstorm warnings. And then, of course, we've been telling you about this one from Floyd County through Gordon County, and also the one that's been up to the north into parts of Fannin County and Gilmer County. But what I want you to see here is now we have a brand new one that extends all the way over to White County from Mossy Creek over toward Helen up to the north here. The line including Union, Towns, Lumpkin County, Dawson County here, Gilmer County, and Fannin County. The rest of that, again, in Union into Towns County, a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This one is also tagged as TOR possible for all those counties in North Georgia, again, meaning with this part at any time on this leading edge or any part of that storm, we can see any of those notches developing any rotation with those storms. That warning is going to expire. Let me give you the expiration time on that. 5:15. Okay, so these are, and what they're doing is, Chesley, is the National Weather Service is issuing these warnings, including numerous counties, and it's extending out for an extended period here, just so that it gives everybody time here to make sure they're prepared and aware of a warning. You know, when we have these overnight warnings and early morning warnings here, a lot of people are still in bed. We want to make sure that people know this. Now, this is an interesting little feature we're watching here at Cartacay and not too far off from Ellijay. Let me put velocity up really quick just to make sure we don't see anything too out of the ordinary with that near Ellijay. Not necessarily, and again, that's far away from the radar site, so we have to look a little bit closer with that. So those are just those areas that we're watching, and again, we'll put this into motion here, widen out so you can see Atlanta. This entire line here is producing severe thunderstorm warnings coming into Georgia. These that you see back here in Cleburne and Randolph County are not classified as severe. But as they continue moving on. Did I just see another one come up here, Chesley?
Yep.
That one is this one right here coming into Cobb, I think. Yep. So a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Let me get in tighter to that. I know they're telling us we have to break here in just a second, but let me get this new warning here in here. So that includes those areas of Cherokee. That's the new one right here, which is where we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. And Chesley, I believe, That one also says tour possible for Bartow, Cherokee, Dawson, Gordon, and Pickens.
It does.
That's this brand new one right here. So that's that leading edge that I was just telling you about that we're watching coming out right here from those areas of Bartow County, western and northern Bartow County, now extending into eastern Bartow, moving into parts of Cherokee County, brand new severe thunderstorm warning. So all of that line over our state has a severe thunderstorm warning, and they're all tagged with tour possible, meaning we're watching on that leading edge of any notches that develop that could have any rotation with it. And as far as Atlanta is concerned, these storms are right around the corner. We'll see these moving into our area just within the hour here, moving into Atlanta as some really strong storms pushing in. Stay with us. We're going to take a quick break. Chesley and I are still monitoring these storms. We'll have much more for you coming up here in just a few minutes.
Strong. Live news, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm meteorologist Chesley McNeil. We're continuing to track a line of thunderstorms that are moving through our area. Very powerful right now, and you can see the severe thunderstorm warnings that are associated with it. These storms have a history of producing winds up to about 60 miles per hour and has a little bit of rotation with them. So tornadoes could pop up along this line at any time. So we're going to continue to monitor this. We do have reporters out and about throughout the city. We're going to bring you the latest on those areas as well as this line of thunderstorms continues to push through our area. Will be with us at least through the morning, and once we get to the afternoon, should begin to taper off. More right after this.
Extended coverage of the current weather impact alert is sponsored by Premier Generators.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deep.
All right, good morning. It is now 5 o'clock. We appreciate you starting your day and your week with us here on 11 Alive. I'm Jonathan Martin. We have a weather impact alert right now. In fact, we've been streaming all night. Our meteorologists have been here. Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb has been here all night as severe storms are moving into Metro Atlanta. That's why we have team coverage for you all morning. So let's start things with meteorologist Chesley McNeil, who's tracking the line moving through. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Jonathan. Yes, folks, we want to set the stage for you because we do have numerous thunderstorms pushing into our area. In fact, a line of showers, thunderstorms that are moving through where they have a severe thunderstorm warning with them. Also tags of possible spin-up tornadoes, rotation in some of these thunderstorms. Going to get to that at the very latest. Now, we have our 11 Live weather impact alert not only for today, but it's going to last right on through Wednesday because behind this line of showers and thunderstorms, a cold front will push through and bring in much colder air. So we will be talking about temperatures going down into the below the freezing mark. In fact, we have a freeze warning also along lines of temperatures dropping down into the 20s later on tonight. But right now, we're really focused on these storms. Let's get over to Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb to give us the very latest.
Yeah, Chesley, all of this is part of that twofold 11 Alive weather impact alert, starting with the storms now, and then that changes over into an alert for cold weather, as you mentioned, that's going to be coming in through the day. We are seeing our high temperatures of the day happening during the nighttime hours with temperatures in the upper 60s. And then by afternoon, where we normally have our highest temperatures of the day at 4, 5 o'clock, it's going to be around 39 degrees here. So that's just how those temperatures are going to be falling. And it's all part of this complex system in association with a cold front. Look here at this line that's moving through. And this is what has prompted numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to break these down for you and we'll go through them county by county here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to put this into live mode here for you. And you can see the first one that I'm talking about is this one here in West Georgia, including areas of Polk County. In fact, I'll put the counties up here so you can see these a little bit better here as we're watching those storms continue to move over to the east. What is interesting with these, as Chesley mentioned, this one is for Carroll County, also into parts of Haralson County, Paulding County, a little bit of Douglas County, moving up into Polk County. This is going to be in effect until 5:15. This is a line of storms that has very heavy rain, 60-mile-an-hour winds with it. We have to watch the leading edge here where we have some notches there where the National Weather Service has included the tag TOR possible in this severe thunderstorm warning, meaning at any time we could see rotation developing with that. Right now we don't have any couplets that are tight enough to indicate a tornado warning should be issued, but it could happen at any time. Here is the second severe thunderstorm warning. This is an area of strong storms that are moving through parts of Paulding County and also into areas of Cherokee County. This is in effect until 5:30 with this part right here. Again, we have Paulding here. This is from Bartow County moving into Cherokee County, also parts of Gordon County and Pickens County. This will be in effect until 5:30 in the morning. This also has the tag TOR possible. Now, let's take you up to North Georgia. Here is another one that we're watching here with strong storms coming out of Gilmer County and also into areas of Fannin County. Right here, Ellijay, very heavy rain. This is moving into the rest of Fannin right here, that southern part of Fannin right there. Also into the northern parts of Dawson County. This will move into Union County, Towns County, and also White County. Lumpkin County is included in this warning. Now, when I put this up, it's not going to show all the counties because we have so many counties included in this warning, but it will give us the expiration time where this warning is going to be in effect until 5:15. And this is also tagged as TOR possible. So this entire line, as it continues to move through, has very heavy rain with it, thunder and lightning, and strong winds of around 60 miles an hour. And at any point within this line, let me put this into motion for you, we can see any rotation developing with that. And that's what happened a little bit earlier up in Whitfield County. We did have a quick tornado warning in Whitfield County near Dalton as the storm was moving over 75 a little bit earlier this morning. So that's just an example of what we can see at any time with these storms. Now, I wanted to widen out to show you how this goes up into parts of Tennessee and into North Carolina. Clay County in North Carolina, you also have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for your area with these storms moving in. But this goes from Blue Ridge down to Mount Zion, all right? And then it extends even more back into Alabama. So folks in Heard County and Troup County need to be watching those storms in Alabama. We expect to have additional warnings there too. But I want you to notice here how this is now closing in, getting closer to the city of Atlanta. And this is what we've been tracking for you all night long, saying generally between 4 and 7 o'clock, this would be moving in closer to the metro area. Now it's on the west metro side of Metro Atlanta, and it will keep pushing through our area between now and 6 o'clock and then 7 o'clock most likely over on the east side. So what this is going to be this thin line of very heavy rain, strong winds, thunder and lightning. Now, when I say Metro Atlanta between now and 7 o'clock in the morning, doesn't mean it's going to be storming over all of us for 2 hours long, because it's such a thin line. It's really just going to be a brief period of those very heavy rain showers and winds and lightning here, but it's just a window of opportunity from west to the east in that time frame between now and 7 o'clock in the morning when this is going to sweep through the Metro Atlanta area. So what we're going to be experiencing, heavy rain, thunder, lightning, possible rotation with that at any time. We can see a tornado warning that's going to be issued with that. And let me take you down to the south side as well, so you can get a good look here. You can kind of see that behind me, how over into Alabama and Randolph County and then stretching down to north of Montgomery, additional cells that we've been watching kind of ahead of the line, now merging with that line. These have been producing some rotation there as well. So all of this is going to move into Troup County, Heard County, Coweta County, eventually moving all up toward Metro Atlanta. And all of us at some point this morning are going to be experiencing those pockets of heavy rain, thunder and lightning, strong winds with that too. Right now, within these severe thunderstorm warnings that are over in West Georgia and up into North Georgia, generally winds there have been around 60 miles an hour, but it is not out of the question that any of these cells could at some points even have winds that get up to around 70 miles an hour, getting closer to us here in the metro area. Chesley, another thing that's really interesting is a lot of times when we're talking about these storms coming through during the overnight hours, we would say that, you know, we've lost the afternoon heating and these storms would weaken. That is not the case with these storms. We still have the heating from yesterday. Temperatures right now 66 to around 68 degrees. At midnight, we were at 68 degrees. We did get up to the lower 70s yesterday for a high temperature. So really, our temperatures now have not cooled down that much. So we still have heating that these storms can work with, and that's exactly what's happening here. Ahead of that front, still very warm, moist air there with that, triggering these showers and thunderstorms. And then, Chesley, things are really going to be changing as we go through the rest of the morning. Also want to note, and you may be mentioning this here, the tornado watch covers all of our area, and that's going to be in effect until 10 o'clock this morning.
That's absolutely right, Chris. Much of our area now under this tornado watch, and you can see that back behind me here, where we were looking at the tornadic activity could increase as we head through the rest of the morning, especially over toward the east of us once they get into the daytime heating as this line begins to pass. In fact, the Storm Prediction Center right now has us under a marginal risk for this morning, at least the metro area, a little small thin area there, and then it starts to increase as it gets a little bit further to the east. What you're watching behind me is the tornado watch. You can see for much of our area, except for the far northwest where we had a tornado watch, and now that line has moved past that area. And so we'll see the National Weather Service begin to chip a lot of these counties back off of that as we head through the rest of the morning. Here's what I want to walk you through, because we have this line of showers, thunderstorms over us now, but as we head through the day, watch what takes place. Chris mentioned that the temperatures right now are down into the 60s. We'll watch that temperature falling off through the day. So we've already hit our highs for today. We're looking at those temperatures falling off as we head into the afternoon. In fact, if there's any lingering moisture around, there could be a few flurries in the forecast area as well. So if you're getting ready to leave the house, even though the temperatures are in the 60s, you may want to grab that coat, throw it in the back seat, because you're going to need that coming home, because those temperatures will fall off. Not to mention the winds. Winds will pick up behind this front as well. Those winds will be anywhere between 15, 25 miles per hour. Gusts will be in the 35 mile per hour range. So when these storms come through, they could weaken a lot of trees. They may not topple over as of yet, but then that wind comes in behind it. So throughout the day, we'll be watching for damage to pop up in our area. These storms that we've been talking about so far have had a history of producing some very gusty winds and have a history of knocking over some trees. In fact, we heard of a tree that landed on someone's porch that had them trapped inside. No injuries reported with that. Glad to hear about that. But at least we are hearing some of these thunderstorms hitting some areas. Again, we have our reporters out and about throughout the area. We're going to start off with traffic reporter Doug Turnbull, who has been down in the Noonan area. I know he's on the move. Where are you now, Doug? I'm sorry, we're going to Seth first, who is in Marietta. How's it looking up there so far?
Yeah, so Chesley, you and Chris have been mentioning the strong winds, heavy rain, thunder, lightning that everyone's going to be expecting very, very soon. And here in Marietta, we're already experiencing a little bit of the strong winds. But so far, right now, as you can see behind me, it's still dry for now. But we know that time is very limited. We're actually inside of a parking garage right now, just in case, to be safe here, parked inside where we can stay dry, but still watch what comes this way. So maybe potentially in the next 30 minutes, we'll be able to see a little bit of this action making its way here in Marietta. I'm Stephanie Chanock, back to you guys in the studio.
Stephanie Chanock, I really appreciate that. Yeah, just to the west of you over into Paulding County, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning, so it is headed in your direction. All right, now let's go over to Doug Turnbull, our traffic reporter. He is on the move this morning in the traffic truck. And so how's it looking out there where you are, Doug?
Yeah, thank you, Chesley. A great job to you and Chris there holding it down in the studio. So we were in Peachtree City or so the last time we talked to you. Now we're back to the Coweta and Fulton County line, and we're heading up the west side perimeter and up to I-20 to get closer to where some of the storms are as they approach Carroll and Douglas County. So here we are on I-85 right now, and we are approaching, or just after rather, Collinsworth Road. Between Collinsworth Road and Highway 74 Sonoy Road, not only is traffic moving well down here, the rain has not begun falling yet. Now I've been listening to some of the different police radios, and even before some of the storms have happened, a tree fell down on the road in Hogansville. I'm hearing police and fire respond to check it off of Morgan Road in US 29. That's in Hogansville, southern Coweta County, kind of near the Meriwether Troop County area too. So of course we'll be monitoring and transmissions about that, and of course reporting things as conditions deteriorate, which they most certainly will, which is just again a reminder, there's quite a few cars out here. Stay off of the roads if you can. We're going to get into a safe place once the weather hits, and let's check the rest of the roadways. So my traffic pal Rachel Cox Rosen.
Hey, Doug, good morning. Yeah, taking a live look here at one of our first incidents of the morning, and it's not related to weather. This is in downtown Atlanta, actually closer to midtown Atlanta on I-75, I-85. The entrance ramp from William Street to the northbound lanes of 75-85 are shut at this point, and that's due to police activity. GDOT tells me they're not able to give me any more info, but you can see all the flashing lights here. Not creating any backups. It's still nice and early, and we're hoping folks not getting on the roadway this morning if they don't have to be, as we've all been saying, because of that severe weather out there. But just make sure you're getting on north of William Street. North Avenue is a good option. Widening out, luckily that is the only issue that I'm watching. Of course, we have that heavy rain and severe weather. Stay off the roadways if possible.
All right, thanks a lot. Really appreciate that. All right. Dan is in our streaming center this morning. He's been tracking any power outages in the area. Plus, I know you've been checking out the airport as well.
Yeah, good morning to you, Chesley. Airport, we are seeing at this hour 10 more delays than when I saw you about 20 minutes ago. So definitely keep an eye on those delays and cancellations, and I'll be doing that for you right here this morning. And when it comes to power outages, the most we are seeing right now statewide is up in the northwest part of the state. This is a look at North Georgia EMC. So the counties currently affected the most: Whitfield, Walker, Catoosa, there in the Dalton and Lafayette areas. They've been hit with about 2,000 power outages right now, although in the last half hour they've restored about 1,000 of those. So they are making some progress there in North Georgia, and that's the area where they had that tornado warning about an hour and a half ago. I'm keeping an eye on Georgia Power, which really impacts the most amount of people statewide, almost 3 million customers. Right now you're looking at just about 2,500 or so people in the dark with 62 active outages, so really not a big deal. Putting all this in perspective for you, Georgia has about 5.5 million people who rely on power, and we're looking at just about 6,000 outages right now. That, of course, could change as this powerful storm starts making its way here through the metro area. We're keeping an eye on all these outages for you. We'll report back when I see you here pretty soon. Chesley.
All right, thanks a lot, Dan. Really appreciate that. All right, right now, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect in our forecast area. For continuing coverage around the clock, stick with us right here on 11 Live Plus. Just download it on your smart TV, and you can stream it for free. Don't go anywhere, folks. We got more coverage on these storms moving through our area when we return.
Alert. Coming, the impact and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now. To our Continuous coverage of the storms that are now pushing through our area, and those of you who are in the Kennesaw area, for example, you're waking up now to some rumbles of thunder. The storms are getting a little closer to your area, and we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes the Atlanta area. Chris, give us the latest.
Well, this is a new thunderstorm warning, as you mentioned, that covers a lot of counties here, and it does include the city of Atlanta. This was just issued a few moments ago, right when we were in that commercial break, and this is for numerous counties here, including Fulton County, all of South Fulton, Central Fulton, and North Fulton. That goes up to Forsyth County, parts of Western Gwinnett, much of DeKalb County. That goes down to areas of Clayton County here. Also, there's South Fulton, as we mentioned. Douglas County is in that. Part of Carroll County, part of Paulding County is in that. Part of Bartow County, and the southern parts of Cherokee County. This warning is also tagged with TOR possible. And what the Weather Service is doing here is, when they're issuing these warnings, that this is mainly for heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and winds of 60 miles an hour or greater. However, with that TOR possible tag, it is because we've had a history back into Alabama and over parts of North Georgia, where at any time along this leading edge, we have some notches here where we could see these couplets coming together, where we could see a tornado actually occurring there. I'm going to come back and look at this in just a moment, but I want to show you the other warning that we have. This one also includes multiple counties in North Georgia, including northern Cherokee County, northern Forsyth, into Dawson County, parts of Hall County, White County, also Lumpkin County. I mentioned Dawson County. We also have Gilmer, Fannin, Union, and Towns County. This is still in effect. This also has the tag TOR possible, where you see this leading edge that's moving through, about to move into Juneau. Be aware in Helen, the Cleveland area. These storms will be in your area within the next 15 to 20 minutes. So from that, let me put this into motion. And you can see these two areas, that line that goes up into North Carolina, Clay County, you're also included in a severe thunderstorm warning there. This line continues to move over to the east. It has very heavy rain with it, thunder and lightning in association with that, winds of 60 miles an hour. And again, at any time along that line, we could see any rotation developing along that. So those are the latest severe thunderstorm warnings that we have here, and that one here on the south side does include the city of Atlanta. Let me show you when this warning is going to expire here with that area going into Atlanta. So we're thinking that will expire at 6 o'clock in the morning. So right now we're at 5:20. It's going to take that much time, let's say about 20 to 30 minutes before it moves into the city of Atlanta proper, and then moving out, we think, after the 6 o'clock time frame, really between 6 and 6:15, with those storms continuing to move away. So this is the system that we've been watching for days and predicting for days, and it is now closing in on the city of Atlanta with that heavy rain, also thunder and lightning there, moving pretty quickly over to the east here. We also are watching a tornado watch that is in effect. This tornado watch includes all of our area as we see storms as they continue to move on through. And this watch is going to be in effect until 10. Now, when I tell you that, I want you to understand that what happens is, as the line moves over to the east, they're going to start taking away counties over on the west side. So you folks over in Carroll County, Haralson County, Polk County, you're not going to be in this watch until 10 o'clock. The line's going to be moving out. I don't even think Atlanta will be in the watch through 10 o'clock in the morning, because those storms are going to move away, and they'll start canceling those counties there back to the west as that storm system continues to move on through our area. So here is a look at the timeline of what we're watching. It's already moving through western Georgia. Now here we are at this time frame, really between 5 and 7 o'clock, moving through metro Atlanta. It's not going to be raining heavy for that whole 2-hour period. That's just the timeline of it moving from here, from the west side over to the east side. And then after that, going into 7, 8, and 9 o'clock is when that's going to move over to the east of our area, Chesley. So this is closing in on us, and I know that a lot of schools delayed their opening because this would time out with a lot of kids going out to bus stops at this time, and they're trying to keep the kids out of from being outside and at those bus stops when this heavy rain and storm system is going to move through.
Yeah, very fast movers and dropping a lot of heavy rain, and so you really don't want to be on the road at all with this heavy rain coming down. Chris, I want to show you something interesting here. I want you to take a look at this. All right, so looking at the Woodstock area, Kennesaw, so the southern parts of Cherokee County into northern parts of Cobb County right now. I'm going to put the velocity on here, and I do want to show you, now these are winds blowing away and toward the radar, and you notice a little bit of notch up here if you look just to the east of Cartersville, and then you notice some of these little notches here forming. So if you look down toward Paulding County, for example, and just to the southwest of Kennesaw, that little wraparound there. So these could be little areas that are starting to form here where we talk about that rotation, and some of that may be getting a little closer to the surface. So we'll watch for that as we head through the morning. Numerous reports in Paulding County of trees being down and power outages. Of course, we'll check with Dan on that in a few, but so that the storms coming out of Paulding County going into Cobb as we speak have a history of knocking some trees down. So those winds up to about 60, maybe plus miles per hour as that continues to push further over toward the east. We do know that we have Stephanie Haynock that's in Marietta right now, likely experiencing some of that rain that's coming down, certainly hearing some of the thunder that's coming down. I'll put the radar back on here for a minute. It doesn't look like much when you look at the radar. And again, so far, Chris and I have been analyzing this, and the rotation has been very broad so far. And so you can really get what would appear to be a little tight window, and then it broadens right back out. And so it hasn't been able to form as of yet. But the reason why, as he mentioned, that the National Weather Service is putting possibility for a tornado, right? Tornado possible is because we could get some of those spin-ups. You have something else you want to talk about, Chris, real quick?
Another warning that was just issued on the south side, I want to make sure that we got to before we go to a commercial break here. This is a brand new warning that was just issued for areas of Fayette County, also Coweta County, and into areas of Heard County. Another area with that leading edge there where we have 60-mile-an-hour winds. They are also saying TOR possible on this warning with winds of 60 miles an hour, heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. And again, with this part of the system, at any time, we could see some rotation developing out of that there on that leading edge. So here we are in Atlanta. These storms just within a few minutes away here, let's say the next 15 to 20 minutes coming into the city. This is a very strong, powerful system that we're watching there with those 60-mile-an-hour winds, heavy rain, and the potential for rotation to develop there. Chesley and I are going to keep watching this through our commercial break. We'll have much more for you coming up in just a few minutes.
Rates, reporting on issues,
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11.
Line of strong thunderstorms moving through our area as we speak, folks. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings associated with it. We're watching for the potential for tornadoes as well. We have a tornado watch that's going to last for much of North Georgia to 10 a.m. We're going to continue to track these storms. I'm here with Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb. We got Jonathan Martin and a ton of our reporters out on the roads checking what's taking place, folks. We'll bring you the very latest. Keep it locked right here. We'll be back right after this.
Extended coverage of the current weather impact alert is sponsored by Premier Generators.
Weather Impact Alert Days. Stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Welcome back. It's just after 5:30 on this Monday morning. I'm Jonathan Martin, and we appreciate you being here with us. We have a lot to get to this morning as storms are moving through the region as we speak. In fact, multiple school districts are on a 2-hour delay. We just heard from Cherokee County. They've announced a 2-hour delay as well for students. Meteorologist Chesley McNeil and our chief meteorologist Chris Holcomb are both here with our forecast. And Chesley, I imagine that we might see more school districts delaying as this weather is still forming.
Absolutely, Jonathan, as this line continues to push through. Now, this line has the possibility of or has the history of producing winds up to 60 miles per hour with some of these thunderstorms. They could get as high as 70 miles per hour. We had one tornado warning here in North Georgia and our far northwestern counties so far. The rest have been severe thunderstorm warnings with the possibility of a tornado. Chris and I have been monitoring the rotation in some of these storms, and they have a history of producing rotation, so we're watching for that because a tornado could pop up at any time. We have a tornado watch in our area that we're watching that's going to last until 10 a.m. And then this line, as it continues to push through, back behind it, the winds will pick up as well. We're talking about winds anywhere between 15 and 25 miles per hour. Gusts will be in the 35 mile per hour range, which means that as these storms come through and weaken some of the trees, the winds on the backside could blow them over or even knock around some limbs. And so we'll be dealing with some power outages. Already hearing history of trees being knocked down in places like Cherokee County and also back toward Carroll County as well. Chris has been monitoring all of the severe thunderstorm warnings that have been affected. They've been numerous so far, and he's here to break down the latest.
And these warnings go right along that line, and they impact numerous counties right now as this line is moving from West Georgia into Metro Atlanta right now. It's going to be crossing through Atlanta in just a little bit and then moving to the east of the city. So I want to start off with the latest one that came in. We've already talked about this one, but I want to make sure that you're aware. Here on the south side, you can see these from Heard County over into Coweta County, northern parts of Troup County, parts of Meriwether County, moving into areas of Fayette County. That is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 6 o'clock. It also has the tag that says TOR possible. We have winds of 60 miles an hour. Then you go up into parts of Carroll County, Douglas County, Fulton County, into Clayton County, DeKalb, Fulton, Cobb, Southern Cherokee, North Fulton, Southern Forsyth, and Western Gwinnett, where these storms are going to be moving through your area. Same thing, heavy rain, 60-mile-an-hour winds, thunder and lightning. Also, this is tagged as TOR possible, meaning there's a chance that any rotation could develop within that. And then up to the north, this is a large area of a severe thunderstorm warning, including multiple counties. So let's break that down for you. We have these parts of Cherokee County, northern Forsyth, over into Hall County. Then you go into Pickens County, Dawson, Lumpkin, White counties. We also have Fannin, Gilmer, Union, and Towns counties included in that severe thunderstorm warning. So really, it goes up from North Carolina, including Clay County, North Carolina, along that line, stretching along the entire line as this goes back into Alabama. Every county here along that line of storms has a severe thunderstorm warning, and all of those counties have that same tag of TOR possible. So what Chesley and I are talking about with this is this has a history of producing rotation with these cells. And even though our Doppler radar indications are not showing anything tight enough to give us a tornado warning, we know that at any time that could happen. And that's why the National Weather Service is showing TOR possible. I was just checking the shear tracks here a few minutes ago. What you're looking for here is the blue. Now let me show you the shear track currently. This is what we're talking about here. Now again, the blue colors that you see there indicating areas where we've seen just a little bit of weak rotation. So this is showing us here that we've had some of that in Cherokee County. We've had some weak rotation in Cobb County. We've had some weak rotation in areas of Douglas County and also into South Fulton. But again, that's very weak, not tight enough or strong enough for the National Weather Service to feel confident in issuing a tornado warning with that. But I wanted to show you this, and I know that may not look that impressive, but that just goes to show you along that entire line there is some rotation, and at any moment that could get stronger too. We don't see anything really standing out that looks too worrisome. There's a little bit of green and red kind of coming together here south of Marietta. Again, not tight enough for this to be classified as a tornado warning, but again, evidence of some rotation there that we have to keep an eye on as these storms move through. So we just want everyone to kind of stay put until the storms roll through. Make sure you're in an area where you can go to your safe spot in case a tornado warning happened to be issued. Chesley and I have also been, during that commercial break, we were both looking at the National Weather Service chat. We are beginning to get more and more reports of that damage in, mainly tree damage coming in. There was even one report from an emergency manager out in Carroll County talking about trees over the road, and they were getting numerous reports of cars actually hitting those trees. When it's dark out there and rainy and the visibility is low and a tree comes down, you could hit that. So you've got to be very careful out there. Try to stay in until this line passes through your area. Chesley?
Absolutely right, Chris. All right, a tornado watch in effect until 10 a.m. You can see for much of North Georgia. It does extend down into the central portions of our state. We're watching. We don't have any tornado warnings out there right now, but we're watching for the potential for tornadoes in our forecast area. Now, the major threat with these storms is going to be the rain. You see that heavy rain that Chris was just showing you on the radar. Also, strong winds up to 60 miles per hour, knocking over those trees. No tornado threat, but it's there. It's there, folks. We could see some of that rotation already in some of these storms, and a low hail threat. In fact, I just saw a report of some dime-size hail being reported over our area, so we'll continue to monitor that as well. Now, we have folks out and about checking out the storm. We have traffic reporter Doug Turnbull, who is riding along the Noonan area, coming back up to the north. We also have Dan Kennedy, who is in the streaming center. He's checking out the power outages and also what's taking place at the airport. We're going to start you off with Stephanie Shadnock, who is in Marietta, where no doubt the rain is coming down, and I'm certain that you've heard some of those thunderstorms already.
Yeah, Chesley, really within the last couple of minutes, and it came in very strong. I mean, we went from seeing nothing at all besides a little bit of wind to a complete downpour right now. We're giving you a live look here at downtown Marietta, just a few blocks away from the square here. And this storm right here, this line of precipitation, it arrived within 10 minutes after I received an alert on my phone. So I'm sure a lot of people in this area and across the metro received this same alert. It says a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for your area. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest level of a building. I'm telling you, Chesley, that was a very accurate alert, because just a few minutes later we saw this downpour arrive here in Marietta. Now, we're inside of a parking garage this morning just so that we have some protection and cover over us. And like you said, things are moving fast. Once it does come, it's going to move through it already seems like it's kind of dying down just a little bit, but once it arrived, it came in strong. We're going to be here all morning long, giving you a live look and tracking here from Marietta. I'm Stephanie Shadnock, back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Stephanie. Really appreciate that. Doug Turnbull is in the Douglasville area this morning, and what's happening over there, Doug?
It is starting to rain cats and dogs here, Chesley. We've moved this way after recommendation from you and Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb here to try to catch some of these storms where they were hitting first. And in the last few minutes, backing up on some of the things I've been hearing you saying, I've been checking with the State Patrol of Villa Rica, listening to the Carroll County, Coweta County, Fayette County police radios, and trying to find out where some trees are down. We've heard of a couple of trees down in Carroll County, including one where a vehicle may have hit it on 5 Points Road near the I-20 overpass. We're actually at Douglasville now, where this rain's falling heavily, and I want to show you this from the hood camera of our traffic impact tracker truck. We're 20 westbound in the Way Station Lee Road area. Our photojournalist Stephen Boise driving here, and we're feeling a very heavy north-south crosswind going from right to left across the vehicle, so we're having to, really keep it straight right here and head out this way. We're going to check some of these damage reports. I've also spoken to Cherokee authorities too, who'd had some reports of tree down, and they have to Butterworth Road off of Highway 20 and Bells Ferry at Wooten Road. So please, folks, we're going to get into a safe place here, but stay off the roads if you can, and certainly be careful for any downed trees and wires, especially in dark areas, because it's tough to drive out there and avoid those things too. And our Rachel Cox Rosen's in the traffic center right now, and she's been monitoring things as well on your roadways for your ride out early.
Yeah, thanks so much, Doug. Not related to weather, but we do have an incident near Midtown Atlanta on I-75, I-85. So you're taking a live look at what GDOT says is one of the ramps from William Street blocking the on-ramp to 75-85 due to police activity. You could see flashing lights in this area. Luckily, not backing up traffic. It's still early here at 5:40, but just an alert. You can get on north of that at North Avenue in Midtown. Widening out, luckily, that is the only major incident that I'm watching. However, as Chris has said, as Doug has said, we have heard a lot of reports of crashes and incidents, especially in these areas where we're seeing the heavy rain. Carroll County being one example of that crash that Doug was talking about, 5 Points Road, right at the I-20 bridge near Villa Rica. So just make sure you're using extra caution if you're forced to get on the roadways, but if you don't have to be driving, I recommend staying home today.
All right, thanks a lot, Rachel. Really appreciate that. Dan Kennedy is in the streaming center this morning. And Dan, we've been hearing about a lot of trees coming down, no doubt on power lines. What do you have as far as power outages go right now?
Well, they're picking up, Chesley. About triple the amount of power outages from when I first saw you about an hour ago. And then when I last saw you about 20 minutes ago, we've since doubled. So statewide, this is what you're looking at. About 15,000 people in the dark here across Georgia. That's out of more than 5 million customers. But yeah, we are still starting to see things tick up, especially to the northeast, right there on the Tennessee border. Whitfield, Catoosa, Murray, those counties, all with 2 to 3% of customers in the dark. Union County also picking up here recently. Let's take a little more granular look at things. This is northeast Georgia right now, about 3,000 people in the dark. Same with Georgia Power. This is going to be impacting more folks here around the metro area as that storm now moving through Cobb County area. You can see that band right over Marietta right now, and about 35 people in the dark with Georgia Power. This is a look at Cobb County. EMC, let me refresh this page. Yeah, still just about 800 people in the dark. Of course, that could change here very soon as some of those trees come down with some of these high winds that we are seeing as we speak. And if you're flying today, you're certainly going to want to check the status of that flight before you head out. 160 cancellations and 81 delays. That number has also been increasing every 20 minutes or so when you continue to check in with me, and be keeping an eye on things all morning here from the streaming center with these up-to-date numbers. Back to you. Dan, really appreciate that. All right, thanks for keeping us updated. All right, for continuous storm coverage around the clock, folks, just stick with us on 11 Live Plus. Just download that app on your smart TV, and you can start streaming for free.
Or live up the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage.
Welcome back, folks, to our continuous coverage of the storms that are moving through our forecast area. Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb is with me here this morning, tracking these storms. Been tracking them all night, really. Sticking around this morning to help us out with these storms that have been pushing through our area. And I got to mention this, Chris, that APS, Atlanta Public Schools, are going remote for today. And we're around that time, about 15 minutes to 6 a.m. And that's when people have to really start thinking about their plans, their morning plans, getting out, right? So this is about the time a lot of folks will be leaving their houses. And if you can delay, obviously, obviously that's a good thing because these storms are just now starting to come down on the city of Atlanta.
And these are pretty tough storms here. Very heavy rain, thunder and lightning. We have 60-mile-an-hour winds with these storms, and we have the potential for rotation to develop with these too. I want to show you here this entire line. We're talking about from the LaGrange area all the way up through Atlanta and then all the way up to North Carolina here, up into Clay County, North Carolina. That line, the entire part of it has severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for multiple counties, and each one of these severe thunderstorm warnings has a tag that says TOR possible. So Chesley and I are analyzing this line as these storms move through, where we're seeing some little notches every once in a while where there's a little bit of rotation. So far, the only thing that prompted a tornado warning earlier was up in areas of Dalton and parts of Whitfield County, where we had some rotation there, where we had a quick tornado warning. So we're watching this slide through. Again, this is what we have been tracking since the end of last week when we issued this 11 Alive weather impact alert for these storms, and then the cold that's coming in after it. And now this is the time where this is pushing through our area. I want to zoom in tighter here. This leading edge is now about to impact downtown Atlanta. It is in parts of North Fulton County. Just moved through Cherokee. This leading edge right here is into Forsyth County, about to move into areas of Lake Lanier. North Fulton here, coming into Central Fulton. The north side of the perimeter, west side of the perimeter, getting rocked with heavy rain. That's pushing into the downtown area. And then South Fulton County, that leading edge, about to move into parts of Fayette County, also into areas of Coweta County. And all of those areas, that's where we have severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. And you can see how that line came in from the west. Chesley and I have been checking. We're getting numerous reports from emergency managers in West Georgia of trees down, power lines down, and power outages. Of course, we just heard about that from Dan just a few minutes ago. And that is what we're expecting to see, some sporadic damage as this moves through the city and through the heart of the metro area. And then it still has to move over to the east. So I want you folks in Gwinnett County to get ready, the rest of DeKalb County to get ready, the rest of Fayette County, Henry County, also down into these areas down to the south, moving into even Spalding County, the rest of Coweta County. I want you to be aware of those storms moving in, and that's all part of that big system that goes even farther up to the north. We have that tornado watch that is going to be in effect here until 10 o'clock this morning as those storms move on through. Now I want to show you what we're watching right now with our tower cams. I want to show you first what we have going on right now up at Truist Park. This camera is about to come up. I know it's dark out there. The lights are not on, but you can see the flashing lights on top of Truist Park. The raindrops here are on the lens. Very heavy rain coming down. We also have windy conditions coming in down there as well. And I also want to take you on the south side to Noonan. This is, instead of looking at the courthouse, I've moved the camera looking more over toward the west and southwest. Okay, look in the street light right there. You can see the rate of the rain coming down pretty good. Also raindrops coming on the lens here, collecting on the lens, kind of diffusing that light a little bit more. But as you can see, that's a dark sky. When I was looking at this just a few moments ago, we were getting almost constant flashes of lightning with that leading edge as it was coming in. Now we're looking kind of away from where that lightning was coming from, but very heavy rain coming down into the Noonan area right now. I also want to show you one other thing. This is our significant tornado parameter, and what we watch with this are these colors that indicate the yellows and the oranges, and this isn't telling us where we're for sure going to have a tornado, but this is where it's telling us that the environment is a little more conducive for any rotation to develop. And as you can see, this lines up with what I just showed you of those storms from Clay County, North Carolina, through Atlanta, going all the way down toward LaGrange. And it's that leading edge part of that where at any time, this is why the National Weather Service is issuing these warnings saying TOR possible, because the environment is conducive for any of that rotation to develop out there. Now, as we go through the rest of the morning hours, that is going to keep moving away. This is at 7 o'clock, mainly on the east side, the tornado environment being more conducive, and then that's going to get out of here and we'll no longer have a severe weather threat. But then we shift, Chesley, to the cold weather, which is the second part of that weather impact alert that we issued last week, talking about storms first and then cold air coming in right after that. And Chesley, I know you're zooming in and checking in on velocity of any rotation that you're seeing. Is anything standing out to you right now?
Yeah, over toward the College Park area. Looking at this, National Weather Service reporting winds up to about 70 miles per hour with this particular cell. That's just to the west now of College Park. Each rotation now bringing it a little bit closer to that particular area there, and so been watching for that. I see a little bit of rotation in that right now, so been watching that very closely. That is an area of concern for the National Weather Service and for us as well as we zoom in on that and take a look at that. But again, the College Park area right now, if you're in that area, hopefully you're hunkered down and just be safe, just in case something perhaps begins to spin up. Certainly you're seeing winds, or at least winds already clocked at about 70 miles per hour, so be on the lookout for that. As we broaden back out here and take a look, not seeing much more other than that particular area. So that's just south of the East Point area right now, and so we'll continue to watch that. I'm sorry, the camera. Oh, the camera right there behind. Oh, yeah, where Truist Park is. Truist was saying the camera. You can see the very heavy rain that's coming down over toward the Truist Park area as well, and the winds are starting to pick up there as well, folks. So we're going to continue to monitor this for you and keep you updated on all the very latest that's happening in our area. Again, widening out just a little bit here, you can see where we have these strong thunderstorms that are pushing through our area right now, barreling down on the Atlanta city area right now. We'll continue to slide further over toward the east, and as Chris mentioned, even behind the system, once it moves through, we're still going to have weather to deal with, especially with the cold air that's going to be moving in. We do have a freeze warning that's going to be issued for tonight through tomorrow morning. We'll be back right after this, folks. Stay right there. We got the very latest for you coming up.
That alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better. Watch.
Welcome back to our extended coverage of the weather that's taking place outside right now. This is the downtown connector, Fulton Street, and you can see where that heavy rain is coming down. Traffic looks to be getting around pretty good right now, folks, but you definitely want to take your time on the roads, especially rolling through some of these thunderstorms. They have a history of producing winds up to 60 and a few 70-mile-per-hour winds. And so we got numerous reports of trees being down in our western counties up to the northwest as well as this line continues to push right now through the Atlanta metro area. We'll be over toward the east probably within the next 45 minutes to an hour. We'll start to slide a little further toward the east. Even behind this system, we'll be looking at some colder air that will be moving in. Our temperatures will be going down as we head through the afternoon. So even though you start off with maybe a light jacket or a raincoat, you will need your coat this afternoon. Winds anywhere between 15 to 25 miles per hour. Gusts could be in the 35-mile-per-hour range. So whatever damage happens because of these storms to trees this afternoon, they could even topple over, or maybe even some of those limbs being blown around because of the wind that's coming in behind it. We have an 11 Live weather impact alert that's going to last from today all the way through Wednesday morning, thanks to that cold air. The first part is these storms that we're experiencing right now, and then the colder air that's coming in back behind it. We have team coverage throughout the city of Atlanta and surrounding areas. We're going to bring you the latest on what's taking place as far as power outages as well, and what's taking place at the airport in case you are planning to fly out this morning. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect through about 6 o'clock and 6:30 for this morning. We're going to bring you the very latest. We have our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, with us as well.
Extended coverage of the current weather impact alert is sponsored by Premier Generators.
And you know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for waking up here this morning on 11 Alive. I'm Jonathan Martin. We do have a weather impact alert right now. A lot of you have been watching us for the past few hours. We do want to get to this first. Meriwether County and Atlanta Public Schools will be remote today because of the weather. We also know Cherokee County and a few other school districts will be operating on a 2-hour delay. So you certainly want to check with your school before you head out this morning. We also understand Hartsville-Jackson now at a ground stop right now because of the weather. So again, if you head out this morning, make sure you check on those conditions. conditions. We do have team coverage this morning. You see our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, has been here. He's been with you all night tracking the weather. But let's start this morning with Chesley. What's the latest right now?
Well, we got these storms moving through the city right now. We're in the heart of it right now. Pushing further over toward the east, we've had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings associated with this. One tornado warning that was up in the far northwest that has gone away. But a tornado could pop up at any time, which is why Chris and I have been monitoring these storms as they begin to push through. Now, right now you have severe thunderstorm warnings. Winds have been up to about 60 miles per hour, even 70 miles per hour in a few of these thunderstorms. Numerous lightning strikes, very heavy rain coming down, pounding on the roadways, no doubt. We have a couple reporters that will be around. We'll get a report from them in just a few. But let's head over to Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb to give us the latest on these new tornado warnings that are popping up.
Yeah, you know, Chesley,
severe thunderstorm warnings.
Yeah, there's severe thunderstorm warnings. What's interesting is now that we've gotten to the 6 o'clock hour, that was the expiration time with a few of these warnings. But just when one row of counties and severe thunderstorm warnings expire, then we have a new batch of severe thunderstorm warnings that are issued. All of these severe thunderstorm warnings have the tag of tornado possible. All of them coming in with winds of 60 miles an hour, but with that tag saying tornado possible, meaning at any time within this. We watch whenever we have these linear systems here where we can see notches within that where rotation could develop. And as Chesley said, we did have a tornado warning earlier up in Whitfield County at Dalton earlier this morning here, and that's just an example of what we have here within that line where that rotation could develop. So let's break these down. We have new severe thunderstorm warnings and a new batch of counties that we want to tell you about. This one here is on the south side. It's because of this part of the line moving into Fayette County, parts of southern Fulton County here into Coweta County, moving down toward Meriwether County. This includes those areas of southern Heard County into Troup County and moves on down toward Columbus, and this moves into a little bit of Pike County, a little bit of Spalding County, goes over into Henry County, southern parts of Clayton County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to pop it up. Not all the counties are going to populate in here because we have so many counties included in that, but this is going to be in effect until 6:30. So where we had the ones just to the west of them expire at 6, now we have another batch of warnings here and a lot of other counties included for that. That's going to be in effect until 6:30. I also want to show you the other warning. This one has been a little more interesting here as this has moved through the city of Atlanta. You can see this warning. Again, the National Weather Service is including the entire line as it continues to move on through here. This includes the rest of DeKalb County here, northern parts of Henry County, northern parts of Clayton. It goes over to Rockdale County, this area of Gwinnett County, parts of Walton County, over into Barrow County, also Jackson County, Hall County, and Banks County. That's the latest batch of severe thunderstorm warnings. There's one warning that includes all of those counties. This is also going to be in effect until 6:30. Now, I want to come in a little tighter because most of these warnings have been saying 60-mile-an-hour winds. However, we were watching these as they were moving through College Park just a little while ago. The National Weather Service added a tag earlier to that one that said considerable damage possible, and that's because we had some surges in there with winds that got up to 70 miles an hour. We are getting numerous reports over in West Georgia from the emergency managers there of trees that have come down, power lines that have come down, motor vehicle accidents where cars have driven into downed trees. There have been so many of those on the roads, and so we expect that we're going to be getting more reports like that here in the metro area. So this is slicing right through the city of Atlanta. This is what we've been watching since the end of last week when we issued our 11 Alive weather impact alert, and now it is happening. We want you, if you do not have to be out on the roads, hang on for just a little bit longer. You don't want to be in this rain and in these storms right now, trying to navigate the highways and trying to get through these roads where it's dark, where the visibility is low with the heavy rain coming in. We don't want you to be one of the people that happens to run into a downed tree as well. And this goes up to the north of us, into the north of us here. We'll zoom in and come up to parts of North Georgia, taking you into areas of White County here near Cleveland and Helen, moving into Towns and Union County here. This is actually Towns County here. And then now Rabun County and also Habersham County are included in a severe thunderstorm warning. All of these are tagged with the phrase "TOR possible." Now look here in Atlanta. This is where we have a lot of lightning here too. We just heard thunder over our building. So we've got a lot of lightning here in the metro Atlanta area. So this is bearing down on the city right now. I want you guys to be prepared in Lawrenceville. This leading edge is about to move into your area here. Eastern parts of DeKalb County, also the northern parts of Henry County, over into Rockdale, and also Walton. That's that leading edge coming in. Chesley has been kind of keeping an eye. I'm going to look at velocity really quick here just to see if we have anything kind of, excuse me, that stands out with that. Chesley, have you been seeing anything? I don't really see anything that really catches my eye for a big time alarm, but we've been watching that. I also want to look at the shear tracks with this. We have been watching what you're looking for here, and I know this doesn't look that impressive. We look for these areas of blue, which is indicating where we've had some weak rotation. There was a little bit of that east of the perimeter in DeKalb County, between Redan, maybe up closer to the Clarkston area here, not too far off from Stone Mountain, which is up on the DeKalb and Gwinnett line. But there have been areas of weak rotation. There's another one there in western parts of Gwinnett County, right along the western side of 85. But really, that is all we've been seeing now. But as I put the history on that, you can see that there has been a history of weak rotation there over on the west side. So that's why the National Weather Service puts that tag in saying TOR possible. That rotation that we just showed you is very weak, nothing strong enough to actually be a real tornado or a confirmed tornado coming down. But we are getting more and more of these reports of trees coming down and power outages coming in. And of course, Jonathan mentioned to you the ground stop at Hartsfield-Jackson because of those strong winds, the low visibility, the heavy rain that's coming through. What this is going to do, it's going to keep moving to the east. Now, it doesn't end. We still have rain, even moderate rain and thunder and lightning, but it's this main line here is what is causing that severe weather threat, the wind threat, and that even low risk for some tornadoes as well. We have a live look we want to show you right now that we can check out what we're watching. This is from where's this from? Or from our storm? Fulton Street ramp, looking back toward the city of Atlanta. You can see the windshield wiper going there through the window, looking back toward the city. You can see the Gold Dome as well, where that heavy rain is coming down on the city. There are some cars out there navigating the roads, but again, you just don't want to drive through this heavy rain and thunder and lightning and that wind. We are definitely seeing some ponding on some roadways, and we've had numerous reports of trees coming down on roads and it being so dark and the visibility being low with all that spray coming up that people didn't even see the tree down, and the cars have run into some of those trees. That was over in Carroll County a little bit earlier. Now, again, on the backside, that's the severe weather threat, but behind this, we still have rain that's going to be hanging out for a while, and even thunder and lightning with those storms, even though they're below severe limit. So it's going to take a while before we start drying out a little bit later on. And Chesley, with that drier air coming in, it is going to be really cold. We have already had our high temperatures for the day overnight in the upper 60s. By 3, 4, 5 o'clock this afternoon, we're going to be back to the 30s.
Yeah, a lot of folks thinking about the rain gear when they're leaving the house this morning, but you really have to carry a big coat with you as well because those winds are going to be picking up. Chris mentioned all the trees that's being reported down, those that get damaged later on this afternoon as those wind gusts pick up to about 30, 35 miles per hour. That could just go ahead and blow some of those limbs around. So it's still going to be, even after this line pushes through, it's still going to be a significant weather day for us because we'll be dealing with conditions pretty much all day long. I suspect this line to be well east of us by the time we get to the 7 o'clock hour. Right now it's 6. By the time we get to 7, a lot of the this line that's producing the severe weather will be to the east of us, but we still have more to go on the backside of this, plus again the colder air coming in. We have our team following the latest weather conditions throughout the morning. We do have Doug Turnbull, traffic reporter Doug Turnbull on the roads. We're going to get to him in just a few, but right now let's go over to Steph Shaynock. She's in Marietta, where that line has just pushed through that area. How's it looking right now, Steph?
Yeah, so actually, Chesley, the amount of rainfall has definitely lightened up now. When it first arrived, though, it came down very heavy. Now what we're mainly seeing is a lot of lightning in the sky and hearing a lot of thunder. Actually, in the last 7 minutes, we got our second alert to our cell phones this morning so far. This one, again, warning everyone of the severe thunderstorm warning and also to move to an interior room for your own protection. The first alert came came around 5:24. So if you're having your phone, keep it nearby, keep it charged so you get all the important updates regarding today's weather. But yeah, this is a live look here outside at downtown Marietta, just a few steps away from the square here. We do want to mention that yesterday Marietta City Schools said that they would be continuing as normal as far as start time for the students heading to school this Monday morning. And I went to go check back for any updates, and there isn't one. So if you are wondering as far as what has been posted from Marietta City Schools, those hours are as normal. But yeah, we're giving you a live look, so not too bad out here as far as rainfall. But again, guys, we are seeing a lot of lightning, and of course, we're still hearing that thunder here in Marietta. I'm Stephanie Chanock. Back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Steph. Stay safe out there. All right, Doug Turnbull is on the roads. He's been on the roads all morning long, following the storm in our traffic truck. And Doug, I know you're in Fulton County along I-20 there. Have you seen anything significant so far?
Well, I want to tell you, it's been steady rain the whole time here at Chesley. I've been following yours and Chris's direction there. We went out to Douglas County, went out to the Arbor Place Mall exit, Highway 5, exit 34, and turned around and headed east and drove right through the heart of these storms here. The good news is here on the west side, the wind has seemed to die down after we had some pretty heavy straight line, or rather crosswinds here along I-20, but there's been a lot of heavy rain. So I want to show you a couple of different angles as we're on 20 eastbound now inside the perimeter, heading to West Atlanta around Holmes Drive. First off, here's a look out of our hood camera here in the impact tracker truck, and you can see heavy rain. It's maybe not as heavy as it was like last Thursday morning where it was just rated buckets, really hard to drive, but I do want to show you what it looks like off the tires of our impact tracker here. An exclusive look at this. You can see earlier actually it was a lot more rain, but there's definitely a lot of spray coming up off of these roads. I'm going to hit back to the hood camera here and share a couple of things. We've heard numerous trees down on the west side on I-20, or rather in Carroll County, and also we've heard some trees down in Cherokee County and other parts of town, and now a new one in Sandy Springs, Roberts Drive at Roswell Road. And back to you, Chesley.
All right, I'll take it from here. Brand new tornado warning just issued coming in right now. This is for parts of DeKalb County, moving over into areas of Rockdale County. It is with this storm right here that we're watching here. There is the red polygon that you see right now from Panthersville over toward Conyers to Lakeview Estates there, south of Redan. This is this area of DeKalb County right along I-20 where we have a tornado warning that is in effect. The National Weather Service issuing this. And let me put up the information that we have right here. This is going to be in effect until 6:30. What we're seeing there is some rotation here with this storm. Let me get the latest that we have on it right here so you can see this area that we're talking about. It is a radar indicated rotation that we have. This is located where we're seeing this rotation in central Rockdale County, southeastern DeKalb County, and north central Georgia. The main part of this potential rotation is located over Snapfinger, or 8 miles southeast of Decatur, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Let me put the velocity here for you, and it is really, okay, there's Snapfinger right here. Again, we're not really seeing the classic red and green, but we have a bit of rotation right here where they're seeing these colors changing right here. So here's I-20. There's Lithonia right over here. This is right there. There's Panola and Klondike. So this is a potential rotation that we're watching that's moving over toward the east, and it's moving at about 50 miles an hour. So this is just south of I-20 here. It's going to be crossing over I-20 as you get over closer to Iris Drive and then head over near Conyers. Again, this is in effect until 6:30 now as that line, or as that cell that we're watching, that potential rotation right here near Snapfinger, between Snapfinger and Panola, just north of Klondike, is going to keep moving over to the east. Let me look at the shear with this right now and see if we have anything that's actually populating on the map with that yet. Not quite yet, but we do have I'm sure that that's going to be showing up here in just a few minutes. And again, that velocity indicating that potential rotation moving quickly at about 50 miles an hour. So I'm going to put a time of arrival on here. I'm going to have to widen out a little bit so we can get the actual speed there within that. Moving over to the east at about 50 miles an hour. Okay, that takes us to 44. So this will give us rough estimates here, taking you into Snapfinger. Really now it's over the Snapfinger area. If this makes it into Conyers, it would be at about 6:30, and then it goes outside of that warning polygon. If it held together, it would be High Rock Shores at about 6:30. 6:33, Covington along I-20. If it went outside of that polygon, that would be at about 6:43. So this is the example of what we've been talking about with these storms moving through, and that's all part of that little notch. And look how fast that's moving, that leading edge, and moving along I-20. So we think that by 6:30, when this expires, it would be out of the polygon area. So what we have to watch is to see if this is going to hold together with that rotation, or if it has just been very brief right there along and just south of I-20. In this area right here where we have that tornado warning that is in effect here for that part of DeKalb County along I-20 moving into areas of Rockdale County. So you can see where this is in relation to us here in Atlanta. And Chesley, it's really interesting. You know, we were looking earlier near College Park. You were pointing out a little bit of the velocity that you were keeping an eye on there in College Park. And I really think that that might be part of that same system that you were zooming into near College Park a little while ago, that now maybe just got a little bit stronger moving into DeKalb County and now pushing over, will be pushing into Rockdale County in just a little bit. And that's also the one that triggered the considerable damage tag to the severe thunderstorm warning that was in that area. So I think that's all related with this. That's just south of Redan and moving along I-20. Are you getting any different information, or you see anything different from what I'm seeing here in this vantage point?
No, not at all here. They're just starting to type a little bit about the scan and how it's really running rapidly. It's really moving very fast to the east. And so going to outrun this polygon, as a matter of fact, here probably within the next 5-10 minutes or so. So we'll continue to watch that for you. And again, you mentioned it. We've been seeing those little brief spin-ups, and I think they thought this one was tight enough that they could go ahead and issue that warning in effect. Again, this is Doppler indicated, no confirmed tornado on the ground, but Doppler indicated that maybe with that rotation that we're seeing that it could be a tornado. So if you're in the Conyers area, still take the necessary precautions and get to your safe place in the lowest level of your home, an interior room if you can. This is right just south of I-20 that we're looking at, south of Lithonia, headed toward Sigmund Road. If you're familiar with this area, Smyrna Road is also in this area. It's within the polygon. Lakeview Estates as well. This is headed in your direction. It's moving very rapidly, so don't hesitate. Go ahead and take the necessary precautions as we speak. And if it holds together, they'll likely extend this a little bit further over toward the east, Chris. But right now, you can see where it's starting to broaden out just a little bit with the colors that I'm looking at right now as that continues to slide further over to the east. It'll be very interesting, and it's set to last until 6:30, I believe you said, if they hold this together or not, or whether they'll just let it expire.
So what we're going to be watching here, and you're showing velocity. This is the reflectivity, and this is kind of like one of the little notches that we've been talking about, and that corresponds with that area that we've been seeing here for that rotation on velocity, indicating that potential rotation. And again, this is a Doppler radar, as Chesley mentioned, Doppler radar indicated tornado warning with that cell there that is moving very quickly, and it's going at about 50 miles an hour to the east. So that's going to keep racing right along and just south of I-20, and then eventually cross over I-20 right here, right before you get to Conyers. Again, if that rotation still holds together, that would be the trajectory of where it would go. So another review here, this tornado warning in effect until 6:30 for this area of DeKalb County. This is south of Redan, along I-20 and south of that. The polygon does go north of I-20, but I really think this circulation is more really right along I-20 and just a little bit at the south of it. We just had that new scan come in right here, still showing that notch right there along I-20 there at Sigmund Road. Here is Stone Mountain Lithonia Road right here. Klondike, it looks like it's already moved past you, but this is going to be moving to, as Chesley said, Lakeview Estates, and right at Conyers. The polygon ends right at the Conyers area, but as Chesley said, this is moving so quickly. This warning is supposed to expire at 6:30, but we really think that this circulation is going to be outside of that polygon really just within the next few minutes before we get to 6:30. So it's going to be interesting to see if the National Weather Service, and I'm looking over here right now to see if the National Weather Service is going to extend this warning a little bit more, depending on what we see here with that rotation, whether or not that was a quick spin up or whether or not that is still holding together. Let me go back to velocity and see. Again, not your classic green and red there. What we're seeing, you know, the red and dark red right here, kind of that corresponded with that area of what looked like a little notch there in the reflectivity as that's about to cross over I-20 at Sigmund Road. So, Rachel, I'm not sure if you're able to see me there. Kind of look out Rockdale County to the east, to the west of Conyers at the Cab-Rockdale line. Right along I-20 near Sigmund Road. She's checking our traffic cameras to see if we can actually see anything there with that potential rotation that's moving through, and that's what has triggered that tornado warning. It was interesting, Chesley, by the time the tornado warning came in, usually the circulation would be right back here at the start of the polygon. But when they issued the warning, the circulation was already over here. So that's just goes to show you how fast that is moving, and it's about to push out of that polygon. So within the next few minutes, if this is something that is still indicating that stronger couplet, which triggered the National Weather Service to issue this tornado warning, I'm sure that they would have to issue another one. If they don't, then we would know that that rotation has kind of calmed down just a little bit more. And it looks like, again, it doesn't look like that classic, green and red kind of coming together there. And again, that's about to come out of that tornado warning. And that is within the same, we've got the severe thunderstorm warning, so that covers numerous counties. So look at the bottom part of this here. This is part of this this severe thunderstorm warning. That includes DeKalb. It goes all the way up toward Gainesville, including parts of Hall County, Banks County, a very large severe thunderstorm warning with those storms there from Gainesville stretching down toward McDonough and even more down to the south and west there. But that one particular severe thunderstorm warning, all of the severe thunderstorm warnings have had the tag TOR possible, and with this one, this is the TOR possible that showed up here within that, with that rotation that was indicated right there at DeKalb County. It looks like now that is right on the DeKalb and Rockdale County line. So this here is the line, county line. So now that is extended over into Rockdale County, getting closer to Conyers. So Conyers, even though you're right on the line of that polygon, if you're in Conyers and a little bit to the east of Conyers, your alerts to the east may not have gone off on your phone because your phone may be outside of that polygon, but I still want you to go ahead and get in your tornado safe position. We'll see if they're going to issue a new warning, but I want you just to take extra precaution and be safe there from Conyers eastward just as this line moves through, because that's where we've had that history of potential rotation. Again, radar indicated rotation, not a confirmation of an actual tornado, but enough of an indication from the National Weather Service that we could see the potential for some rotation happening there. I'm going to look at the correlation coefficient. This is our debris finder. With that, nothing really stands out. This is just kind of more typical of what goes along with a the line there of storms. So could be some possible debris within that. We're going to wait and see if we get any confirmation of that from the National Weather Service. But these are just some of the tools that we look at when we're watching these storms rolling through the area. And again, that's the part that we see right here along I-20 there in Conyers. Rachel, do you see anything?
Yeah, I got a good camera just showing the strong wind and rain.
Okay, if y'all want to pop up, is that 55 again?
Yes, sir.
Remote 55. If y'all want to pop up remote 55, if you can get that coded, that is out I-20 closer to the Conyers area. And even though we don't see the actual rotation in this camera that Rachel just found for us here, it does show the rain and wind. and the heavy rain that's coming in with this. This is at Turner Hill Road at Mall Parkway. They're in DeKalb County, really close to the Rockdale line. You see the lightning, and just look at that heavy rain that's coming down there. Man, those cars are going fast through that intersection. But you can see those sheets of rain that are blowing in that wind right there at Mall Parkway and Turner Hill Road at the DeKalb and Rockdale County line. Just the indicator of how much rain has come down and also how much wind is coming in with that, where we do have that a tornado warning that's still in effect for another 6 minutes. But Chesley, we're saying they're going to let it expire?
Yep.
Okay, so they're saying, when they say they're going to let this expire, that means that it will expire at 6:30. So for another 6 minutes, this is going to be in effect, even though it's moving outside of the polygon. So when they allow them to expire without issuing another one, that is an indicator that the rotation has weakened. But it is something that we have to watch, because as you know, when we're covering these storms and covering this rotation, we'll see it weaken and then it could ramp back up. So again, just keep an eye on that, even to the east of Conyers, outside of that polygon, because they're going to allow this to expire at 6:30, even though most of that rotation has already passed out of the area of that polygon for that tornado warning. So that's going to keep moving over to the east. Again, they're along I-20. That will get closer to Covington. I want you folks in Newton County, be prepared as this line is moving your way. There's that leading edge here, still going through Henry County, going through Covington there in Newton County. For you folks in these areas of Walton County, I want you to watch this part really closely here, coming out of Gwinnett. A couple little notches there, moving into the western part of Walton County. Again, nothing strong enough or tight enough for a tornado warning to be issued, but that's just what we watch there along that leading edge. Any notches there that could have some rotation. That's going to move into Walton County. This coming out of Gwinnett is then going to move into parts of Barrow County. We have Oconee County right here. We'll eventually move in there and then into Athens. We have this in Gwinnett, Hall County. That's going to move into Jackson County over near Houston. We're going to see this heavy rain that's going to be pushing in, getting closer to the Jefferson area here in just a little bit now, with that very heavy rain coming through. On the south side, we still have this severe thunderstorm warning that goes from Henry County here, South Fulton, all the way down to LaGrange and south of LaGrange. Very heavy rain, thunder and lightning with that. That also has the TOR possible tag with that system. So what we're seeing is the National Weather Service is saying they're allowing this to expire at 6:30, even though the circulation, the rotation with that is outside of the polygon, but not tight enough for them to issue another tornado warning there with that. Let's look at the velocity here one more time. Now we do see a little bit of green and red there, but this isn't a really tight indicator of rotation with that, but just indicating of maybe some weak areas that we'll keep an eye on there, especially this part along I-20 at Old Salem Road and near the access road there, south of High Rock Road, near Lakeview Estates. So that's pushing out of that polygon now. We'll keep an eye on these to see if any of this starts to tighten up just a little bit more. And, you know, keep an eye on that as that moves on through, again, with this warning expiring here within the next few minutes. Chesley, anything new from you?
No, not at all. They have shifted their attention a little bit further down into South Georgia, where more significant storms are starting to pop up a little bit there. But yeah, I think they're going to let this expire. In the next 3 minutes, that'll go away. And we still have the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect as this line continues to push through our forecast area. You know, now, well, east of the city, we've heard the thunder over us here in Midtown, that very heavy rain, and now we don't hear a thing. It's still raining out there. They got a new tornado, a severe thunderstorm warning as that line continues to push east. This includes the Athens area now.
Yeah, and that is also tagged as TOR possible. So I really think they're going to continue doing that just based on the history of this and these notches that we're seeing. This is what Chesley was just mentioning here. This is the brand new, the yellow that you see extending over toward Athens. This is a brand new polygon for a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to put it up here. It's not going to, we have so many counties included in this, it's not going to include all of them. So I'm going to just name them for you, but I'll put this up here so you can see that area. This is going to be in effect until 7:15, also with the tag TOR possible. So that goes into I-20 toward Social Circle, including areas of Newton County. This also goes into Morgan County here. There's Walton County, Here's Oconee County, Clark County, also that part of Barrow County and this part of Jackson County, as that's the leading edge of those storms pushing on over to the east. So the heaviest of the storms are now through Atlanta. We were thinking that by 7 o'clock for Atlanta, we wouldn't be worried about any severe weather anymore. So the severe weather part of this, which is this line right here, has passed through Atlanta. Now, even though we still have rain, even though we have moderate rain, even though we have thunder and lightning over to the west of us, that's not severe. This is the severe part. So for Atlanta, we still have rain, nothing. Now the severe weather threat is moving away, and we're going to see some of these warnings kind of be canceled here or expire here in just a minute. Really, in less than 20 seconds, you're going to see some of those disappear. And that red polygon is going to disappear too at 6:30, again, because that rotation that we were watching with that is outside of the polygon now, and we don't see that rotation strengthening anymore here at this time. But we have another large severe thunderstorm warning. I just named off all of those counties. All right, you just saw that polygon disappear. We may see some other severe thunderstorm warnings disappear here too at the 6:30 hour. But now this one that's brand new is going to be in effect until 7:15, and then we have additional warnings up into parts of northeast Georgia. Again, all of these are tagged TOR possible. Now I just moved outside of the radar range, so that's why I clicked to another one. But these storms in Rabun County, Habersham County, moving into Stevens County, very strong. These in Hall County, moving into Banks County, very strong, heavy rain, thunder, and lightning with those. Over Loganville here in Walton County, moving into those areas, over or Gwinnett into Walton County. Very heavy rain there. So that's that leading edge of the strongest part of this now, continuing to move over to the east. That will eventually get over to Athens. This expires at 7:15, so I think it would be over to the Athens area between 7 and 7:15 with that line moving in. But for Atlanta, the city, we are pretty much seeing the severe weather threat over for us. We still have on the south side these storms. No new warnings here on the south side, but heavy rain going through Clayton County, Fayette County, pushing into Henry County, stretching down into these areas of Meriwether County. That's going to move into Pike and Lamar, Spalding County near Griffin. You're going to get hit by this heavy rain in just a few minutes, but I'm feeling a little encouraged that they have not issued a new severe thunderstorm warning there on the south side. It does look like this part of the storm, the width of that is not as intense as it was just a few minutes ago, but it's this part right here, really from northern parts of Henry County, Rockdale County, over into those areas of Newton County, reaching over and trying to get into Jasper County, just north of Jasper County, up to the north. This is the strongest part of that line where we have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect that is tagged TOR possible. Chesley, we've been getting a lot of reports coming in of damage, and what's interesting is, even though the severe part of this has pushed on over to the east, we still have rain, some of it moderate to heavy, and thunder and lightning, but it's just not the severe part of that over on the west side, which is part of that leading edge as that front moves through our area.
Yeah, and it's what's behind that that's still going to create some problems for us, because as these storms are moving through the area, they're knocking down trees and no doubt damaging trees. And so we'll still see those winds begin to pick up a little bit once that front gets through the area, and that could go ahead and finish those trees off. May knock them over, may even blow some of those limbs around, and that could lead to more power outages in our forecast area. Our concerns about these storms will be, of course, the heavy rain that we're seeing out there right now, the strong winds. We've been saying winds in excess of 60, even up to 70 miles per hour. Tornadoes spinning up like one we just saw there, and also some hail. I had reports of about dime-sized hail, so very small hail, but still been seeing reports of it. What we're going to see as we head through the rest of the afternoon is we're going to watch these temperatures begin to fall. Right? So we've already reached our highs for today, and so you're going to watch those temperatures falling down into the 40s as we head into the afternoon. Those winds will be ripping around. So before you leave the house today, you're going to definitely need to grab a coat. You're going to need that coat, all right, because of those temperatures and the winds that will be whipping around. In fact, we do have a freeze warning that takes effect tonight and will last through Tuesday morning. You see all the highlighted counties here. That's just about all of North Georgia, except for our far eastern counties that border South Carolina. We'll be looking at those temperatures getting down into the 20s for overnight lows. And again, again, with those winds, it's going to feel even colder out there. So again, a freeze warning. So whatever plants that you have outside, hopefully you've already brought them inside because of the heavy rain and the wind that we have out there now. But if you haven't, you need to take the necessary precautions, either covering them up or bringing them inside if you can. Those winds today will be anywhere between 15 and 25 miles per hour, but the gusts, we'll see those in excess of 35 miles per hour at times as we head through the afternoon. And so again, that's going to lead to more problems for us as far as watching some of those limbs or loose limbs or trees that have been damaged by the storms continue to push over. The good news is, well, a bit of good news is that today we have the rain, and after that we're dry for much of the week. Now we still have our 11 Live weather impact alert lasting until Wednesday morning because those temperatures will be below average, even cold out there, especially starting off in the mornings. So our concern right now, majorly, is the storms that we have overhead right now with the numerous severe thunderstorm warnings that we're watching. Chris, I was watching the velocity on that storm that we had, the tornado, Doppler indicated tornado, and still tracking that as it's been moving across, still seeing about the same thing, just not tight enough, I guess, for the National Weather Service to continue that along. And also we were watching down towards Stockbridge, where we had a little bit of rotation as well. So as you've been showing that those shears, they all have a history, right, of producing this rotation. So a tornado could pop up anywhere within where we have those severe thunderstorm warnings.
Yeah, and as you're saying that, I wanted to call this up this year because we had that warning that was in DeKalb and Rockdale. They let it expire, but we're still watching it closely because it could ramp back up. We're seeing just a little bit right there north as it going from Rockdale County over into Newton County, north of Covington. A couple little spots that we're watching with, again, weak rotation, but we have to watch that weak rotation to see if it could get any stronger. And on velocity, and let me show you, so that shear that we're seeing right now, let me show you the tracks that is showing where we've had a history of rotation, and this is what was coming out of DeKalb County into Rockdale with some of that rotation there. And then we also had rotation earlier. This is from earlier. These are, again, the rotation tracks for the last hour or so, showing that weak rotation that was over areas too, where we're seeing some strong winds. So the National Weather Service is still watching areas of North and South Rockdale County moving into Newton County, where we just have some areas of potential rotation to keep an eye on. Again, as Chesley said, it's just not tight enough for this to be classified as an actual tornado. We're just not seeing those couplets, indicating that tight rotation that we would need. But we're just seeing these notches within the reflectivity. This is one that's interesting here in Newton County there, north of Covington. We were also watching a couple of notches coming out of Rockdale on the south side, also moving into Covington. So the reflectivity is showing us some of those notches that we just can't ignore. We just have to keep an eye on those as they keep moving. So if you're in Social Circle right now, just north of I-20, I want you to stay where you are, stay in a safe spot, just in case this becomes maybe a little bit of a stronger rotation. I'm not saying that it will, but kind of just stay close to home here for a bit and stay, in a place where you can go for cover in case this happened to ramp up a little bit more, because that on reflectivity looks a lot more impressive than what we see on velocity. We're just not seeing that, showing up there near Dialtown as a tight rotation, but it is some rotation, all right, weak. So that's south of Jersey, north of Alcovy, moving closer to Social Circle. So I'm going to be interested to see. The Weather Service is keeping an eye on that. I want to keep an eye on that as well, as to see if it would be tight enough to potentially trigger possibly another tornado warning there. I'm putting the storm tracks on here. I just want to see if anything populates here. Is any possible rotation? Nothing showing up on that right now either. So, when we're in live coverage here on 11 Alive, Chesley and I are analyzing these storms as we're on live. We're not writing a script of what we're, saying here or anything. We're actually studying this together and analyzing this at the same time while we're on air with you. So that's why this is a work in progress of what we're doing, kind of keeping an eye on all of these warnings that we have and that line that is moving through. So that's going to keep moving over to the east, and again, that extends down to the south now through more of Spalding County into Pike County, Meriwether County. That still has to move through Upson there to the south. It still has to move through Lamar, the rest of Pike and Lamar. This still has to go through Butts County. We're still going to watch these storms storms going through these areas of Jasper County or Newton County and Jasper County. That'll eventually go over toward Lake Oconee near Eatonton there in Putnam County. These storms near Forsyth, Georgia, which is in Monroe County, moving up to the north and east. So that's actually going to be pushing into Putnam County before the main line moves in there. But for Atlanta, you can see we're right here. The severe part of this system is to the east of the city right now. So we no longer, we have rain, we have thunder and lightning, we have ponding on the roads, we still have some wind, but the severe part of this is already to the east of Atlanta. That's going to keep moving to the east and pushing out of our viewing area. Still going to take a little while before it is well to the east of our viewing area, and when we can kind of call the all clear for severe threats, even though we're still going to have some rain. And Chesley, as you mentioned, that really cold air that's going to be moving in here.
Yeah, you know, it's going to get really cold, and I think that's going to probably catch a lot of people off guard because they're probably not paying attention to it. But you really have to take a coat, at least if you leave the house, because later on this afternoon, our temperatures are going from the 60s where we are now in a lot of spots down to the 40s by this afternoon, and eventually down to the 30s and 20s for overnight lows. And so even with the moisture that Chris talked about from behind the main line, any available moisture as those temperatures begin to fall off could change over or mix with a little bit of snow, maybe some flurries in our area, parts of our forecast area by this afternoon. Not going to stick or anything like that. Our ground is just too warm for that, but we could be seeing some of those around as the precipitation begins to taper off. That's the other side of our 11 live weather impact alert, how cold it's going to be, not only for tonight, but as we head into Tuesday, we're only going to see highs in the 40s. As we head into Wednesday morning as well, temperatures down below the freezing mark, and then we'll start to see those temperatures modify a bit as we head through the rest of the week. But that's going to be the other side of our 11 live weather impact alert. So even after this line moves through, which we expect, again, the heaviest of which should be over toward the Athens area by 20 minutes from now. By 7 o'clock or so, we'll be over there. Then it will start to move a little bit further out of our viewing area. We'll still see some of that rain around, so the rain is going to be with us right on through the morning. We know that schools have delayed, even though that Atlanta Public Schools are going into digital learning for today. Maybe a wise choice, as again, this rain will be causing some issues. No doubt flooding or ponding on some of the roads out there with this heavy rain coming down. We saw those winds in excess of 60 and 70 miles per hour, no doubt, knocking over some trees. And because it's still dark on the outside, driving along the roadways could be hazardous as well, because you just can't see that tree down and you run right into that. And we've seen reports of that already throughout some of the areas. And so we'll continue to monitor that. Right now, again, severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect where our storms are producing winds up to 60 miles per hour. Chris and I are continuing to watch for rotation in some of these storms. And so, again, a tornado warning could pop up at any time, so you want to keep it locked right here. Chris?
And Chesley, you know, you were talking about those temperatures. I can imagine somebody walking outside and saying, oh, I thought it was going to be cold today. It feels warm. It's the morning time, you know, and it's not, it's warm out there, so that means it's going to be warm later today. That is not the case. In fact, let me show you what we have here. We had temperatures yesterday that made it into the lower 70s, and then last night and overnight into this morning, it has been very mild in the 60s. But what Chesley and I have been trying to prepare you about is once these storms move through, that's with the cold front, and back behind the front, it is going to be cold. So look what happened from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, it was 67 degrees. At 6 o'clock, 59. So that was a big drop there. As that line of storms moved through and pushed over to the east, then the cold air started rushing in behind it. And so we're going to see other big jumps here. Again, 67 at 5 o'clock in the morning, 59 at 6 o'clock, and I'm assuming at the 7 o'clock hour, that 59 is going to be going down even more. We're going to see 40s coming in quickly, and then even 30s in the afternoon, with our high temperatures of the day usually occur around 4 or 5 o'clock here at this time of the year, but our high has already occurred here at midnight when it was 68 degrees. And in the afternoon at 4 or 5 o'clock, it's going to be around 39. And with the wind, it's going to feel even colder out there. So that's what we want to make sure you're aware of. Again, just don't step outside and say, oh, it's mild. It's not going to be bad this afternoon. It is going to be colder coming into this afternoon. So as Chesley said, not only your rain gear, but also some cool or cold weather gear as well, as these storms are going to push through, and then that really cold air is going to be moving in. So here's another look through those areas as we're looking over to the east. That severe weather line, severe storm line, stretching down to the south. Chesley, looks like this is a new one here. from what we had a few minutes ago.
Yep,
where we have these down to the south, including Upson County and Meriwether County. As we mentioned, Pike and Lamar County, we wanted you to be prepared there. We have this through Spalding County, Henry County, going into Butts County. Severe thunderstorm warning there too. And then this is the one that we've been tracking there over on the east side. This is the heaviest part of the line that I'm able to see right now that moved through Atlanta. That is what triggered a tornado warning in DeKalb County, moving into Rockdale County. That expired. But this is all part of that area that's about to move into Athens, where we're going to see the heavy rain coming in, thunder, lightning, strong wind with that line that keeps moving to the east. And really, Chesley, once this clears through Butts County and gets past Oconee County, then it's going to move into the Augusta viewing area. Once this gets past Athens and moves away, that's going to be moving into outside of our viewing area, and we'll start to see just general rain and thunder and lightning, but it won't be that severe part of the system once that moves out. But we still have these warnings that we're watching, and these are still tagged as TOR possible too. So at any time, we could see some rotation kind of developing there out of that. But plenty of rain coming down and plenty of cold air on the way, Chesley.
That's absolutely right. If we take a look now, I just had it up there. I just want to go back to it. The National Weather Service have been chipping away at some of these counties that were in the tornado watch. Now, this watch will last until 10 a.m. Obviously, the heaviest of which, or the strongest of which storms are now to the east of the city. I'm suspecting that will be chipped away as well. Some of our westernmost counties chipped away as well. And so this starts to shift a little bit more over toward the east. Now, in our easternmost counties, they have to be concerned because these could fire back up, especially as we get more into the daytime heating. If these storms are not out of the way by then, certainly that will be the case. Storm Prediction Center has been placing higher threats a little bit further to the east of us with a marginal risk over us now. And that is the case as the storms have pushed to the east of us now. Starting to see some good news with this, Chris. I was looking at some of these storms, and the lightning strikes have begun to subside somewhat, especially if you look down toward Social Circle, for example. Not as well defined as that line when it's back off to the west of us, just a line of lightning strikes. And now that's starting to whittle away a little bit as that continues to push over toward the east. And so losing some of its energy, certainly not its potency, because the winds are still up to 60 miles per hour in some of these severe thunderstorm warnings that we have on the outside. But just a good sign there, letting us know that the storms are starting to weaken just a little bit, or loosen just a little bit there. Still watching for any rotation. I suspect that would be down toward the Social Circle area south, even down into Butts County, Spalding County as well, South Henry County. I'd be looking out for any rotation that's coming up. Back behind us now, we still have that moderate rainfall. There's a little bit of moderate rainfall that we still have to deal with. And again, some lightning strikes associated with that, but not the severity of what's along that main line that's pushing right on through as far as the wind speeds go. Winds with those thunderstorms are what's sparking off these severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect. And again, already starting to see some of the rain taper off. If you look over toward the far west, for example, Floyd County, starting to see some of that rain begin to taper off there. That's the back edge of this. I'm going to widen out here a little bit, the back edge of it. We've been seeing that. And just to widen out just a little bit more, down in South Georgia, they've been dealing with a couple tornadoes, certainly not in our viewing area, but you can see how widespread this system is. Typically around an area of low pressure that's up to the far north. Let me show you how big this system is. As you take a look at this, the area of rotation is up toward the Chicago area, head up toward the Great Lakes. And you can see that counterclockwise flow, and on the backside of that is where you have the snow. That's that colder air that's evecting or pushing its way further down to the south, and will certainly make its way over toward us as well. So for the next couple of days, you're going to need that winter coat, Chris. It's going to be pretty cold out there. Can't stress that enough for people, because they'll say, hey, you told me about the storm, but you didn't tell me about the cold air.
And now this is what we're seeing here. So we were talking about the 60s over to the east of us in Covington, where we see those storms that are moving through. Eatonton, they haven't moved through there yet. It's at 66 degrees. Remember, we were at 66 and 67 before we dropped to 58 and 59. Marietta is still 59, but then look at Rome, 52, Dalton, 53. That is the colder air that's going to be moving in. And the blue color back into Alabama, indicating even colder air that's going to keep sweeping through our area. So the front with the severe storms are over to the east of us, east of Atlanta, and they're going to continue to move away. But then that colder air is going to be really rushing into our area here. It's 6:48 right now. We still have those storms. It's interesting, Chesley, they issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. I guess it was in between these other two warnings. They did one just solo for this part of Banks County. They also called this tour possible. So that is just one lone kind of severe thunderstorm warning, wanting to make sure that that was connected to those other warnings for Banks County, including the Homer area, and they also called that tour possible. Let's go up here to Stevens County toward Toccoa, near Carnesville, Franklin County up 85, right when you get over toward Lake Hartwell, that severe thunderstorm warning there. We also have this severe thunderstorm warning that goes down through Jackson County from Commerce to Jefferson, Athens. These storms are on the way to you. They're going to be there within the next 5-10 minutes, that leading edge, since they're moving so quickly. But still watching some of these notches here. This one there in Oconee County, just to the west of Watkinsville. That's going to push into your area very soon. And then I want you to notice here, let me step out of here just a second. Notice right there what you see in Walton County. All right, this is Monroe, Georgia. Here is Social Circle. Whenever you see it go from green to yellow to orange and red in a very thin band, this is where it's not raining right here, but it's raining really hard just a couple of blocks away. You can also have some really strong winds with that as well when it goes from no rain to really heavy rain in just a really small little area. So those winds are really going to start kicking up. Still watching this around Social Circle. Let me see how this kind of corresponds with velocity right now. That was part of that area where we had the potential rotation. We are seeing the red and dark red kind of together right there north of Social Circle, north of Rutledge. So again, nothing tight enough for the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning, but this is showing some weak rotation north of Social Circle. That would move over closer to Bostwick. Again, part of that severe thunderstorm warning that says tour possible, but no tornado warning there with that potential rotation moving through. But these are moving pretty quickly over toward the east. I don't see anything else here on the south side in Henry County or towards Spalding County that really grabs my attention of anything we're overly concerned about when I see velocity. But when you look at reflectivity, you see there a lot of those little areas of notches here of individual clusters of storms where it was like an elongated line, but you see how it starts breaking up a little bit more as you go down toward the south. Still very strong, but just not that real intense line that's all holding together. A lot of this is kind of getting some breaks within that, but within any of those cells, it is possible that you could see some rotation there within that. So that's why we still have that long area of multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, and all of those say tour possible. This, though, the part that still is the most impressive along I-20 and south of I-20 from Rockdale over into areas of Newton County, moving to Morgan County, up toward the north through Walton County, stretching up toward Athens, where Athens is about to get some really heavy rain coming in there in just a few minutes. Also really heavy in Commerce, Jefferson there in Jackson County, continuing to push, as we mentioned, closer to Athens now, and then again those in parts of northeast Georgia. Chesley, you mentioned how the rain is already ending for you. Even though the heavy storms, the severe weather has pushed out of Atlanta, we're still seeing some good moderate rain here and thunder and lightning. That is still going to have an impact on traffic, even though the hardest part of the rain has already pushed away from us. Still, any additional rain with that and thunder and lightning and any additional wind is going to have an impact on the visibility and driving here through Atlanta. So something we have to keep an eye on for the next little while until that rain pushes out, and then we get ready to get cold. Let's see, Chesley, let me just, before I get to you, I'm going to put the Athens camera up here just so we can kind of get a look at that and see if we see any of the lightning coming in from the distance. This is Athens right now looking westward. This is on top of the Fred building right there in the middle of downtown Athens. We're looking more to the west and a little bit to the northwest. And of course, it is still dark out there. The sun hasn't come up yet, but we'll be seeing some lightning with those storms. The lightning count has come down, not as impressive as it was there. You see a little bit of lightning there from the distance, but we're going to see some heavy rain coming into Athens really just within the next few minutes. as those storms are still holding together very well. Here's another camera. This is our camera at Truist. The lights are on now, and we see the rain still coming down at Truist, even though the severe part is well to the east of us, but still some of those good, moderate, and even some pockets of heavy rain with some thunder and lightning, but they're not considered as severe anymore. And Chesley, you mentioned that tornado watch getting kind of whittled away there to the west, on the west side there too.
Yeah, let me show you that real quickly here, and you can see where the storms, the heaviest storms, are now pushing over toward the east. And look at that, they've dropped out a lot of those counties. That includes the Atlanta metro area.
Yeah, they did.
Took all those out of there because that threat is now over for us. That line has been pushing a little bit further over toward the east, up toward South Carolina, where you see that gold area there. That is severe thunderstorm watch in effect for those guys there, and so that's continuing to push to the east as well. So did not extend a tornado watch, but a severe thunderstorm watch there. So another good sign that these storms may be weakening just a little bit as they continue to push further over toward the east. Let me go back to the radar here and just show you where we still have that moderate rain Chris has been talking about back off to the west of us. So the rain threat not over, even though we're out of the tornado watch area. Still have some rainfall, still have a few lightning strikes around. Again, not as many as we saw when it was back off to the west of us, but now sliding eastward, you still have a few thunderstorms, and again producing those winds up to about 60 miles per hour, which is still why we have the severe thunderstorm watch warnings that are in effect in those areas. Still could be seeing some brief spin ups as well, and so we'll continue to watch it for you. This is a huge system, folks. It extends all the way up to the far north into Canada, extending as far south as the Gulf, and so along this line is where we've been seeing some of those strong to severe thunderstorms. Already starting to see it come to an end in places like Alabama, our far west, northwestern counties, starting to see some of that rain come to an end. I'm gonna zoom this back in a little bit here. Let's just stop the radar here, and you can see where Rome, Cedartown, the rain is done for you, right? There could be a lingering shower or two that will pop up. We'll hold on to that threat at least through noon today. And then after that, again, as Chris mentioned, that colder air coming in. I want to show you where our temperatures right now are still in the 60s. We still have low 60s in the city of Atlanta right now, right? You got the 50s up to the far north and west. As we head through the day, those temperatures are going to continue to fall. We'll see those temperatures down around 40 to the 40s by this afternoon. We'll see those 30s popping up once we get past 9, 10 o'clock tonight. We'll see those 30s, and certainly with the winds, it's going to feel a lot colder out there. So before you leave the house, make sure you grab a coat. I brought my coat in today knowing that I'm going to leave this afternoon, and so we'll have to be on the lookout for that. Let's go over to Rachel Cox-Rosen. She's been monitoring the roads, no doubt some pounding on the roads out there. The winds are whipping around. Rachel, what do you have for us?
Well, we got multiple crashes going on right now, Chesley. So taking a look at this one, the most impactful in Fulton County, Highway 166 before DeLoe. You can see that all westbound lanes here are shut down. At times they're opening that left lane and letting people through, but not seeing that happening at this time. You can see that there's a lot of emergency vehicles, roadway very wet here. So going to my map so you can see exactly where this is. Again, Highway 166 westbound here in Fulton County before DeLoe Drive. And my map has turned black, indicating that westbound slowdown. So a couple of options for you. I consider really widening out. If you're trying to go north eventually, you can go north on 75, 85, and then use I-20. If you want to go south eventually, go south on 75, 85, and then use I-285 as an alternate. You can also see I-85 is slow northbound going from College Park into Hapeville due to a crash that just cleared near Sylvan Road, just past Sylvan Road. And another issue causing heavy slowdowns going into Stonecrest, into Lithonia, into DeKalb County. A crash on I-20 East blocking 3 right lanes according to GDOT before Panola Road. And then also want to take you over back toward the west side. A new issue just popped up on I-75 northbound going from Fulton County toward Vinings and Cobb County. That
weather impact alert. You ready for all of it?
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the
3 right lanes, and of course we'll report on that once they get it open too as well, guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Doug. Really appreciate that. Again, we're watching these storms as they continue to push further off to the east. East of the city of Atlanta right now, over toward the Athens areas where we're seeing some of the strongest storms. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings in those areas from Commerce, Athens, all the way down through Covington. That extends a little bit further down to the south into southern parts of Henry County as well. That concludes McDonough, down towards Spalding County, which includes Jackson. Also seeing this down towards the Barnesville area, down toward Upson County as well, into Thomaston. Numerous lightning strikes until further on the south side, where those storms are a little bit stronger, a little bit more energy associated with those as they continue to push a little bit further over toward the east. So we still have a ways to go. Even back behind these storms, we do have some moderate rainfall. You can see over into the Luthersville area. This is headed toward Peachtree City, back toward Atlanta. Some moderate rainfall coming down around the perimeter, even as far back to the west as far as Paulding County into Dallas. Moderate rainfall coming down up toward Canton as well, near Jasper. Where you run into those oranges, that's where you have a little bit heavier rain coming down up toward Juneau and Dawson County, over toward Cleveland as well. You do have a couple lightning strikes there. Still some intense storms. You look just to the south of Toccoa now. We still have some intense storms there. These are where we have the severe thunderstorm warnings by these, and you can see where we have numerous lightning strikes associated with it. No doubt the winds up to about 60 miles per hour in a few areas right there. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're back right after this.
All right, in fact, we are going to continue our team coverage right now. A lot of you have been with us all morning. Thanks so much for joining us, everyone. I'm Jonathan Martin, joined again this morning by our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, who's been with you all night and into the morning. But we're going to start with meteorologist Chesley McNeil. You all are tracking this. We know that there has been a ground stop at the airport this morning, as well as many schools deciding to either go virtual or start later this morning, Chesley.
Yeah, we just have another tornado warning that just popped up for our southernmost county. This is Upson County, down around the Thomaston area. As I just mentioned just moments ago, numerous lightning strikes down in this particular area, and now a tornado warning has been issued for this particular area. Chris, are you ready to give us the information on it?
Yeah, we just got this coming in as you were ending up there and getting to the 7 o'clock hour here. This is mainly for Upson County, but it does include a small part of Lamar County and Pike County, and then a little bit of Talbot County, which is outside of our viewing area. But it's this part right here that we see, and Upson County is in our viewing area. We're staying on here with you as we're tracking this storm moving across Upson County. That's going to be getting closer to Upson. So it's mainly for Upson County, all right? That's the county you see right here. It includes just a sliver of Pike County and just a sliver of Lamar County right here, and just a little bit of Talbot County. But look at that lightning strike, all the lightning strikes that you see right there. I'm going to take the lightning off so we can get a better look, though, at this reflectivity and the notch that you see there. See this? This is where we're seeing some of that rotation. Again, this is Doppler radar indicated rotation. This is another one of those examples where you've got green going to yellow to orange to red really quickly. That means going from no rain at all to all of a sudden really heavy rain, and that's also an indicator of some strong winds. And with this notch right here, we are picking up some rotation there with it too. Let me put up the velocity just to see if we have a classic look there at what we are kind of watching there. And this is what, again, we have to keep an eye on, this part right here, which is really nearing Highway 74. Here's Thomaston here, Hannah's Mill. There's the rock right up here where this storm is going to continue moving over to the east, crossing over 74, moving over toward the Thomaston area. Really, all of this area right here where you see those colors coming together is where we have this potential rotation. That is kind of brightening up right here where we see those that couplet maybe coming together a little bit better right here in this spot. I'm going to go to the actual warning and see what the National Weather Service is saying about that. This is still radar indicated. It's not a confirmed warning or anything, but we're watching that area that we were just talking about here, where it's over Spruill Bluff State Park, 7 miles west of Thomaston, where we see this potential rotation going through. So here's Thomaston. 7 miles west is right here, where we see this rotation right here between Roland and Sunset Village, just south of Ellerby Town, south of Packard. This is where we see that potential rotation that's going to be moving toward Thomaston. This is moving at a speed of about 40 miles an hour to the east. So I'm going to take this and track it for you so you can see that area right there, starting there, moving to the east at about 40 miles an hour. So I'm going to have to widen out. Ignore that time of arrival here because we weren't able to show the exact speed, because I need to widen out just a little bit more in order to be able to get it to 40 miles an hour here. So this again is where we're going to see this storm. Right there is where we see that circulation moving to the east at about 40 miles an hour. So that would take it to Thomaston at about 7:13. Right now it is 7:04. So that would move to Thomaston at about 7:13. Then Redbone Crossroads, once we get to the 7:19 time frame. Yatesville at 7:29. So this is going to be moving closer to Yatesville, just outside of that. Now you see that this expires at 7:30. So it would move to Yatesville at about 7:29. And then if it happened to hold together, it would be Culloden at 7:33, Brent at 7:41. But I really think that we'll have to wait and see if this circulation is going to hold together to even move outside of that polygon. But this is radar indicated rotation. It is not a confirmation of an actual tornado on the ground. Let me take you in here a little bit tighter so you can see right there at Sunset Village and a little bit to the west of Sunset Village where we see that rotation that is moving through and getting closer to Thomaston. So it's along 74 right here and Highway 36. There's Thomaston right there. There's Highway 19 that goes through Thomaston. There's Hannah's Mill. The Rock is up in the northern parts of Upson County. And then there's Yatesville where it may move in there by 7:29. So this is that potential rotation right now at Sunset Village along 74 and north, just right at or north of 36. And that's about to push into the Thomaston area of potential rotation, radar indicated rotation in Upson County, about to push into the Thomaston area. So if you're in Hannah's Mill, if you're in Thomaston, if you're in Sunset Village, be in your tornado safe position right now as those storms are moving through the lowest floor of your home. If you have a basement, the best place to go is in a basement. If you don't have a basement, the lowest floor of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Try to be in the most centermost part of your house, maybe under a staircase, maybe in a powder room that's inside, that's not on an outside wall there. When I say outside wall, I mean inside the house, but not on the wall that's facing the outside there. Try to put as many walls between you as the outside as possible. So this is actually looking still pretty impressive right there at Sunset Village, where we're getting that not the reflectivity, but the velocity mode that's actually showing a little bit brighter of some of those colors there. And that is right at this area right there at Sunnyside Road, continuing to move along 74, getting closer to the Thomaston area. So in Thomaston, this is nearing you right now. I want you to be in your tornado safe positions there as we're seeing that velocity mode indicating, again, Doppler radar indicated the potential for actual rotation that could be a tornado. And again, our velocity mode also shows that too. It looks like this just updated. Let me see if the Weather Service is giving us any newer information on that. They're continuing the warning. And again, it includes just a little bit of Lamar County here and a little bit of Pike County right there. And most of Upson County. That's where most of that polygon is. They canceled Talbot County. It's no longer in the warning. Let me kind of move this over here so y'all can see this a little bit better while I'm looking here. But it still remains in effect for Pike, Upson, and Lamar counties. Radar indicated rotation. A thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Lincoln Park or near Thomaston, moving east at 40 miles an hour. So that corresponds with this part right there, about to move over 19 there at Thomaston. It goes from having no rain at all to really heavy rain. The wind is going to be gusting. It's going to be very strong winds, 60 miles an hour or greater. And where we have this rotation, those winds could be even stronger with potential rotation, potential tornado, not confirmed, but radar indicated there, nearing the Thomaston area. And most likely, we'll have to see if this is closer to the rock or if that rotation is going to stay south. All right, there's the update that we see right there. Now pretty much along Highway 19, moving over toward the east, impacting Thomaston with that very heavy rain and wind. And that rotation still possible there. That notch looking a little bit, it's looking a little more linear now, not as much of a notch within that, but still a little bit of one from Hannah's Mill down toward Thomaston. Watching this area right here as we go along 74 closer to the Yatesville area. If that holds together, it would be moving into Yatesville around 725 to 729-ish for that part of the storm to continue pushing on through. And we'll look at another view here of velocity. And we see a lot of green, reds there. Not as tight, Chesley, as it was a little while ago. Do you kind of think that too? That
yeah,
it doesn't look as impressive as it did a minute ago?
You're absolutely right, and we're starting to lose some of that information that's in there. But yeah, not as tight as it was before. And that reflectivity that you're showing, that kind of shows that where we had that notch in there, we no longer have that. And so that could have been one of those, again, quick spin-ups, and now starting to fan itself out.
But this warning will remain in effect until 7:30. This is most likely going to push out of that polygon around the 7:30 time frame, and that's what we were telling you moving into Yatesville at 7:29, and Yatesville is right over here at the end of that polygon. So that would continue moving away and pushing out of that. But this is all part of what we've been watching, where we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. And all of these thunderstorm warnings have said TOR possible. We're at 7:10 right now. We may see a few of these warnings expire at 7:15 and see if they're going to be issued even farther out. Now, Athens right now is getting some of that good heavy rain. This is about to move beyond Athens. Still, we have this heavier rain into areas of Newton County, Morgan County, Jasper County, Putnam County. Jasper County is actually looking pretty good right now, not as much rain, but this still has to come through coming out of Butts County into Jasper. There's that tornado warning in Upson County. So all of that still has to move through areas of Lamar County, into Monroe County, and over into those areas of Jones County north of Macon, and then even over into areas of Baldwin County, not too far off from the Milledgeville area. So continuing to move over to the east, but still behind the system, we do have rain and some thunder and lightning, but the strongest part, the severe weather threat, is about to push out of our area. This goes up to Stevens County, Habersham County, Franklin County, and then through Athens, Clark County. That still has to go to the east of Athens, pushing through here. Okay, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning that just came up there, including Jasper County and a little bit of Putnam County. I want to look and see if this also includes the TOR possible tag. It does. Butts County, Jasper, Lamar, Monroe, Morgan, Newton, and Putnam County. You're in this new severe thunderstorm warning. You saw that yellow polygon just show up here. This is going to be in effect until 7:45. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust with this storm, and again saying TOR possible, as this is going to move quickly over toward the east and eventually most likely getting into Putnam County in a little while as well. But we still have this tornado warning down in Upson County. There is a lot of lightning with that. I'm going to do a lightning count just on this one part of that cell right there that's over Upson County, from Hilltop over to Barnesville. 85 lightning strikes, really just with that right there. All part of that cell that has prompted that tornado warning with the potential rotation that we have within that cell going through Thomaston. That's going to head toward Culloden and Yatesville very soon here. But plenty of lightning here in association with that storm. Heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and that rotation. It's Doppler radar indicated, not a confirmed tornado, but Doppler radar indicated where we have potential rotation there, a potential tornado, but that is going to be moving over to the east at about 40 miles an hour. Another look at reflectivity or velocity here. It would be this part right here, I'm thinking from Hannah's Mill to McKinney, right in here, maybe a little bit north of Thomaston. There's the rock. This could be sliding closer to Delray Road, maybe getting closer to the rock there, right along 74, maybe edging a little bit north of 36 and 74 right now. keeping an eye on this part right here, which is around McKinney, moving closer to Delray Road, and that would get closer to the Rock too. A little bit of purple showing up within that too. So just these colors are changing a little bit in our velocity, indicating that potential rotation, Chesley.
Yeah, we are continuing to monitor this as we head through the rest of the morning. We'll continue to slide further over toward the east. I haven't seen any reports from the National Weather Service. I've been looking at some of this, some of the reports that have been coming down, that rotation now wrapping around, they're saying, behind the storm system, so being undercut by some of that, the cold front that's pushing through. So they may allow that to end. We'll have to watch that rotation. In fact, they just put up a severe thunderstorm warning in that particular area. Just saw the watch box just jump up there that quickly there. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that includes parts of Monroe County down into the central portions of our state, Crawford County, that's central, Talbot, also Taylor, that's all a little bit further down to the west, or down to the south of us. So likely not allow that to continue, but just continue the severe thunderstorm warning that's associated with that line as it continues to push further over toward the east. As Chris mentioned, a lot of lightning strikes associated with that, so a lot of energy there. Just to the north, when you look over toward Griffin and to Henry County, a lot of the heavy rain has now pushed to the east of you, so getting out of your area, but our concern now would be for Jasper and Putnam counties. Putnam County seeing some of the rain, Jasper County not seeing much of it at all, but certainly your winds will begin to pick up. As Chris mentioned, the leading edge of those storms are headed in your direction. Not as well defined as they were back off to the west, and there's not a whole lot of lightning strikes associated with that as well, but they've been allowed the severe thunderstorm warning to continue in that area. So Monticello, that continues for you. You're not seeing much in the way of rainfall right now, maybe some light showers, but that heavy rain will be coming your way. We'll see if this continues to break up as it pushes to the east, but likely some of these spots will hold together where they could produce winds up to about 60 miles per hour. Liking what I'm seeing further off to the north. This is starting to slide over toward Elder now. As Chris mentioned, you see these little notches in here. So the warning as far as the watch as far as the tornadoes go, certainly not out of the question, where a brief spin up can certainly happen, like what we're seeing a little bit further down to the south. I'm going to go back down here toward the Thomaston area. You can see on velocity, at least, a little small notch in here between the Rock and over toward Thomaston. Small little notch in there, which could still indicate some rotation that's taking place there. But I do think they're going to allow this to expire. See, we had the latest scan there. It starts to flatten out just a little bit, but still have some notches in there that we'll continue to watch. Velocity itself really doesn't show us much there. As Chris mentioned, some colors in there, like purple in there, indicating that there could be still some rotation in there. The Rock Road near your area right now, hopefully, if you're, and we typically tell you that if you hear a sound like a train, that would be those winds blowing opposite one another rapidly back and forth, and so it almost sounds like a train headed your way. And so if you're hearing that sound, definitely, hopefully you're already in your safe place, and maybe you're just watching us on your phone. You definitely want to take the necessary precautions and get to that safe place right now. This is we'll be heading toward looks like Yatesville, Barnesville Road. That's just outside the polygon, but don't wait for the storm to get upon you before you take the necessary precautions, because it is moving quite rapidly over toward the east, and so you have to be on the lookout. Even some reports of hail around the area. It has been small, but we've had some reports of hail, dime size and penny size hail in some spots, and so be on the lookout for that as well as we continue to monitor this. They're starting to shrink it back just a little bit, Chris, now that it's moving a little bit further over toward the east, which is good news there. And again, monitoring the velocity back on here, monitoring the reflectivity. Most of this sliding a little bit further over toward the east. This is headed toward the Macon area as we speak, and so we'll be watching that bottom, the south end of the line as it continues to push through parts of our area later on this morning.
So Chesley, while you were looking at that, I was analyzing this as well, and there's that still little notch here on the reflectivity, which is, you know, again, between Thomaston and the Rock that we're watching right here. I'm going to put the shear the shear marker back on here. This will take a second to populate. Okay, there it's still, so this is actually a little bit delayed. This is still showing the shear marker over near Thomaston, but actually we're seeing the potential circulation right up here in this area right now. So this is the computer's still taking a while to move that shear over there a little bit, but that kind of corresponds. Let me go back to velocity, where this is the area that we're watching right here near Yatesville. And remember, when we did a track on this, we told you it should be near Yatesville around 725 to 729. So this is getting closer to really getting on the outside of that polygon. So we'll see if the Weather Service is going to issue another warning potentially as that moves over into those areas of, it would be actually Monroe County. Now I want you to see here though that parts of Lamar County, just a little part of Lamar County right here, that little southwestern corner and this little southeastern part of Pike County are included in this tornado warning still that is supposed to be in effect until 7:30. We also have part of the severe thunderstorm warnings that were over to the west, on the west side. Those just expired. So we had other ones back here to the west. Excuse me, those just expired at 7:15, but this warning is still in effect along with that tornado warning, but that includes parts of the severe thunderstorm warning for Pike and Lamar County moving into Monroe County. And then as you go up toward the north, you see an additional severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Butts County. Here's Butts County, Jasper County, into parts of Putnam County, into Morgan County, and then Morgan into Greene, moving on up into areas of Oconee and into Clark County is where we still have these severe thunderstorm warnings that are left over. And Chesley, it's interesting how we've been watching this all morning long, and it's been a really distinct line as it moved from Alabama into West Georgia and through the city of Atlanta. Now this line is kind of breaking up a little bit. I mean, still strong and still some individual pulses of cells there. And that, you see how it just kind of breaks up a little bit, and then that line kind of comes together a little bit more into those areas of Lamar County moving down into Upson County. So that could be a good signal for us. I mean, even though it is still severe, and even though we have strong winds with that, and thunder and lightning, and the potential for rotation to develop, we just don't have that distinct line anymore, which could be a good sign of weakening as this is pushing out of our area. But let's go back to Thomaston. It's 7:20 right now. This tornado warning is still in effect until 7:30. I don't have any new information from the Weather Service on this. The other warnings for Lamar, Pike,
they're going to allow it to expire.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to allow those to expire. And the tornado warning too?
Yep.
Yes, okay. So that is a good sign that they're thinking of letting these expire, and as it all moves over to the east, and again that would then push in closer to Macon, into Monroe County, near Forsyth, Georgia, not Forsyth the county, but Forsyth the city, and then pushing over toward Milledgeville. So really watching these very closely as they're really going to be exiting our viewing area very soon, and just still holding on to this warning for another 9 minutes or so. But they say they will allow that to expire as it's going to be pushing out of the tornado warning, really polygon, within the next few minutes. But that's still heavy rain up into parts of Barnesville right now, in Pike, Lamar County here, stretching up toward Jackson County, and that's just where we see those additional clusters of storms within a broader line. It's not a distinct line anymore, but clusters of showers and storms moving through. But even in those clusters, Chesley, we can still have some rotation developing there within that. So I really think within the next few minutes, so we're going to see a few more of these warnings that look like they're going to expire, and they're also pushing out of our viewing area here. So that's a good signal where the severe threat is moving away, but we still have rain and lightning here back behind this system, ponding on the roadways, slick travel, dangerous travel. But the rain is ended in Rome, and that back edge is going to keep pushing through the city of Atlanta, coming up really very soon here. Through the morning hours, we'll see this rain ending, but we're still not finished with the precip. The cold air is going to come in and squeeze out any remaining moisture in those clouds, Chesley, and that's what's going to give us the potential later on this afternoon of maybe some blowing snow flurries. We don't expect any accumulations here, but some blowing snow flurries are going to be possible later on this afternoon as those temperatures start falling.
Yeah, we've been watching that. Could develop. If you take a look at the graph model here behind me, it shows that rain pushing east. We're going to catch a break here by the time we get to the mid-morning, and then we'll be watching for the potential for some flurries to light snow begin to fall down. Mainly up here to the far north is where you're going to find that. But again, with the ground being as warm as it is, we don't suspect there'll be any sticking with that at all. But that indicates how cold that area is coming in behind this particular system that we're going to be watching. And again, any flurries or any light snow that begins to come down should be out of the way by the time we get to 6, 7 o'clock tonight. I do want to show you this line. Chris was mentioning how well defined the line of thunderstorms that was moving through our area was, the shape and form. Just a nice solid line, numerous lightning strikes up and down that line, and now it's becoming a bit more raggedy, as we like to say, where it's starting to fall apart just a little bit. Also the forward push of the northern end of it, where the south is kind of lagging behind now, where it's starting to bend a little bit there, and it's in that bend where you see some of those stronger winds, which is where we have our tornado warning that is right now down in Upson County, where it's starting to bend there a little bit, where the southern part of it is starting to catch up just a little bit there. Another severe thunderstorm warning a little bit further down south of our tornado warning. They've extended that a little bit further down to the south, so it's all along the line where we're still seeing those winds in excess of 60 miles per hour, maybe getting up to 70 miles per hour in some spots there. I do want to zoom in here just a little bit just to show you exactly where some of these thunderstorms are. So out to the south here, we still have a little ways to go here from Butts County. You see Jackson, Butts County, that's going to be moving into Jasper County. Right now, western end of Jackson County, just starting to see some of that heavy rain. No lightning strikes associated with it right there. Most of the energy, as far as the lightning strikes goes, is down there where we had we still have a tornado warning that's going to expire here within the next 6 minutes or so. But that is where you have the numerous lightning strikes. So even though the rotation in this particular system has broadened out just a little bit, you still have numerous lightning strikes with it, so some pretty good energy there. Further down to the south, the lightning strikes start to let up. Over toward the east, there's another little system here as well that's starting to fire up. You can see a couple of severe thunderstorms associated with that. That is outside of our viewing area, but up here to the north is where we're watching some of these quote unquote raggedy storms continue to push further over toward the east. So headed toward Enterprise right now is some heavy rain. You don't have it on you right now, Enterprise, but it's going to be coming toward you, and then eventually over toward Elberton, and eventually out of our area, out of our state, as a matter of fact, pushing into South Carolina. So a little bit of a ways to go as far as the rainfall goes, which is good news as far as those that delayed schools. There are still some schools that will be on digital learning, like Atlanta Public Schools that are on digital learning, a couple other areas as well. You can get the latest on our website on those, of course, but we're going to continue to watch these storms as they continue to fire up. But as Chris mentioned, the tornado warning that we have over Upson County right now is set to expire here within the next 5 minutes or so, and the National Weather Service is going to let that expire. I do want to put the velocity on this real quick here. It was broadening out, and it still looks to be the case, and so yeah, justified in letting that go.
Yeah, and it's actually passing out of the polygon too, and it doesn't look like they're going to issue another one there with it over into parts of Monroe County or over toward the Macon area too. This is a live view right now in Athens, still looking over toward the west. You can see some raindrops here on the lens. The sky is starting to lighten up a little bit more as the sun is going to be rising here in just a little bit, but we still have some good rain coming down in Athens right now. Not as heavy as it was a little bit earlier, but the worst of this line has moved to the east of Athens. So we're going to see really things starting to improve now, where that severe weather threat is pushing out of our area. A lot of these warnings are going to be expiring at 7:30, and as Chesley mentioned earlier, the tornado watch is no longer in effect for Atlanta. It is still in effect for these areas to the east of us, really from Athens over toward Macon. I do think that soon the Weather Service is going to take another tier of counties out of this watch, like Henry County no longer needs to be in it, Rockdale County no longer needs to be in it. So we'll keep an eye on that when they're going to issue or actually take any more of those counties out of that tornado watch. So here again is a look at radar where you can see that line that is to the east of us. We will see some of these warnings expire once we get to 7:30, and that tornado warning is also going to expire down in Upson County. And again, this is moving out of our area. The area that we're still watching, Butts County into parts of Jasper County and Putnam County, areas of Morgan and Greene County, and then to the east of Athens is where that's moving through. But even this part is not as intense or as strong as it was just a little while ago. So we'll see a lot of these expiring here in just a little bit. So if y'all could give us some direction of what we're going to do at 7:30 here, that would be helpful. Chesley and I are still watching these storms, and what Chesley has been telling us here, that again, this line is not a distinct line anymore, but it's clusters of storms along that boundary, which is the cold front that is moving through. So we just still have these clusters here that we're watching passing on through. This still a lot of lightning east of Athens through Morgan County, and again moving over toward Elberton, towards Sparta, Washington, again pushing out of our viewing area, stretching down into parts of Butts County. And again, that Upson County tornado warning is going to disappear here from the screen coming up at 7:30, and a few of these warnings are going to start to go away as well, as we then go from severe weather mode to watching the really cold air that's going to be moving into our area. Still some rain back behind that severe weather line that's moving over to the east, but now back behind it, still some pockets of heavy rain and thunder and lightning, but no additional severe weather threats for the metro area. And then over to the east, once we get this pushing out of a few other tiers of counties, it's going to be out of our viewing area, and things are going to be calmer there over on the east side. And we're just going to watch the colder air moving in, and Chesley's keeping a close eye on that coming in too.
Absolutely. We have a freeze warning that will take effect tonight and will last through Tuesday morning. That's where we're expecting temperatures to drop down below the freezing mark, even in the 20s here in the metro area. So it is going to be a rather cold night. In fact, it's going to be a cold afternoon as well. Our temperature started out in the 60s this morning, still in the 60s in some spots, but we'll watch the temperatures drop off a bit as we head into the afternoon. In fact, we're expecting temperatures by, say, 2 o'clock this afternoon to be down into the low 40s. So the 30s are coming, and eventually the 20s are coming as well, which is why just about all of North Georgia is covered under this pink area here, which means a freeze warning. That's typically, we issue those, or those are issued when you need to protect your plants, folks. You need to protect your sensitive vegetation. All right, you want to bring them inside. If you can't bring them inside, you want to cover them up, particularly with a paper bag. If you can cover them up, that would protect some of the buds that are out there. This cold air is going to last. It's not just around for tonight, but it's going to last. Tomorrow, we're only expecting to see highs in the 40s, despite the fact that we'll have some sunshine on the outside. We'll be looking for temperatures in the 40s for highs, and we'll gradually warm it up as we head through the week. The other story for today is going to be the winds. All right, those winds, these are wind gusts that you see here behind me, are in the 20-mile-per-hour range, but we're expecting those to get into the 30-mile-per-hour range as we head into the afternoon. So the thunderstorms that have pushed through the area that has damaged a lot of the trees out there, these winds could just finish them off, if you will. If some of the limbs are loose, those winds or gusts up to 35 miles per hour could blow those around, maybe even knock over trees that have been weakened by the storms. And so that's something else that we have to watch out for. So there's still a lot of weather to talk about, even after these storms begin to push through our area, folks, especially with that cold air. Our 11 Live Weather Impact Alert covers both. We have the storms around for this morning, and then also for those winds that will be whipping up by the time we get to the afternoon, that colder air that will be pushing into our forecast area. Not so much for any snow flurries that fly around, because we're not expecting much in the way of impacts from that at all, but we will have the possibility for snowflakes to fly around. In fact, let me show you the forecast track model before I toss it back to Chris. I want to show you this real quick here, where it shows that rain, and we're already starting to see the rain end in places like Rome and over toward Carrollton, even Paulding County now. That rain is starting to end for you a little bit. That will continue. A lot of that rain will push over toward the east. We may catch a break here by the time we get to mid-morning into early afternoon, but you'll notice this line, at least on our particular model, that's forming of a little thin line of some snow, anywhere from flurries to light snowfall coming down, and that shows mainly up into the far north Georgia mountains there, where we could see some of that snow, but that could make it as far south as the metro counties as well. And if it happens, it will be quick. It will move through. We'll have a few flurries flying around, but again, the ground warm. Folks, we've experienced temperatures in the 70s just this past weekend, and so it was very warm, and so it's going to take time for that ground to cool off, and that's not going to happen fast enough for any of that to stick. It gets out of the way, and we get the sunshine back in, but the cold air sticks around. So even though we'll have sunshine, even as we head into Tuesday, anywhere from partly to mostly sunny skies will be the call. We're still going to see some very cold air around our forecast area, even though even the winds will start to lighten up a little bit as well. That air mass will be over us. It's going to take some time for that to modify a bit, and certainly by the time we get toward the end of the week, you'll see and start to feel the warmer air that will continue to push further into our area. But know for the next couple of days, it's going to be cold. In fact, this afternoon will be on the cold side, so we've been warning you, or at least advising you, to go ahead and carry your coat with you as you leave the house this morning. Again, watching the east side of our viewing area, just now to the east of Athens. Now some of those storms are pushing a little further to the east. In fact, did they take Athens out of the severe thunderstorm warning? It looks like it's just outside of it. Yeah,
right on top of, that back edge is right on top of Athens. That worst of it is past Athens now, over into parts of a little bit there of Oconee County near Elder. Then it goes over toward Enterprise and Elberton, again pushing out of our viewing area, where Athens is looking better now. Still heavy rain over to the east, and we'll hold on to that warning until about 7:45. Monroe no longer in a severe thunderstorm warning. As you can see here, going into those areas on the south side, we still have severe thunderstorm warning, including Butts County here, also parts of Putnam County, Jasper County. That still has to move through areas of Eatonton and Putnam County, and these on the south side pushing out of Barnesville, pushing out of Lamar County, moving outside of our viewing area into Monroe County, just to the north of Macon. So really, most of the people watching us on TV right now, the severe weather threat is pretty much dying out and moving over to the east, where we still have a few counties that are still in the severe thunderstorm warnings, where we don't really see any additional rotation moving through or anything. But what we're watching here on the backside are areas of moderate rain, light rain, a little bit of lightning with that, but that back edge of the rain here is already moved through a big part of northwest Georgia. And even though we have moderate rain over Atlanta right now, passing through that back edge, continuing to move on through our area, we are going to see some improvements throughout the morning. But as Chesley has been saying, just really cold air moving through. So again, most of you watching TV right now are outside of the severe thunderstorm warnings. We just have a couple of counties still left that are not in tornado warnings, but they're in severe thunderstorm warnings, where we're seeing this line really breaking up a good bit, and the threat is lessening a little bit for any type of tornadic activity to occur. That's why they're taking a lot of counties out of the tornado watch that was supposed to expire at 10 o'clock. But as we told you earlier, we knew that most of us would not even be included in that through 10 o'clock because they're taking those counties away as it moves on over to the east. So watching those storms pushing to the east of Athens and stretching down, getting closer toward the Macon area. Chesley?
All right. Thanks a lot, Chris. Yep. Again, we talked about this raggedy line now. It's starting to become a little bit more raggedy. And again, we're losing a lot of its punch as far as the lightning strikes go. Very good signs here. Very good signs. It's pushing out of our area, but we're still going to be watching this as it continues to push over toward the east, and we still have some moderate rainfall back over toward the Atlanta area, down through Peachtree City into McDonough as well. We are going to be watching, again, the thunderstorm activity push over toward the east. We'll be left with a few lingering showers left over, and then eventually it'll start to dry out. I do suspect that the clouds will hang on as well as we head through the afternoon, much of the afternoon. We'll see mostly cloudy skies. Won't be until later on this evening that we'll begin to watch that drier air begin to work in. And we may see a little bit of sunshine before it sets today, but you're not going to see a whole lot of that. And so, something to deal with this morning. No doubt some pounding on the roadways. You know those flood-prone areas. Those areas, if we get just a little bit of rain, will start to back up the streets a little bit. So as the sun is starting to rise now, we're getting closer to the 8 o'clock hour, we'll be able to see a little bit more clearly the amount of water that's on the roadways and any damage around your house. If you happen to be safe enough to snap some pictures or get a little bit of video, make sure you send that in to us. We'd love to see it and report it for you. We've heard most of the damage that we've got coming in so far has been to our westernmost counties where the rain has begun to subside somewhat. And so we've been getting a lot of reports of a lot of trees down, down, some power outages as well back over toward the west of us. No doubt we'll be hearing about more of that a little bit further to the east over toward, for example, the Roswell area, Peachtree City, Atlanta, and then further east over toward Madison, where again, as the sun begins to rise or the skies begin to lighten up a little bit, we'll start to be able to visually see exactly what's taking place. We were talking about Upson County, and now Upson County, just a little bit of light rain left over there. Thomaston area, even see some holes in that rain where things are starting to let up a little bit, but not long ago you had the tornado warning in your area, also with the gusty winds. Now that's well east of you, and now it's just about out of our area, and you can see over toward the Barnesville area starting to lighten up a little bit as well. We still had a little bit of ways to go here. Jasper, Putnam County still under the gun for some very heavy rain and some gusty winds associated with it. Chris had been mentioning where we see the tight gradient between colors, where you get that green and then that yellow and then the orange real rapidly, is where we have the gusty winds associated with a few of these thunderstorms. Again, with a severe thunderstorm, we've been seeing winds up to about 60 miles per hour, but there has been reports of winds up to about 70 miles per hour in a few of these. But the good news is that this is starting to fall apart a little bit, where you see not a straight line of that red in there or the yellow. It's starting to break up where you have green in between. And again, that's what we call a raggedy line of showers and thunderstorms that's pushing further over toward the east. And so we'll continue to watch that begin to push out of our area. No doubt some traffic problems on the outside. Rachel Cox-Rosen's here to tell us the latest on it.
Thanks so much, Chesley. Still watching Highway 166 Linkford Parkway. So this is actually a report of a tree down. GDOT tells me there was also a crash near here. So this is before Greenbrier. You can see here right now they're blocking all westbound lanes before Greenbrier. Again, Highway 166 Linkford Parkway in Fulton County in the westbound direction. At times they've been letting cars through, but right now shutting down lanes to help clear that tree. You can see that those heavy slowdowns on my camera and on my map here. So one option is to head north on 75-85 and then continue west on I-20. Another option is to head south on 75 or 85 and then go ahead and get on I-285. Looking at several other issues this morning, another one very close to this one on Highway 166. This is on I-285 southbound before Highway 166. A center left lane is blocked. Looks like a box truck and possibly another vehicle involved. You can see speeds there dropping into the teens, and of course still dealing with rain in that area as well. And then moving over to the east side, got a crash on I-20 eastbound before Panola Road that was at one point blocking 3 right lanes. GDOT says just blocking 1 right lane at this point, but you can see speeds are still in the 20s, still slower than we'd like them getting into Stonecrest and Lithonia. So taking Covington Highway to go eastbound, that is going to be your best bet. Let's get out live to Doug Turnbull in the weather impact tracker, also the traffic impact tracker. He's helping us cover both this morning.
For sure, Rachel, and great job there wrangling our biggest messes on the roadways. The good news is that overall, compared to a normal Monday, volume is light. But I've been driving since about 3 o'clock this morning, seen way too many cars out here given the conditions. Right now, we're driving through Rockdale County. We were behind for 25 minutes at 20 east of Panola Road crash. Now we're on Union Church Road of Rockdale County. At Union Church at East Fairview, as you look off the hood of the truck, there's a report of a tree down. There's also been a tree down at East Fairview at Summer Hill, and so we're checking both of those here where they've had 2 or 3 kind of in the same location at Rockdale. As you can see, there's still steady to heavy rain, some standing water, not a lot of heavy wind, but certainly not optimal driving conditions here. And we're going to get more and more reports of crashes and these damage reports and check them out for you all morning long. Back to you, Rachel.
All right, Doug, thanks so much. Taking a live look right now at this crash still on Highway 166, or excuse me, a tree down. All lanes blocked right now. Use I-20 or 285 to get around. I think we're going back to Chesley.
All right, thanks a lot, Rachel. Again, we're watching these storms, and this is a part of a big system, all right? And I had it statewide here where you can see along that line, the leading edge of the thunderstorms is where you see a lot of those severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect for this morning. Even have a little tornado warning up there heading into parts of North Carolina and then down to the south back toward Birmingham. I'm sorry, back toward Alabama, heading into almost into the southern portions of our state. We'll see if that holds together as well, along the Panhandle as well. And so this extends all the way further up to the north, up to the Great Lakes, folks. It's a part of a huge system that is moving through the area. pretty rapidly as well. Again, we started out this morning with those storms pushing into the area and quickly moved right on through, but not before leaving a lot of trees down. We've been hearing about power outages. No doubt a lot of that will continue to be the case. We're talking about power outages, and Dan Kennedy has been in our streaming center. He's been tracking those power outages as well. He's here with the latest.
Chesley, good morning to you. Statewide, right now, we are looking at about 60,000 people in the dark. So I'll go ahead and pull up this map for you, show you some of the top 5 most impacted counties. Fulton, Coweta, Cherokee, Gwinnett, and Clayton. Those are your hardest hit counties right now when it comes to the number of people without power. But when it comes to the percentage of people in the dark, Coweta hard hit. 10% of customers in the dark there. Heard County right there in the Alabama border, also looking at about 10% of people in the dark. Rockdale County, it's more like 5% of customers in the dark. You can kind of see this follows that line of storms too. So the storms already having passed through the north and west part of the state, leaving some of these power outages in its wake. This is a closer look at northwest Georgia to include the Chattanooga viewing area, Ringgold, Dalton, Lafayette area. So folks in those hard-hit areas not watching us right now, but they have been impacted by some power outages. There was a tornado warning in Dalton before 4 o'clock this morning. Here's the good news with all this. They are restoring power pretty quickly from what I could tell. Of course, it's never quick enough when it's you in the dark, but from what I've been able to see, take Cobb County, for example, as you're looking at Cobb EMC. This is down from the peak of closer to 3,000 not too long ago when that heavy band of storms moved in through Cobb County about an hour and a half ago. It's now down to fewer than 2,000 people in the dark. And this is what a lot of you are curious about right now, just in terms of scale. Georgia Power reporting 26,000 people in the dark right now. But that's out of almost 3 million people they serve. So relatively speaking, small numbers of folks. But when it comes to Georgia Power customers, we're seeing the most in Fulton County, followed by Clayton, and then Coweta. So really, those are the 3 hardest hit counties, again, that we continue to see as that line of storms now moving closer to Athens and over Watkinsville area. And this is another big story this morning. Flight cancellations and delays at a Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, and it is only getting worse by the minute. We're looking at 241 flights currently delayed out of Atlanta, almost 200 cancellations. Let's add some context for you here. This is FlightAware. I want to show you about percentage-wise what we're talking about. So if you were flying out of Atlanta, 1 out of 10 flights right now are delayed. 6% are canceled. If you are flying to Atlanta, maybe you're waiting on somebody to pick up at the airport, about 10% of flights canceled and delayed coming to Atlanta right now. And this is why. Let me refresh this, make sure this is the latest information we have. Still looking at a ground stop, according to the FAA's website. This has been going on since about 5 o'clock this morning, and they've extended that advisory to 8:30 this morning. Let me click on that advisory. According to the FAA, ground stop still in effect here in Atlanta because of some of the thunderstorms that we are seeing here. So having a huge ripple effect when it comes to flights already. People who were flying in and out of Atlanta this weekend having to deal with some longer than normal TSA wait times because of the partial government shutdown. And now as we send it back to you guys, we are also seeing some of the effects of the storm weighing heavily on travelers trying to get in and out of Atlanta.
All right, thank you so much. Want to go ahead and go back out live to Highway 166, Linkford Parkway, where right now all westbound lanes are blocked because of a tree down before Greenbrier. You could see there all the cars lined up behind this. Can't actually see the tree down there, but crews have been out there for quite a while. There was also a crash just behind this that is mostly cleared to the left shoulder, but you could see the slowdowns really building at this point. My map once again turning black to indicate that complete shutdown because of that tree. Again, Highway 166 westbound before Greenbrier Parkway. So let's widen out and talk about a couple of the alternates. You can go north on 75, 85 and then go ahead and use I-20 to head westbound instead. Or you can go south on 75 or on I-85 and reconnect with 285, which will again take you west to help you get back to the north side, or the northbound side on the west side of I-285. A couple of other issues to talk about here. On I-285 southbound, we have a crash blocking a center left lane. Looks like a box truck was involved. This is right before Highway 166, Langford Parkway, where that tree is down. You can see speeds are dropping into the 20s there. If you would like to avoid that, 75, 85 is a good option, but the slowdowns aren't too many miles back, so I would just suggest getting out the door a few minutes early. I would suggest, though, getting back onto I-20 instead of taking Covington Highway. It has improved a lot after that eastbound crash before Panola Road here in DeKalb. You could see speeds are back into the 50s. My guess is this is now completely cleared out of lanes, which is really good news for my drivers trying to get into Lithonia and trying to get into Stonecrest. And I think now we're going out live to our Doug Turnbull, who is helping us cover damage this morning in the impact tracker.
Hey, thank you, Rachel, and a great job there. So folks, you can tell, terrible driving conditions this morning. Even though the worst of the weather may be over with, there's still a lot of heavy rain. We've been driving through it here in Rockdale County. In fact, we're on East Fairview Road right now, but between Union Church and Highway 138, and we're heading to a couple of different reports of trees down. I think the fire department may have gotten to them already. We've seen school buses out and about. We've seen a lot of cars, and you see this heavy weather right here. So those are the two places where I've had reports of trees down out here. There's also been wires down reported off of Honey Creek Road, and all sorts of just numerous little problems through the neighborhoods around town. And really not any metro county has been spared of that, but Rockdale County had a tornado warning earlier in the day, over an hour ago, is one of the areas that had some more hits. So we're going to keep watching and looking at these and let you all know if any roads are blocked or if there is any damage reported. Back to you, Rachel.
All right, Doug, thank you. Yeah, we've also have, as Doug mentioned, lots of reports of not just crashes, but flooding in certain areas, standing water as some of this heavier rain comes down. So let's get back over to our Chesley McNeil to help us cover this storm coming through.
All right, thanks a lot, Rachel. Really appreciate it. A couple of our counties still left in the warning areas. All right, just want to show you this real quick here. We're talking about Jasper and Putnam County. Putnam County not seeing much right now. That's over toward Eden area. Up to the north in Morgan County, extends into Greene County as well. That's where we still have a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect. This is going to last until 8:15, and so it's going to last until 8:15 that we'll see the warning in this particular area. And now again, that's with a possible tornado. That was the language from the National Weather Service. So we're watching to see if any spin-ups happen there. The rest of this is really out of our area, as far as out of our viewing area, pushing a little bit further over toward the Augusta area, and also you see now well east of the Athens area now, where those thunderstorms are up there toward Washington. Not a well-defined line where we had a nice straight diagonal line going down. Now you see up toward the Washington area, a new thunderstorm warning that has just became in effect there. It starts to bend back a little bit toward Rutledge, and then further down to the south toward the Macon area is where you're finding that line. Now, as I widen it out here a little bit, you can see out ahead of this is where we're starting to see numerous lightning strikes from thunderstorms that's forming ahead of it. That may be zapping some of the energy because we're not seeing as many lightning strikes as we saw as it began to move through the Atlanta metro area. You're still dealing with some moderate rainfall over Atlanta, a little bit further down to the south as well. The rain has begun to clear up to the far northwest. This is where it all began. We saw a tornado warning up there toward the Dade-Walker County area, moving over into western portions of Fannin, Gilmer County. That's where we started out. And now all that has begun to push further out, where your drive, for example, in George's Rome, still a little bit wet right now in the city, where we got some moderate rainfall coming down. But again, those thunderstorms pushing well off toward the east. And we just have a few counties left over in our viewing area that we're watching. Most of that shifting a little bit further down to the south. You can see over toward the Macon area, down toward Perry is where we have a severe thunderstorm warning that continues for those guys there. And then again, out ahead of this line is where we're starting to see numerous lightning strikes, for example, over toward Dublin, up toward Watley, Stapleton as well. That's going to be moving further over toward the north and east as it moves up along where that front is now pushing through. We mentioned before that behind this front, even though that the storms are pushing out of our area, we're not done with the weather. All right, we're still going to have a little bit of moisture left over. As the cold air begins to push in, that could begin to change over or mix with a little wet snowflakes coming down. Not expecting much out of that at all, even though we're saying snow. It's not going to stick or anything like that. We're watching that as the cold air begins to push in. Drier air will begin to work in as well. So we will start to see those clouds begin to clear out as we head toward the evening. May get a little bit of sunshine in here before it sets. But we're saying this to you because you're going to need to make an adjustment as we head through the afternoon. The adjustment would be taking off that rain jacket and putting on something a little bit heavier, like a big coat, because those winds will be whipping around as well. We're looking at winds this afternoon in excess of maybe 15 to 25 miles per hour. So it's the gust that could be in the 30 mile per hour range. Of course, that could do more damage as far as knocking over trees, some of those tree limbs flying around. They will get into the 30 mile per hour range once we get to the afternoon. As far as the gusts go, you can see those winds of the 30, 35 miles per hour gusting, and that could do more in the way of knocking the power out, especially if those trees begin to fall over, those that have been weakened by the storms that have pushed through. And so that could continue to be the case as well. So we're watching that. The other story would be the colder air that comes in by tonight. We're looking at temperatures dropping down into the 20s along with the 30s out there, so below the freezing mark in a lot of spots. And you can see just about all of North Georgia covered up here in the pink, which indicates a freeze warning. It takes effect tonight and will last through Tuesday morning. We're expecting those temperatures to be in the 20s in a lot of spots by Tuesday morning. We'll see the sunshine. We'll get some sun in here for Tuesday, but it's not going to heat us up all that much. Our temperature will remain below average. Our average this time of year should be into the mid 60s, right around 65, 66 degrees. Well, we're going to stay below that. Temperatures will only be in the upper 40s for highs by the time we get to Tuesday. We'll watch those temperatures modify a bit as we head through the week. In fact, I haven't shown you this much this morning, but I do want to show you the 7-day outlook that will show you exactly what's taking place. Now, you'll notice right away that we have an 11 Live weather impact alert for the next couple of days. So today, tomorrow, and as we head backwards there, today, tomorrow, into Wednesday morning, we're expecting those temperatures to be down below freezing, but we'll modify a bit as we head into Wednesday afternoon. We're expecting it to remain dry for much of the week as well. You'll notice our chance for rain around this morning, and then we stay dry right on through midweek and into the end of the week. In fact, by the time we get to the end of the week, we're expecting those temperatures to be back into the 70s, right around 74 degrees, and we'll continue to watch that temperature begin to warm up a little bit as we head into the upcoming weekend and into next week. But we got to get there first, and so our 11 Live weather impact covers today, tomorrow, and into Wednesday morning, primarily due to the colder air that's going to be in place. Our highs, again, only in the 40s by the time we get to Tuesday. I'm going to go back over to Chris Holcomb to let us know what's going on with the latest with the
another
storms.
interesting development. Again, this is outside of our viewing area, but you know that cell that went through Thomaston a little bit earlier and then moved over to the east? That's now over Macon, where they have a tornado warning in effect. Again, not in our viewing area, but down in the Macon viewing area, where in parts of Bibb County and Jones County, there's a tornado warning there. And the reason I wanted to let you know is because that was the same part of the cell that came through Thomaston earlier, and that's what prompted the tornado warning a little bit earlier in Upson County in our viewing area, but now that's over into Macon right now. And again, these individual severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect are still this one holding on for Jasper County. That's going to move into Putnam County. Still a little bit for Morgan County and areas of Greene County too. That's going to keep moving on through with just those clusters. It's not a distinct line. It's just mainly the clusters of showers and a few of those storms that are moving through. So things are calming down, moving away from our area, but we still have the good rain coming into these areas here of Atlanta, where we still have some moderate rain, not as much thunder and lightning as we did a little bit earlier, and then that back edge going through Cobb County and the northern parts there of Cherokee County, where we're seeing the rain ending and still some clouds around. And when that cold air comes in, there's the potential that we could see a couple of snow flurries coming in. Now, we had those storms earlier in Rockdale County. Doug Turnbull is joining us now. Doug, you've got a little bit of damage there that you can show us. Doug?
Yeah, thank you, Chris. And you and Chesley have been covering this so well and really clued us out to start heading this way out to Rockdale County as you tracked the earlier tornado warning that were tornado warning situation that was in DeKalb and Rockdale. So I want to pop the view of our weather impact tracker truck here first to this dirt road, Springwood Hill Drive, off of East Fairview Road. East Fairview is a pretty big 2-lane cut through here, but you see this tree actually came down on the roadway here. Now this is a dirt road. It's not heavily traveled, but I want to show you this too. This is along East Fairview right next to it. I'm going to move to our roof camera here and look at that. The wire fire, now it looks like it's down across the road. That's a bit of an illusion. We drove under that, but barely. The cars can barely get under that. So that's a low-hanging wire here, East Fairview at Springwood Hill Drive here, again, near the Rockdale-Henry County line, and certainly dangerous passing through. And this is just the example of the kind of things that, especially before sunrise, made driving very difficult. Of course, still a lot of rain, still very slick out here. And I heard the fire department checking for this on the police scanner, and I think they didn't find it. So we're actually going to call them back and try to help them find it so they can get that cleared out of the way here for these residents. And I'll show the tree once again on Springwood Hill Drive here off of East Fairview Road, guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Doug. Really appreciate that. Yeah, and no doubt, Chris, we'll be hearing more about a lot of the damage reports that's coming up now that the sun is starting to rise a little bit, and you're not going to see much sun, but the skies are starting to lighten up a little bit there, and so folks will be able to kind of get out and assess some of that damage around the area.
And I think a lot of people who are delaying their day to get out, they're maybe going to be a little bit later to work because they didn't want to get out in that heavy rain and the storms that came through a little bit earlier. That's also going to be when we're probably most likely going to be discovering some of that damage that has been left behind. So we still want you to be very careful going out. We are seeing a little more light of day coming in, even though the sun is going to still be behind those clouds. But just be very careful when you're driving around, because we've had numerous reports of people who have actually driven into trees that were downed and they didn't see them, or they saw them when it was too late and then they slid into them when they had to slam on their brakes. So we still have the rain that's lingering here in the metro Atlanta area, light to moderate showers. The severe weather threat for the metro area is over. The only spots where we still see a severe weather threat and any severe thunderstorm warnings for our viewing area is this back into areas of Jasper County, moving into Putnam County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Here again, Jasper County there at Monticello, moving into Putnam County, a little bit of Morgan County right here, pushing into Greene County. Just watching this right here with thunder and lightning. This is not really exhibiting much signs of anything that we're overly concerned about. We just still may have some gusty winds with that. I want to look at velocity just to make sure. Yeah, right now we're not really seeing any notches with velocity or with the reflectivity, and then that moves on up again beyond our viewing area over toward the South Carolina line. So really this severe thunderstorm warning is the only one that really impacts any of our counties still for Jasper County, Putnam County, southern parts of Morgan County, moving into a little bit of Greene County as well. And then again, some of those storms over into Crawfordville, moving in closer to the South Carolina line. Still keeping an eye, even though this doesn't impact us here, but down in Macon, what came through Thomaston earlier that prompted a tornado warning is now moving over toward Bibb County and into Jones County. That's where there is a tornado warning right now, well to the south of us. But for us, we're seeing the rain that is still with us. That is going to start tapering off a little bit later on for the daytime hours. And as the colder air moves in, we may see a little bit of moisture kind of wringing out of those clouds. That could be in the form of a few snow flurries. But temperatures out the surface, Chesley, are going to be above freezing. And those ground temperatures are warm too. So we're not expecting any problems there. And that chance for snow is on the low end. We just want people to know, don't be surprised if you see a couple of flurries blowing around later this afternoon. We're going to drop down to 39 degrees by 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, and that's the big we're focused on the storms right now, but really it's that cold air that's going to come in, and that's going to last a couple of days. Folks, we're back right after this. Don't go anywhere.
It's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be.
We've got crews across the area tracking it all for you as you get your week started. I want to welcome you back here to 11 Alive, and again on 11 Alive Plus. Again, I'm Jonathan Martin. Thank you for being here with us. A number of schools have been either on virtual learning today or delayed because of the weather we've had moving through. Let's check in with meteorologist Chesley McNeil for the very latest this morning.
All right, we are looking at rain really in our forecast area that's left over. A couple thunderstorms in a few of our south southeasternmost counties, but that will be moving out. As you can see down here to the south, that says Phoenix right there, but this is Jasper, Putnam County, also into Greene County and also Morgan County. Those are our last counties, at least in our viewing area, where we have some thunderstorms down there and severe thunderstorm warnings, which means those winds are anywhere between 60, maybe even up to 70 miles per hour, and a few of those. These storms that have pushed through our area have a history of knocking over trees, folks, have a history of winds up to about 60 miles per hour. Again, most of that pushing over toward the east, and this is what we're left over with. You can see where we have some of this rain, light for the most part, a few moderate pockets in there indicated by some of that yellow, and even ending back over to the further west. You can see over toward Floyd County, we have just the clouds in place. Over toward Yorkville and Paulding County, just a few clouds in place. Now, there could be some showers, and you can see over into parts of Alabama where some showers are starting to pop back up. That would be some of the lingering moisture that could be left over. And with the temperatures falling later on this afternoon, some of that could begin to mix with, or maybe even inch over to a few flurries or some light snow, but we're not anticipating any sticking at all. We're not too much concerned about that at all so far this morning. So we'll continue to monitor that as we head through the rest of the afternoon. The other story will be, of course, the winds that will be out there. Tornado watch over toward the east now. Atlanta out of it, Rome out of it, as that severe weather threat is now pushing a little bit further over toward the east. Our main concern with these thunderstorms has been the rain, and that rain continues to fall in some spots, so no doubt that's leading to some ponding on the roadways. Those temperatures will be falling through the day. You see the temperatures in the 50s right now, but as we head through the day, this is by 4 o'clock, we're down into the low 40s. We'll get down to the 30s by the time we get to 6, 7 o'clock tonight, and then eventually down into the 20s for overnight lows. Because of that, we have a freeze warning that's in effect for much of North Georgia. That will kick in tonight and will last through tomorrow morning, again, where we'll see those temperatures below the freezing mark. And it's going to stay cold here for at least through Wednesday morning before temperatures start to modify. More on that in just a few. Let's go over to Rachel now with a check on the roads.
Thanks so much, Chesley. Taking a look at a new crash here in DeKalb County, I-285. Take a look at this jackknife semi-truck here. This is I-285 eastbound at I-85. Looks like it took out the guardrail as well. Brand new, because I don't even see any emergency vehicles on scene just yet here. Again, this is at Spaghetti Junction, I-285 east at I-85 in DeKalb. So going to take a little bit to clean this one up. Luckily, at this time, causing light to moderate slowdowns. You can see that yellow behind here. Still want to use caution, of course, in this area. That is a large vehicle, and there aren't any flashing lights around helping to clear it just yet. Wanted to change the camera for you to show you a good update on this situation on Highway 166 westbound before Greenbrier Parkway. A tree down here, according to GDOT, at one point was blocking all lanes. Now it looks like lanes are back open. Folks still moving pretty slowly past this. Tough to see exactly what's going on with this sign in the way here, but there are still emergency vehicles on scene. You could still see a lot of brake lights. So still indicating that the road is closed on my map here. It turned black when they shut down all lanes. Since it's still moving so slow, I still suggest using I-20, 75, 85 will get you there, or going south on 75 or 85 and using 285 as another option. A stalled box truck causing some heavy slowdowns for a couple miles here on 285 south before Highway 166 in Fulton County. Get out the door a little early. Consider using 75, 85 instead. Jonathan?
All right, Rachel, thanks so much. You're in-house, and we've got Doug Turnbull out on the roads with you this morning. So, Doug, we know it has been a messy start to the morning. We've already gotten some reports of damage. You've been in Rockdale County. What are you seeing this morning?
Yeah, we've been, just to give you the full scope, we've been to Coweta, Fulton, Douglas, DeKalb, and now Rockdale County. We've been really covering the east, west, and south metro like whoa this morning. And what we got is we started heading toward Rockdale, especially when we heard about the tornado warning out this way to see if there's any damage. And while authorities have been diligently clearing things, we did find this tree down here off of Springwood Hill Drive, or Springwood Hill Road rather, at East Fairview Road. This is the look off the hood cam of the weather impact tracker here. And then this tree has taken down a wire, and it's made it hang real lowly over the much busier East Fairview Road. Now, it looks like it's down on the road here. That's a bit of an illusion because of altitude. It's actually high enough for people to drive under, but not safely. Now, I heard the fire department responding to this, and they actually had trouble finding it, so we called back to them to report it back to them so they could know, and now they're en route. So we're actually going to find a different position here in a moment to give them room to clear. But again, this is a dirt road, Springwood Hill Road off of East Fairview, but East Fairview, the bigger road, and you You can see the tree that's down right here across the road and right in front of this residence here, Jonathan.
All right, keep us posted on what else you find. Doug Turnbull out there on the roads for us there in Rockdale. Now we're going to go over to our streaming center and check in with 11 Alive anchor Dan Kennedy. Dan, I know you've been checking on the latest with power outages and also delays and cancellations at the airport this morning. What's the latest?
Hey, let's start with the airport, Jonathan. I think that's the big story right now in our area. Right now there is a ground stop at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. You're taking a look at the FAA's website confirming that ground stop right now. You know, we've been watching this since a little before 6 o'clock this morning, and it appears they've extended it, potentially going as late as 9:30 this morning for departures to Atlanta, saying that they are grounded due to the thunderstorms around the area. And this is what that means by the numbers. You're looking at more than 300 delays right now at the airport, 200 cancellations. That boils down to about 15% of flights leaving the airport right now being delayed, 7% are canceled. And this is what we're seeing when it comes to some of the power outages statewide. 52,000 people in the dark across all of Georgia. Hardest hit county is going to be Fulton, Coweta, Gwinnett, and Clayton, Carroll counties as well. Check this out. Heard County, right by the Alabama border, about 10% of customers in the dark. Coweta County, it's more like 8%. Here a little closer to home in the metro area, DeKalb County, less than half of 1% of customers in the dark, so really very few people impacted. Fulton County, you're looking at just 1% of customers without power. The good news is they are restoring things quickly. This is the northwest part of the state where they've already restored 1,500 people. And this is Cobb County EMC. Again, they've been able to cut the number of customers impacted in half in recent hours. And as I refresh Georgia Power's page, they have 22,000 customers currently in the dark. That is down from when I last talked to you guys when it was a little closer to 26,000. So they are making some progress when it comes to getting the lights on. Where I'm not seeing progress, though, is at the airport, where we continue to see delays and cancellations. Back to you.
All right, Dan Kennedy, you've been tracking it up to the minute for us. Thank you so much. And for continuing storm coverage around the clock, you can stick with us right here on 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Just download it on your smart TV and you can stream for free. We've got much more coming up this morning. Stay right here.
Traffic on 11 Alive Plus is sponsored by Grease Monkey. Only what you need, guaranteed.
If you've been hurt in an accident, choosing the right law firm makes all the difference. Sweet James has some of the best attorneys in the state to deliver some of the...
Connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood.
All right, it is now 8:10. We appreciate you being with us this Monday morning. We're going to get back to our forecast in just a moment, but we do want to get to some other top headlines this morning. We have learned a second victim has died after a triple shooting in Athens over the weekend. Family members confirming 19-year-old Dylan Bentley died from his injuries on Sunday. Police say 22-year-old Clayton Adams was also killed. The shooting happened early Saturday morning on North Jackson Street. Police arrested 22-year-old Mark DeSouza, and he is now charged with murder, aggravated assault, and battery. 20-year-old Landon Skinner was injured in that shooting as well. He is recovering at the hospital this morning. 11 Alive spoke to Skinner's mother, who says her son and the suspect, DeSouza, were best friends for years. We're working this morning to learn a lot more about what led to the shooting. The Fulton County Medical Examiner has now identified the 4-year-old girl who was stabbed to death on Saturday as Zuri Dixon. Authorities say it happened after a fight involving 2 adults at this apartment complex in southwest Atlanta. One man was arrested there at the scene. Also, a woman is in the hospital this morning after being hit by gunfire overnight at Ashley Cascade Apartments, which is on the west side, right off of Kimberly Way. This morning, our crews are reaching out to Atlanta police to learn more about what led to that shooting, the extent of her injuries, and if any arrests have been made. All right, let's go back over to meteorologist Chessie McNeil, the latest on our weather impact alert.
Yeah, we are looking at just one severe thunderstorm warning that's left over for our viewing area. A lot of this shifting a little further over toward the east, and if you fact down into the Macon area as well, we do have a couple of tornado warnings there, but that's in the Macon viewing area. We are looking at some light showers left over, light to moderate rainfall. You can see indicated by the yellows, but the severe weather threat is well east of us now, and you can see down into parts of Jasper, Putnam County as well. Another line moving through there. Not as many lightning strikes as we've seen so far this morning in a few of these thunderstorms. Up towards Greensboro as well. Over toward Crawfordville is where we're seeing a couple of more of those thunderstorms that will continue to push through. Devereaux, you're not seeing much right now, but you will eventually get in on some of these showers and thunderstorms. In fact, the severe thunderstorm warning may be extended over your area as well. It's within this line that we've been seeing some of those thunderstorms produce winds up to about 60 miles per hour. We've had reports of it producing winds up to about 70 miles per hour. Here's what's left over. You got the light to moderate rainfall. The moderate would indicate that yellow that extends down just to the south of the city of Atlanta, down toward Locust Grove into Henry County, and then further down to the south as well. But it's starting to let up a little bit back off here to the west. Places like Rockmart, Villa Rica, up toward George's Rome. You're just left with the clouds, at least for now. At least for now. There could be some more showers that will move in. And if we see any at all, it'll be on the light side, okay? Our temperatures are dropping. That's the other story. And look at this. We had the tornado watch that was over just all of the area lasting until 10 a.m. Now, you can see a lot of that is gone. As the storms continue to push over toward the east, that's where you're going to find the tornado watches. We no longer have a tornado watch over our area. We'll watch those temperatures begin to fall off as well. Started out in the 60s when I came in this morning, and now we're going to see those temperatures, right now they're in the 50s. We're going to see those temperatures continue to fall down into the 40s as we head into the afternoon. In fact, low 40s will be around this afternoon, and the winds will begin to pick up, so it's going to feel a lot colder out there. Eventually, we'll get those temperatures down into the 30s for overnight lows, and it's because of that we're going to see temperatures dip below the freezing mark. We have a freeze warning in effect that kicks in tonight and will last through Tuesday morning. All of the counties that you see here highlighted in the purple there, or pink rather, indicates that we will see some very cold air coming in. So if you have plants that need to be protected, you want to cover them up. If you can't bring them inside, maybe with a paper bag, or bring them inside if you can, just to protect those plants. Our winds will be whipping around. You're seeing gusts right now in the 20, almost up to the 30 mile per hour range. Certainly we'll see that 30 mile per hour range once we get further into the afternoon. These are actual wind gusts. The winds themselves will be anywhere between 10 and 15 miles per hour, 15 up to 30 miles per hour at the 20 miles per hour at times as we head through the afternoon. Things will start to subside later on tonight going into tomorrow. Look at all this. This is a huge system. Not just over us, but extends all the way up toward the Great Lakes. And you can see the numerous severe thunderstorm warnings associated with it. But look at all the tornado watches that are in effect over into southeastern Georgia, into South Carolina, and that extends further up to the north as well. Our rain threat for this week will be for this morning, and then after that, it's gone, and we stay dry, relatively dry, for the rest of the week. But our temperatures will be on the cold side. Notice this cold air that's up here toward the Midwest. That's going to be making its way down toward us, and so you'll feel it by this afternoon and tonight. Very cold air in here by tomorrow morning. Stays cold for our Tuesday as temperatures, high temperatures, will only be in the 40s, and then we'll watch that begin to retreat as gradually we'll watch that warm air come back to us, but that won't happen until we get toward the end of the work week. Forecast Direct model shows again the rain pushing out. There may be a slight snow flurry around or two. Not worried about that sticking. Again, the ground is just too warm for that, and then we begin to dry it out. We'll get the sunshine back in here for tomorrow. After a 29-degree start, temperatures will only make it to 48 degrees. 30-degree start on Wednesday will make it to 56. 60s come back our way by the time we get to Thursday. 70s by Friday, and we'll stay right there as we head into the upcoming weekend. Time now for a check on the roads. Here's Rachel.
All right, Chesley, thank you so much. Taking a look at this dramatic looking crash, luckily in an exit lane, not in the through lanes of I-285 eastbound in DeKalb County, the exit to I-85. And now we have a Hero unit. It looks like that has arrived on scene with this jackknife tractor trailer here. You can see nothing on the truck bed. It and the cab go in separate directions here, blocking a left lane of that exit, causing some light to moderate slowdowns as you drive towards Spaghetti Junction on I-285 east. You could see that orange there. Make sure you're using caution, especially if you're exiting to I-85, where that crash actually is in the exit lanes here. I'm going to actually go back to that graphic, talk over it a little bit as I go back to change the camera, because we have several incidents. I want to show you another one at this point. So this next crash is over on the west side perimeter, and this is on I-285 southbound before Highway 166. Two left lanes blocked. It's been here for a while, and actually it was originally called a crash, and then GDOT has had to call it a stalled vehicle. Looks like this box truck is stalled, and it's creating single-digit speeds for a couple of miles as you head south toward Highway 166 in Fulton County here on 285 south. So 75, 85 could be a good alternate for you. Also on I-285, got a crash on the eastbound in the eastbound direction here before Highway 54 in Clayton County. So as you're driving away from the airport toward Fulton and DeKalb counties, you're seeing single-digit speeds for a couple of miles. Certainly make sure you're getting out the door a few minutes early. And then Bartow County drivers, folks in Emerson, heading south toward Ackworth. This crash causing miles of speeds in the teens on 75 southbound before Highway 92. I suggest using Highway 41 as an alternate. We're going to be right back.
Extended coverage of the current weather impact alert is sponsored by Premier Generators.
When
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
It's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Welcome you back here on this Monday morning at 8:20. Again, we'll get back to more weather coverage in just a moment, but we want to talk about this right now. Artificial intelligence, you know, it was supposed to make hiring faster, but new data shows it may actually be doing the opposite, at least here in Atlanta. A new survey from staffing firm Robert Half finds more than 3/4 of hiring managers here in the city say AI-generated applications are slowing down the hiring process. In fact, almost half of them say the delay is at least a week or two, and roughly 2/3 say AI-enhanced resumes are making it harder to verify experience. So what does this mean for job seekers and the companies as well trying to hire them? We're so glad to have Amy Mangan here, an employment trends expert with Robert Half here in Atlanta. Amy, glad to have you here on this rainy Monday. Let's start with this. What are hiring managers seeing right now when they're getting all of these AI-generated applications coming in?
It's a big challenge, Jonathan. What we're seeing every single day is that thousands of resumes or applicants are hitting the inbox, but a large portion of those are not real skills or real people. It's pretty crazy what's happening. It's creating a real issue of timeline to hire. And it means that hiring managers are spending exponentially more time sorting through resumes, trying to figure out what's real, what's not. And then on the back end, they're having to do multiple rounds of interviews to find the real candidate who actually has the skills, given the fact that there are so many AI-generated resumes out there right now.
Yeah, because on paper, Amy, you can look like the absolute best candidate. You can have all the experience listed with this perfectly crafted paperwork, but where exactly are the hiring managers realizing, hey, there's a disconnect between what we're seeing on paper and what we are actually getting in these interviews?
That is a great question. We had a client come to us recently because they were so frustrated with the candidate flow that they were seeing. They had an internal proprietary software that was built in-house at their company, only used internally at their company, but they did have it listed in the job description, and they kept finding candidates who had that software in their resume, and they obviously had never worked at the company, so therefore they had never touched that software before. So they're starting to see that happening more and more, and it's really getting back to a point where they're coming to Robert Half and they're saying, look, we need help at this point. Like, we're sorting through so much nonsense that we can't actually get to the point of finding legitimate candidates who really want to work here and really have the actual skills required to do this particular job.
Yeah, creating a lot more work. I like that we talked about the numbers specific to Atlanta because they are actually higher than the national average. So why do you think, Amy, the companies here in this market are feeling more of an impact with this?
I think we have a tech-savvy group of people who live and work in Atlanta, right? This is kind of the Silicon Valley of the South, right? And so I think there's a lot of people who know how to leverage AI here. Unfortunately, I think to some degree, they're almost doing it to their own detriment from a job seeker's perspective. I also think, too, there's companies who are weeding out probably really great candidates because their own AI system that's sorting through resumes and their applicant tracking system is also missing the good talent. So I think it really comes back to needing that human touch in the interview process.
Yeah, you talk about the human touch. Let's face it, a lot of us are using AI these days. We're encouraged to use it. But how do you know when you look at someone's resume, what's sort of a red flag that it is a AI-generated resume? What do you look for?
There's a few things. If it's too closely matching the job description and you can't really tell of any discernible projects that the individual has worked on at their prior jobs or in their prior contracts, it's a pretty good indication that this resume has basically been rewritten by AI. It is important to use AI for things like interview prep, like having it prepare you for interview questions and getting ready ahead of time. But at the end of the day, other than just proofreading, you really want your resume to be written by yourself. And I would say that also goes for your LinkedIn profile.
Yeah, so important to use it, but not just rely solely on it. Amy Mangan, so good to have you on this morning. Thanks for that advice. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, and we'll have much more on this Monday morning, including a check of our forecast as well. We'll be right back.
It's a full. you.